Chapter 695, Week, Chapter 701 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. A's arm hit the desk, obliterating it to smithereens. However, at that very instant, the eyes of all Kumogakure ninjas present widened. They instinctively raised their guard and grabbed their weapons. The reason for their reaction was that the desk that had blown up suddenly released some fluids. In addition, Nanako suddenly sensed some additional seals. A, who had one of the best reaction speeds of all ninjas, was caught off guard. To make matters worse, his speed was far lesser without the lightning chakra mode active. Due to how close he was, his right arm was covered by that fluid. In addition, his clothes, the parts of his chest, and even some parts of his face and neck were sprayed with that liquid. "Brother! Raikage-sama!" Instinctively, I activated his lightning chakra mode as others called out worriedly. Nanako cursed. "Shit! How did I not see those seals? If that liquid is poisonous, then we would be doomed." Nanako recalled how horrifyingly strong their opponent was. However, what horrified her even more was his bag of tricks. If the Raikage was subdued and Akuro managed to neutralize B in a similar way, Kumogakure would be doomed. The same thoughts ran through the minds of the four elite Junins. To their relief, I showed no signs of pain and said loudly, "Calm down, I'm fine." He turned his gaze towards the elite Junin, who had some expertise in medical ninjutsu, and said, "Check what this liquid is." Even though I didn't feel any pain, I felt a mild burning sensation initially. It might have some other effects or a delayed reaction. The elite Junin nodded and immediately inspected A. A's right arm, as well as the golden vambrace, were dyed pink. Half of his face, nearly his entire neck, and his exposed chest were dyed pink as well. The elite Junin frowned and was about to check his clothes when Nanako shouted, "Be careful! The seals are behaving weirdly." Nanako had a grim expression. She could sense that the few foreign seals left inside the building were activating. In addition, the seals on the outside walls were behaving strangely as well. In a grim tone, she muttered, "We may have fallen into a dangerous trap." Lightning appeared around A's body once again as he said seriously, "Let him come." The others prepared themselves as well. To their surprise, Akuro didn't appear. The seals didn't trigger any additional attacks on them either. Instead, words started appearing on the wall. Boring. I'm disappointed. I expected better after fighting those kids. Seeing your desperation, I shall spare this village for the time being. I will visit again in the future. If your Raikage continues hiding cowardly, then I won't show any mercy. As they read the message, every single one had a dark expression. A's expression was a sight to see. He clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. Under normal circumstances, several things, perhaps even the walls, would have been smashed. Unfortunately, A couldn't even do that in case something else sprayed on his body. Outside the building, the 2,000 ninjas had a shocked expression as well. The seals covering the building had disappeared. Instead, a few large and bold letters carved into the building appeared. The Raikage building was a 5-story building located at the heart of Kumogakure. Every single person in the village looked at it with awe and admiration. However, at this moment, the ninjas standing outside, along with some others who had good eyesight, were seeing something they never imagined. A large W was carved on the 4 walls of the top floor. Right underneath it on the next floor was an E. These 2 letters were followed by A and K on the floors below them. Due to how they were written, they were visible from almost every direction. Thousands of people living inside Kumogakure saw "weak" written on the building, which was a symbol of their power. A wave of humiliation and anger washed over them. Thousands of fists clenched and teeth gritted against each other. Never had they experienced such humiliation. Even though Kumogakure suffered several losses in history, they had never been bullied to such an extent. Needless to say, Fujin had no interest in humiliating I or the citizens of Kumogakure. If it didn't benefit him, he would never engage in such superficial acts. The reason why he went out of his way to humiliate Ai was to enrage him even more and ensure that he would go all out to hunt Akuro down. That would ensure that he could get a battle whenever he wanted it. Similarly, the reason for humiliating others in Kumogakure was to spur them further. Even though Kabuto's absence would make Obito's side much weaker, Kumogakure's losses due to Fujin's actions were very high. Even though the number of ninjas he killed was less than 10% of Kumogakure's total force, the ninjas he killed were all elites who were ready to participate in a war. Among the ones he killed, there wasn't even a single genin. As such, Kumogakure's losses were far worse than what the numbers indicated. In a way, it was comparable to Konoha losing most of their veteran Junins during the Nine Tails assault. Luckily, they weren't reeling from the losses caused by a great war, and their Kage and Jinchuriki were still safe. Otherwise, they would have been in worse shape than what Konoha was in after Minato's death. Under normal circumstances, Kumogakure might require around 5 to 7 years to guide their young ninjas and turn them into elites to replace the dead. Fujin just hoped that humiliating them in such a manner might push them to do so in 3 to 4 years. Right when the Akatsuki would be very active. Of course, doing so also left some holes in the persona Fujin created for Akuro. The fact that he set a trap which was triggered by Ai destroying the desk would make Kumogakure suspect that Akuro wasn't unaware of the Raikage and his personality, which in turn could make them suspect all of Akuro's words. He made some arrangements to confuse them further, but they weren't foolproof. However, Fujin didn't care much about that. After all, he had just created the backstory to mess with the minds of anyone who tried to investigate him. If anything, such suspicion would just confuse them further. Even if they obtained irrefutable evidence that he wasn't from the ancient era, it wouldn't harm him in any way. As long as no one connected Akuro to Fujin, he didn't care. In the Raikage's office, a stunned expression was visible on Nanako's face. I asked, "What's the matter?" Nanako replied, "After this message appeared, all the foreign seals disappeared. I don't sense any strange seal inside the building." She turned her gaze towards the sensor and said, "Try sensing. See if you can sense the entire building." The sensor nodded and activated his chakra field. He said, "I can't extend my chakra field into the Anbu headquarters due to the seals there, but I can inspect the entire building. I don't sense anyone here." Despite such an answer, Nanako wasn't thrilled. She muttered, "I wanted to observe the seals and study this formation. If I could, we could have recreated it and strengthened our Fuinjutsu knowledge. I didn't think he'd leave a trigger that would destroy the entire formation. I have to admit, his application of Fuinjutsu is far superior to mine." I didn't want to see one of his handful grandmasters demoralized. He said, "Don't underestimate yourself. He should have had access to far more information than you. I'm sure that the next time the two of you meet, you'll break his formation." Nanako nodded and said, "Thank you, Raikage-sama." B suddenly asked seriously, "Didn't Darui say that he claimed to be from an ancient era and didn't have an idea about how strong you were? How did he know that you'd smash the desk?" I was puzzled as well. Before he could think of anything, Nanako answered, "The trigger might not have been the breaking of the desk. I assume that he wanted to show this message to Raikage-sama, so the trigger could have been simply touching the desk. In addition..." Her expression became grim as she continued, "Inazuma had ordered to check whether everyone had escaped from the building. We found out that 5 didn't make it. 4 were the dead Anbu we found. However, the last one is still missing. And that person is Kiyoshi. So many seals can't appear suddenly. In addition, keeping them hidden from not just me, but also the other grandmasters, is incredibly difficult, even considering Akuro's expertise. As difficult as this is to believe, I suspect that Kiyoshi helped him by secretly placing these seals after our last inspection. He could have given Akuro some information about you." "Kiyoshi?" I muttered, having a tough time believing that he was a traitor. One of the elite Junin said, "I would have never imagined old man Kiyoshi to be a traitor. He was so cheerful and always helped everyone." Nanako nodded. She couldn't believe it either. Suddenly, the one who was examining Ai called out, "Raikage-sama, I've examined this liquid." He had a weird expression on his face as he spoke, making everyone curious. A asked, "What is it?" A's expression became increasingly dark as the elite Junin replied strangely, "I still need to do more studies to confirm, but everything I have seen so far makes me believe that it is nothing but a conductive pigment. However, it is a very strong one and bonds very quickly with our skin. Your lightning amplified it even further. I'm afraid that the stains it left behind will be very difficult to remove." AN. If you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link to w.patreon.com/devilhex. No space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay. Patil Sarvesh8 at OKSBI can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you, Kalevra and Mark, for supporting me on Patreon. Thank you, The Reverse Flash, for supporting me through UPI. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 6696, Questioning the Raikage. Chapter 702 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Sorry guys, fell asleep last night. We'll try to complete the next chapter before I sleep tonight. I'm afraid that the stains it left behind will be very difficult to remove. A. Stared at the ninja with a dumbfounded expression. The eyes of other Kumogakure ninjas widened as well. While they were relieved that it wasn't harmful, seeing their leader dyed pink felt extremely weird and strange. Had the circumstances been better, they'd have struggled to stifle a chuckle. However, one person wanted to uplift the depressing mood in the room. B smirked, looking at A, and rapped, "Yo, bro, you looking like a pink parade. Did you join a new ninja masquerade? Half your face and neck in a rosy hue. Pink's your color, bro. Who knew?" A roared, "Shut it, B. What do you mean that this dye won't be easy to remove?" "How can I remove it?" The elite Junin thought for a few seconds and answered, "I can't remove it. We'll need to check with our chemists on what we can do to remove it. However, as I said earlier, your lightning assisted the pigment to react with your skin very rapidly. Even if we have something that can clear it, it'll take a long time. The only alternative that could get rid of it quickly is if we remove the flesh that was affected by the dye and use mystical palm jutsu to heal you and grow new flesh." A frowned and gazed at his palm. His gaze immediately made everyone nervous. It looked like he was planning to rip off his skin on the stop. B called out loudly, "Brother, you?" Nanako loudly spoke at the same time. "Raikage-sama, I'd recommend waiting for some time. This Akuro fellow is too devious. I wouldn't be surprised if he did all this to drop our guard and make you inflict injuries on yourself. We should wait until things calm down." A snorted and replied, "Of course, I know. Inspect the building once again and inspect the Anbu headquarters as well. If everything's clear, call Inazuma's group inside and ask others to disperse. No need to maintain the barrier anymore. Nanako, create a few squads of SEAL masters and inspect the building thoroughly. Also, order someone to look into Kiyoshi's friends and family. I want to know why he betrayed us after serving the village for over 5 decades. Nanako nodded, and everyone other than B left his office. B asked teasingly, "Are you planning to appear like this in front of everyone, brother?" A snorted, and a cloud of smoke appeared. As it faded away, A looked to have reverted to his original appearance. He said, "It's a cheap trick just to infuriate me, as if I'll fall for it." Needless to say, he used the transformation jutsu to hide the embarrassment. He stopped thinking about it and instead said, "That said, I won't spare Akuro. I can ignore this prank, but the losses he caused are too high. In addition, the missing ninjas from the camps." A's expression became grim. B became serious as well. Outside the building, one of the SEAL masters said, "Elder Inazuma, the SEALs have disappeared. Should we enter inside and tell Raikage-sama about these words?" Inazuma shook his head and said, "No, our opponent is too devious. This could be another devious scheme. We'll wait until they return by themselves." The SEAL master nodded, and everyone waited patiently. Half an hour later, Nanako and the 4 elite Junins appeared outside the building and passed the orders. Inazuma asked, "Did Lord Fourth kill Akuro?" Nanako shook her head and answered, "Unfortunately, he had already left before we entered." Inazuma replied, "That's strange. How did he do this then?" Nanako and others followed his gaze. Their eyes widened and their jaws dropped slightly, seeing "weak" written on the Raikage building. A few seconds later, Nanako and a few others rushed into the Raikage's office and informed him about it. Once again, I barely managed to resist the urge to smash a few walls. He cursed. "That bastard is very good at making our blood boil. Fix it immediately. We have been humiliated enough." The elite Junins nodded and left, leaving just the council members and Nanako inside the office. A strange silence developed in the room. It was broken by Inazuma, who asked, "Lord Fourth, I'm afraid that we need some answers. Today's events were just too bizarre. We can't make any sense of it. He paused for a few seconds before asking, "Why were you outside the village? What was so important that you couldn't be here when the village needed you? Why was a barrier raised to protect the village? Why did Darui lead an army outside, and where did he go? Does Akuro have any relation to it?" A took a deep breath. It had been a long and bloody day for him and Kumogakure. The sun had set, covering Kumogakure in darkness and further amplifying the fear in the hearts of the citizens and ninjas in Kumogakure. The building being captured by Akuro for several hours, as well as his powerful lightning jutsu, was being talked about throughout the village. As the ones who knew the truth, B and Mabui felt coldness in their hearts. Finally, I answered, "This is regarding the recent events in Konoha and the spectral swordsman." Everyone in the room became serious upon hearing Fujin's title. While he was already feared, his battle against Orochimaru had made everyone weary of him. Inazuma asked, "What of that kid? How is he related to today's events?" A answered, "He left Konoha openly, giving us an opportunity to eliminate him. Even though we suspected that it was a trap set by Konoha, the opportunity was too good to pass up." That's where B and I were. The eyes of everyone other than Mabui and B widened. Nanako asked, "Did you eliminate him?" A sighed and replied, "Unfortunately, we didn't even see him. It wasn't a trap set by Konoha. Instead, he was the bait to lure me and B there while they targeted something else." Inazuma said, "So that's why so many security measures were taken. However, Konoha didn't attack us, unless Akuro is affiliated with Konoha." A shook his head and said, "I don't know much about Akuro. We'll wait for Darui's return. He might have more information. As for Konoha's target, it wasn't the village. Instead, they were the military camps we set up to raise elites. As of right now, everyone in 6 camps is missing." Shock and horror appeared in their eyes as they heard Ai's solemn tone. "That's impossible." "Everyone is missing? How? How can they go missing in a single day?" "No, this can't be. My daughter was in one of the camps too. Which camps were targeted?" Even the experienced ninjas panicked. Only Inazuma maintained his cool. He asked, "Only missing and not dead? Do we have any more information or any leads?" Mabui answered, "Yes, they're missing. We haven't found even a single dead body, nor have any idea where they could be. However, things aren't very hopeful. Darui led an army to the base watched over by Dodai. He didn't find anyone there, and instead, the entire camp was filled with explosive seals that were hidden so ingeniously that even Elder Jin failed to sense them. They fell into the trap and suffered heavy losses. Darui believes that Suzuki Fujin might have been involved in laying the traps, but we don't have any proof." The leaders of Kumogakure hadn't recovered from the earlier shock when they received even more shocking news. Nanako muttered in disbelief. Jin was fooled? Inazuma sighed tiredly and asked, "What are our losses so far? And what were their ranks?" A glanced at Mabui and everyone followed his gaze. Mabui reported, 658 ninjas are missing from the military camp. They include 3 elite Junins, 111 Junins, and 544 Chunins. In the trap, Darui's army lost 67 ninjas, among which 8 were Junins and 59 were Chunins. 52 more died when fighting against Akuro. 6 of them were Junins, while 46 were Chunins. In addition, we have lost 5 Anbu squads and 16 Junins. Old Man Kiyoshi is missing as well, though he is suspected of betraying the village. Silence engulfed the room once again as stunned expressions appeared on everyone's faces. Even A, B, and Mabui had ashen expressions. In the span of 24 hours, Kumogakure had lost 814 ninjas. More than a sixth were Junins, while the rest were Chunins. The loss was just too huge. Not too long ago, the council members were shaken by the deaths of 16 ninjas. When they learnt that the real losses could be more than 50 times that number, they were too stunned to even think. Not a single person in the room even dared to assume the 658 missing ninjas is dead. For several minutes, not a single word escaped anyone's lips. Finally, Inazuma asked softly, his voice quivering, "Hey, how could you have fallen into such a trap? Why didn't you consult me before making a move? If you can, then please support me on Patreon, link www.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay, Piddlesarvesh8 OKS Buy. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you. Armut Moja, Mohammed, Zhao Prime, Calvin, David, Wazel, Abel, Matthias, K4T, and Nusha for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 697, Sacrifice. Chapter 703 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Inazuma's voice quivered as he questioned Ai. Others in the room could feel the pain he was feeling due to the losses Kumogakure had just suffered. Everyone else was feeling the same. As the leaders of Kumogakure, most were well-connected and had someone close to them in the camps. Even if they didn't, the loss was just too painful for Kumogakure. Ai didn't reply and just stayed quiet. The opportunity had come suddenly when he least expected it. He didn't have the time to consult others, as any opposition would have resulted in the opportunity slipping away. In addition, the manner in which the military camps were cleared by Fujin meant that even if he had involved others, it wouldn't have made much of a difference. In fact, had Shikaku and Hiruzen known about Fujin's Fuin battlefield, they would have changed their plans drastically. There was no need to lure I and B out. Fujin could have silently eliminated all 10 bases over a couple of days before Kumogakure realized what was happening, because they wouldn't have been nearly as alert as they were. Their losses would have been even higher in that case. Of course, no one knew how the camps were eliminated. Even if they did, it didn't take the blame away from Ai. After all, he was the leader of Kumogakure. He was the one responsible for the village's protection, and he had failed miserably at his job. One of the council members muttered, "This will cause a great upheaval in the village. The family members of the dead will grieve. The family members of the missing ninjas will be troubled until we can find them. And..." She paused for a moment before continuing grimly, "And, if we can't find them, then this would be one of the greatest tragedies that the village has suffered since the foundation. The longer we go without finding them, the more unstable the village will become." Everyone stared at Ai as the council member shared her thoughts. Even though she painted a solemn picture, there was another hidden message in her words, which was caught by everyone. B's expression became serious, and Mabui barely managed to restrain herself. She asked as calmly as she could, "What are you implying?" An underlying threat could be perceived from her words. It made the council members nervous, but all of them stood their ground. Suddenly, I said, "Mabui, calm down. As the Raikage, I have to accept responsibility for this matter." The loss of close to 1,000 elite ninjas was something that threatened Ai's seat. The fact that he carelessly left to hunt Fujin without consulting anyone made it even worse. Needless to say, this was one of Shikaku's goals as well. While he didn't believe I would lose his seat, any instability in Kumogakure was good news for Konoha. The more I would be caught up in internal politics, the less energy he would have to create trouble for Konoha. What Shikaku didn't anticipate was how thorough Fujin would be, and that he would amplify the matter several times with Akuro's identity. Despite being as strong as he was, I was feeling the heat at that instant. Both he and B were out of the village when they needed them the most. Even Darui and Yugito suffered a defeat at the hands of Akuro, while Mabui sent several Anbu squads to their deaths. As such, all the top leaders in his faction had messed up. Political instability inside Kumogakure was inevitable. Luckily, the few rank S ninjas in Kumogakure were all loyal to him and all shared the blame to a certain degree, so there wasn't anyone to replace him. Everyone in the council understood that, and hence no one openly dared to tell him to resign. To everyone's surprise, Inazuma suddenly asked, "Accept responsibility? What are you going to do? Retire?" A frowned. Inazuma's words had a mocking undertone. Mabui couldn't endure that and lashed out, "Elde!" However, Inazuma raised a palm to stop her. He continued speaking. "A, you're underestimating the gravity of this situation. If we find the missing ninjas, then you can use it to rally the people in the village and recover our morale. However, if you don't, you won't be able to handle the consequences. Even if you hide the details of the situation and feign ignorance about the reason why so many ninjas went missing, you'll be questioned, because the camps were your idea. The people of the village will vilify you for mishandling this situation. You'll be hated, and many will stop trusting you. Parents might stop sending their children to the academy, and the current ninjas will be very wary of any such initiatives in the future. Even if you keep your seat, the village will be extremely unstable, and recovering from this loss will take far longer. If we had a rank S ninja who wasn't involved in this matter, we could have changed leadership and restored people's faith in the leadership. Unfortunately, we don't have any such candidate. He paused to take a deep breath as everyone wondered where he was heading. Nanako thought, "He is behaving strangely today." He openly mentioned that Raikage-sama should resign and called him by his name for the second time. Inazuma took a few seconds to compose himself. His expression became serious once again as he continued, "I messed up as well by ordering 16 Junins to run to their deaths. I was planning to retire by accepting the blame. However, I didn't know about the events in the camps. The only way to control the upcoming instability and ensure that Kumogakure moves forward, as we always did, is to direct their hatred to a person other than you. I'll take the blame for this entire incident. I'll hand in my resignation from the council and admit that it was my plan to send you on a secret mission, which reduced our defenses and resulted in this tragedy." The eyes of every person in the room widened. No one expected Inazuma to make such a sacrifice. As someone who advised the Third Raikage and contributed immensely for decades, Inazuma was highly respected by everyone in Kumogakure. The influence he held in Kumogakure was immense and second to only A. However, if he did what he said, all his former achievements would be forgotten. He'd only be remembered for this failure. Instead of being respected, he'd go down as one of the most hated and incompetent ninjas in Kumogakure's history. For a while, no one in the room could say a single word. Finally, I sighed and muttered, "Old man, thank you." Inazuma smiled and replied, "It's fine. This is what your father would have expected me to do. Just continue making Kumogakure stronger and ensure you don't fall prey to such schemes from Konoha again." I could only nod as Inazuma turned around and left the office. A sigh escaped his mouth as he thought, to think that he would make such a sacrifice. Now that I think about it, even though everyone looked at him to stop my plans, he never went overboard and kept the council together. I wonder if my father put him up to this task before passing away or whether he did it with his own will. Regardless, I won't have him to guard against the schemes of others in the council anymore. Still, to think that Konoha would make such a deadly scheme, to cause us such heavy losses and even threaten my chair. And Darui just happens to run into someone as strong as Akuro at the same time, who, for some reason, goes all out to humiliate us. Was all this just a coincidence, or is Konoha behind everything? In any case, I now understand why Father was so wary of Konoha. From the start to the end, I had no control of the situation. A felt a great hatred towards Konoha. However, he knew that his options against Konoha were very limited. More importantly, he'd have to devote all his energy to stabilizing Kumogakure. If he made another reckless move and Kumogakure suffered once again, the opportunity he got due to Inazuma's sacrifice would be wasted, and he wouldn't be able to control the internal situation. The council members and some senior ninjas discussed how they should deal with the situation throughout the night. Darui and his army returned to the village during this time. He quickly met up with and the rest and informed them about his experiences. Of course, the spies also took advantage of the darkness. With the barrier no longer covering the village, they sent messenger birds to their respective villages. As luck would have it, a couple of ninjas from Darui's army were spies as well, one from Konoha and one from Ewa. As soon as they got an opportunity, they did the same. Even though Kumogakure was alert, they couldn't track this as they mixed among the messenger birds continuously sent from the Raikage's office. As the first rays of the sun fell on Konoha, Fujin returned to Hiruzen's office. Hiruzen and Shikaku were already waiting for him and cleared the room immediately. Both had smiles on their faces. Hiruzen asked, "How many did you get?" "AN. If you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link, patry.com, devilhex. No space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay, patilsarvish8 at OKSBI. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you Sanjay, Kwabena, Galaxy Past, Kenny, Zukamima, Sasha, Luan, and Argeraspide for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 6 and 98, Turbulent Times. Chapter 704 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Fujin answered nonchalantly, 658 including 3 elite Junins. Since they already knew that Fujin had eliminated 6 bases, both had expected such an answer. Even so, their smile widened. Hiruzen couldn't help but say, "You've done a great job, Fujin." Fujin nodded and continued, "I've no idea how many fell to the traps, though I suppose our spies should get that information easily once they arrange the funerals. I also sent a few wind clones around. I didn't task them with killing anyone and just sent them to create some disruptions. They should have started several hurricanes, which will disrupt their internal trading for some time." Shikaku said, "That's good. It'll keep them busy with their internal matters for longer." Along with Eagle eliminating their spies, their losses exceed 700 ninjas, even without considering the traps. With such heavy blows to their elite ninjas and their intelligence network, Kumo will be unable to start a war for at least 3 to 4 years. The 4th Raikage will have no choice but to tone down his aggression. Ever since Minato's death and Orochimaru's betrayal, Kumogakure had always been on the lookout to find Konoha's weak spots. The Hyuga incident was just the start. They continued poking Konoha continuously since then, but Hiruzen had done an excellent job ensuring that Konoha wasn't caught in another scheme while giving Kumogakure a bloody nose once. Even though Konoha's strength had recovered, Kumogakure always remained a major threat due to its aggressive nature. For the first time in over a decade, Konoha would be able to enjoy some peace. Of course, that was if they fended off Tsunagakure and Orochimaru's scheme. Fujin had the same thought. He nodded in agreement, but asked, "While it does cripple their military temporarily, aren't you afraid that the Raikage might do something drastic? He isn't exactly known for his calmness, is he? If Orochimaru extended an olive branch to him and he accepts, we could be in deep trouble." Shikaku chuckled and said, "You don't need to worry about that. He'll soon be buried in so much internal work that he wouldn't even be able to glance in our direction. I'm sure he would want revenge on us for this maneuver, but he is on thin ice. If he tries something and Kumogakure suffers once again, he'll have a very difficult time keeping his chair. Any alliance with Orochimaru has the potential of being backstabbed. The circumstances won't allow him to take this risk." Hiruzen agreed and added, "The 4th Raikage's decisiveness is quite troublesome to deal with in difficult situations. Fortunately, your actions will ensure that Kumogakure won't allow him to be that decisive. Of course, we'll keep an eye on them just in case they do something drastic. However, considering the pressure he'll face internally and even in their council, I don't think there's any reason to be worried." Hiruzen suddenly sighed and muttered, "It's a shame that we don't have any spies inside their council. If we did, I could have kept him occupied in Kumogakure's internal problems for at least a decade." His words immediately earned stares from Fujin and Shikaku. Both were slightly surprised at how miserable Hiruzen wanted to make Ai. Fujin couldn't help but wonder, is he still salty about the embarrassing loss he took during the Hyuga incident? Sensing their stares, Hiruzen shrugged and said, "Neither of you had the chance to see Sensei in action. What we've pulled this time is a child's play compared to what he did on a regular basis. Anyway, you've done a great job, Fujin. Take a good rest. We need you to be at your best during the final round of the Chunin exam." He continued in a serious tone, "We'll be putting our focus back on Orochimaru and Tsunagakure. Even though we've done plenty to deter them, I'm unable to understand Rasa and Orochimaru's thoughts due to how irrational they have been. They might still continue with their plans. Whatever their plans are, we've to get through with minimal losses and come out on top. In addition, Kumogakure will use their losses to make other villages, especially Iwagakure, wary of us. We'll need to thwart their efforts and make other villages doubtful of Kumogakure's intentions. Onoki wouldn't act as long as we create some degree of doubt." Shikaku sighed in exhaustion while Fujin chuckled at his reaction. Needless to say, Shikaku would be the one responsible for that task. The trio discussed a few more things before letting Fujin leave. Once the two of them were alone, Shikaku's expression became serious. He said, "His performance was just too good this time. From the structure of those bases, even wide-range wind jutsus wouldn't be able to kill everyone with such efficiency and prevent everyone from sending messenger birds to Kumogakure. When I made the plan, I expected him to annihilate just one base and then pick off a couple hundred more ninjas due to his summon's ability to fly at high speeds. However, he was able to completely annihilate 6 bases without alerting anyone. I wonder how he managed to do that. Hiruzen nodded and said, "Every ninja has his own secrets. Considering how careful he is, it isn't strange for him to have a few secret techniques. I suppose no one other than the dead can answer your question. Isn't that why you asked him to destroy the dead bodies instead of bringing them back?" Hiruzen asked with a chuckle. Shikaku sighed and muttered, "This boy is too troublesome. He keeps his cards very close to his chest. As good as that is for a ninja, it makes my job much harder. If I had asked him to bring back the bodies so that we could read their memories, I'm afraid that he might not have performed to the best of his abilities to keep his secrets hidden." Hiruzen just chuckled in response. However, even though he didn't show it on his face, Hiruzen couldn't help but feel slightly disappointed. After all, he had always helped out Fujin and hadn't held back from guiding him. The only place where he drew a line was darker forbidden jutsus that could lead Fujin on the same path as Orochimaru. In return, Fujin hadn't shown the same trust in Hiruzen. However, even though he was disappointed, Hiruzen didn't mind it much. He was well aware of Fujin's personality and knew there wasn't much anyone could do about it. Not to mention, Fujin had already repaid his faith and efforts several times over. Be it stopping Orochimaru twice, cutting down close to 700 Kumogakure ninjas, or the massive wounds Fujin had repeatedly inflicted on other villages, Fujin had already contributed a lot to Konoha and taken a lot of pressure off Hiruzen's shoulders. And he was still only 16. As long as he didn't go down the same route as Orochimaru, Hiruzen didn't mind Fujin keeping his abilities a secret. Fujin returned to his house and stretched a bit as he thought, "After such intense battles, I'd like nothing more than to sleep. Unfortunately, there are still a couple of days for this soldier pill to run out. I suppose it is back to training." Fujin opened a scroll and began reading it once again. It was the scroll containing the third Raikage's notes on lightning chakra mode and black lightning. After reading it entirely, Fujin decided, both of these techniques will be a long-term process. I'll focus on them later. For now, I need to make improvements in my lightning combat system and implement the ideas I got while fighting Darui and the rest. In an instant, several shadow clones appeared next to him before teleporting away instantly. All left Konoha and went to places where they could train lightning jutsus without being disturbed or watched by anyone. As for Fujin, he entered the meditation room and began meditating to recover his chakra faster. He planned to stay there until Hiruzen called for him. Even though there was no great war, the world of ninjas was still quite turbulent. In Kumogakure, people were in a panic due to Akuro's stunts. Before they could recover, they learnt about the missing ninjas and the entire village became a mess. That mess would soon spread throughout the country like wildfire. To the south of the Land of Lightning, the Land of Water was still engulfed by a civil war. Their battles were becoming increasingly tense. A few thousand kilometers away, the Tsunagakure ninjas were busy preparing for an assault on Konoha, while their higher-ups were still debating whether they should go forward with the plans or halt them for the time being. To their north, even the higher-ups in Iwagakure were stressed out. In a matter of days, they lost contact with more than half of their intelligence network. They were busy checking what had happened in their neighboring countries for such a sudden change. At the center of everything, Konoha looked stable as a monolith, seeming unbothered by everything happening around them. However, in the dark, the Anbu and the clans were preparing for another major war. As such, the entire ninja world was on a thin edge. At such a time, a few birds were flying peacefully towards their targets, carrying terrifying news on their back. It was evening when a few of them reached the Land of Water and informed both factions about the events that took place inside Kumogakure. A few minutes later, a few birds reached Konoha. Tsunagakure and Iwagakure were farther from Kumogakure, so they received the messenger birds a few hours later. The minor villages received them at varying hours as well. Regardless of when they received the scrolls or which leader opened and read it, everyone's eyes widened in shock. Even Hiruzen was no exception as he muttered, "What in the hell?" And if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link, www.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay, Patilsarvesh8 at OKSBI. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you, Melina, Caleb, John, Max, Khalil, Arnell, Reggie, Bobby, and Emmanuel for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 6 and 99, Shocking the World. Chapter 705 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Within the span of a few hours, all the leaders of various hidden villages received messages from Kumogakure. No matter who it was, every single one was shocked. In Kirigakure, Mangetsu read the scroll and muttered in disbelief. Impossible! He immediately got up and went to inform the 4th Mizukage. In the rebel camp, Mei had a similar stunned reaction. However, a smile immediately appeared on her face as she muttered, "Interesting. To think that someone would humiliate Kumogakure. However, why wasn't the Raikage in the village?" In Tsunagakure, Rasa read the report with a solemn expression. He had the same doubt as Mei when a certain memory surfaced in his mind. He thought, irrespective of why the Raikage and the Jinchurikis weren't in Kumogakure, this event will destabilize Kumogakure. Even though the means are different, the end result will be similar to how my position became unstable a few years ago. Was Konoha behind this as well? He quickly analyzed before concluding, this is undoubtedly Konoha's work. Lightning Masters are rare outside Kumogakure. The only famous one is Hatake Kakashi. If I assume that Suzuki Fujin destabilizing the Land of Wind was some sort of test, then this could be a test for Hatake Kakashi. Unfortunately for Konoha, they've picked the worst time to do this. A glint appeared in Rasa's eyes as he had an idea. He decided, Orochimaru hasn't given me any response on how to deal with the rank S ninjas in Konoha. However, if we can ally with Kumogakure as well, then we won't have much difficulty in crushing Konoha. I need to act quickly. In Iwagakure, Onoki read the 2 reports. Kitsuchi was with him as well. A serious expression appeared on their faces. Kitsuchi muttered, "Strange. This is very strange." An entire base suddenly became empty, and for some reason, Kumogakure decided to send a whole army. This should mean that they were already aware of what caused that base to be emptied, and the threat was large enough to dispatch an army. Yet the army fell into a trap despite having a grandmaster. While returning, they ran into this Akuro fellow, and he not only fought them, but also went to Kumogakure and humiliated them to this degree. Have you heard of this guy? Onoki shook his head and replied, No. However, he must be very formidable. Taking on an entire army led by Darui and a near-perfect Jinchuriki is extremely difficult. Very few ninjas can accomplish this. However, a smirk appeared on Onoki's face. He said, There is no doubt that he must have great hatred for Kumogakure. This is good news. That brat Ai was too arrogant. This should tamper him down considerably. Pay attention to news coming from Kumogakure. We'll get some interesting news. Unlike the major villages, the minor villages were in a panic. If Kumogakure, despite all its military might, couldn't deal with Akuro and were humiliated to such an extent, what could they do? Akuro immediately became the most feared ninja among the leaders of the minor villages, even exceeding the spectral swordsmen. They could bear losing some of their ninjas, but being humiliated to such a degree would be a very big slap on their faces. None of them wanted to experience what I had to. The leaders immediately decided to order all their ninjas to stay clear of him after Kumogakure put his appearance in the bingo book. In Konoha, Hiruzen muttered in disbelief. What in the hell? He continued reading the scrolls. His eyes suddenly widened and he thought, a lightning jutsu of this caliber? This is similar to the attack on Root headquarters. Could it be the same guy? However, why is he in Kumogakure? No. Hiruzen glanced at his Anbu guards and ordered, Bring Shikaku and Fujin here. A couple of guards disappeared from the room. Hiruzen analyzed. No. The first question is, why did he attack Root, and why did he stop attacking after the Root disbanded? Why did he now change his target to Kumogakure? Was it just because they interrupted his meal, or did he have some other goal? Hiruzen thought for a while before concluding. If it was just because they interrupted his meal, then it could explain some things. Perhaps some root ninjas ran into him and annoyed him, leading him to take such drastic measures. However, this is still too strange. Why would anyone go to this extent to humiliate others for such a small issue? Something about this guy is off. With his decades of experience and sharp instincts, Hiruzen immediately realized that something was odd about Akuro. However, he couldn't put his finger on what it was. After thinking for a minute, he gave up. He glanced at the scroll again and thought, anyway, Fujin's ability to set up traps is quite ridiculous. To think 67 experienced ninjas died to just the traps he set in one base. Then again. Hiruzen let out a chuckle, recalling Fujin's house. He thought, I guess I shouldn't be surprised considering what he has done with his house. In future great wars, we could use this ability of his to slow down all invading forces. After a few successful traps, all enemy forces will have to move very carefully, even if they don't find any traps. Several ideas appeared in Hiruzen's mind to properly utilize this ability of Fujin to a devastating effect. As he was thinking, Shikaku and Fujin entered his office. He glanced at his guards, who immediately cleared the room and activated the seals. Shikaku asked in an exhausted voice, "What is it this time?" Hiruzen pushed the scrolls forward and said, "See for yourselves." Shikaku opened the scroll, and he and Fujin began reading. Surprise appeared on both their faces as they went through both scrolls. Shikaku sighed and muttered, "Another troublesome fellow." As for Fujin, a slight smirk appeared on his lips. Hiruzen had been paying close attention to Fujin's reaction. He asked, "Did you find anything odd, Fujin?" Fujin just chuckled and replied, "Not really. I just can't help but feel sorry for them. At any other time, the Raikage might have been in the village and fought off this Akuro fellow. Unfortunately, they ran into him right when we targeted them." Shikaku added, "They're indeed unlucky. The timing couldn't be more off. Regardless, I now see why the Raikage and Killer Bee were rushing back at such speeds even after they disbanded their bases." Still, Shikaku's expression became very serious, and so did Fujin's. As if reading Shikaku's mind, Fujin said, "That lightning jutsu is suspicious, isn't it? It brings back the memories of that attack en route." Shikaku nodded and added, "Yes. There aren't many who can use a lightning jutsu of that scale. I don't see Kumo sending Killer Bee inside our village to target the route. So, it was most likely this guy. Especially if we consider how easily he snuck into and took control of the Raikage building." He sighed again and muttered in annoyance, "What did Elder Danzo do to step on the toes of such a troublesome fellow? It's a good thing that we disbanded Root, or we may have suffered quite a bit." Fujin nodded in agreement. He looked at Hiruzen and asked, "Grandpa, did you find out anything about this guy from Elder Danzo? Surely he must have tried to do an independent investigation and figured out some details regarding the attacker and how the Root offended him, right?" There wasn't a hint of doubt or shame in Fujin's voice. Even experienced and intelligent people like Shikaku and Hiruzen didn't find anything wrong with the way he said it. Hiruzen could only shake his head and answer, "No." He always claimed ignorance related to that matter. That said, if this guy is as peculiar as these reports suggest, then it could be something very petty. So it's not a surprise that Danzo doesn't know about it. Neither Shikaku nor Fujin found anything wrong with Hiruzen's line of thinking. Hiruzen asked, "Fujin, did you find anyone suspicious while traveling through the Land of Lightning?" Fujin replied, "Not really. However, from the information in this report, he was very close to the route I had taken. If I had gone on foot instead of flying, I might have run into him. A shame. We may have got some details about what exactly happened on that day." Shikaku immediately replied, "What shame? Considering his performance, killing him would be very difficult. Even if you had fought and defeated him, you'd have attracted a lot of trouble for Konoha if you failed to kill him. At this time, it could have put us in a tough spot. So, it was undoubtedly a good thing that you didn't run into him. Lord Hokage, I propose that we avoid offending this guy, at least until we have more information on him. Even though he may have killed a few of our ninjas, we don't know for sure whether it was Akuro. Even if it was Akuro, The losses we will suffer to deal with him aren't worth taking his head. It'll be better if we let Kumogakure be occupied in trying to hunt him down. If we're lucky, some other villages might offend him as well. AN wrote the next chapter a bit as well. Should be able to finish it today in probably around 6 hours. AN, if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI. Google Pay, patilsarvesh8 at OKP, can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you Asapek, Benjamin, Christopher, Abram, Bernardo, Bluebird, Rai, Kyle, Khalif, Tronic, Armut Moa, Juan and Raiden for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 700. Our time has passed. Chapter 706 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. A few years ago, I never would have imagined writing a fanfic that would have more chapters than Naruto manga. But here we are, on our 700th chapter. Thanks for all your love and support, guys. Couldn't have done it without you. Unlike Shikaku, Hiruzen didn't want to ignore the deaths of those root ninjas and the destruction of the root headquarters. However, Shikaku's logic was on point as usual. Under current circumstances, Konoha didn't have any strength to spare to deal with such a troublesome fellow. Hiruzen decided, a shame, but there is indeed nothing we can do right now. Once I've dealt with Orochimaru and Suna, I will ask Jiraiya to find more information on him. Future actions will depend on the information we get. Hiruzen replied, all right. Fujin sighed in relief internally, thinking, good, I was worried he'd send me to hunt myself once again. Shikaku immediately said, you'll also need to ensure that Elder Danzo doesn't do anything. Last time, we were lucky that the enemy decided to only target Root. However, we can't be sure next time. It was Hiruzen's turn to sigh tiredly. He didn't want to deal with Danzo again, especially at a time when he was so busy. Unfortunately, he couldn't say no and agreed. Of course, since Shikaku put him up to such a troublesome task, he'd have to suffer as well. A glint appeared in his eyes as he looked into Shikaku's eyes. A shiver passed down Shikaku's spine as he realized, crap! He is planning to give me a very troublesome task. I need to leave in a hurry. But what excuse do I use? Right, Shikamaru is in the finals. I have to train him. Fujin noticed it as well and became quite intrigued by what Hiruzen would say. Unfortunately for Shikaku, Hiruzen suddenly disappeared from his chair and appeared next to him before he could open his mouth. Hiruzen said, I'll meet Danzo now. Shikaku, start working on a defensive plan in case Tsunagakure and Orochimaru attack us during the final round and complete it within the next 4 days. I'm counting on you. Also, consider whether Akuro's actions could invoke any strange reactions from Kumogakure. Fujin, continue doing what you want to. We'll call you once the plans are made. You'll undoubtedly have a huge role to play. Fujin nodded and replied, all right, Grandpa. He glanced at Shikaku and said, good luck, Shikaku-san. The entire village is counting on you. A tick mark appeared on Shikaku's face as both Fujin and Hiruzen disappeared from the office, leaving him alone. Shikaku cursed, these two troublesome fellows. I swear that the old man has become more troublesome since he began interacting more with that brat. I just dealt with the Kumogakure situation, and now he has already dumped more work on me. Unfortunately, the poor guy had no one to complain to. He could only begin working. Hiruzen flickered a few times and entered the underground root headquarters. When Fujin blew the root headquarters, only the underground laboratory was spared. Danzo made his new office inside the laboratory. Danzo was slightly startled to see Hiruzen suddenly appear in his office, but he wasn't too surprised. He looked at Hiruzen and wondered, does he want my help to deal with Orochimaru and Tsunagakure? For nearly a year, Danzo had been looking for an opportunity to get his authority back. Unfortunately, Konoha was too stable and peaceful. Orochimaru's appearance and Gaara's presence gave him the opening he needed. However, Hiruzen was in no mood to play mind games. He placed a couple of scrolls in front of Danzo and said, we received some interesting information from Kumogakure. Danzo frowned. He grabbed the scroll while wondering, Kumogakure? Shouldn't he be occupied with Tsunagakure? Hiruzen looked at Danzo reading the scroll and thought, even though the root no longer exists, he still has several ways to get information. It's better to talk with him openly than let him make moves in secret and make my job more difficult. Danzo read the report without any emotion on his face, but was quite surprised to learn that such a strong existence was completely unknown to him. His eyes suddenly widened, and he stood up and said with a grim expression, "This attack!" He immediately looked at Hiruzen and said, "So, this is why you showed up." Hiruzen nodded and analyzed. His reaction was natural. To think that he still didn't know who attacked Root headquarters. You've lost your touch, old friend. Had it been a couple of decades ago, Hiruzen had no doubt that Danzo went the entire ninja world upside down to find who the attacker was and give him the most painful death. However, he didn't even know who the attacker was, despite having so much time. Of course, Hiruzen restraining Danzo played a big role, but even if it didn't, how could Danzo find someone who didn't exist? Danzo said, "Akuro, lightning attacks of this scale are tough to achieve. He must have some tool to amplify his attacks, like Sensei's blade, and probably is the one who attacked Root. However, something about him feels off. Eerie off. Who attacks an army for getting disturbed while eating? It feels more like he was fishing for an excuse to battle them." Hiruzen replied, "Perhaps. Or perhaps he's just that peculiar." Danzo asked, "Do you mean to say that he might have attacked Root for such a petty reason?" Hiruzen nodded in agreement. Danzo thought for a bit and said, "No, the situation is quite different. Kumogakure offended him openly, while he attacked the Root ninjas inside the hidden bases. If any Root ninja had irked him, he would have killed them on the spot. And I didn't have any miss." Danzo's eyes widened as he recalled important information. He muttered, "No, 2 of my subordinates went missing some time ago and were suspected dead. However, there is still a considerable amount of time between the 2 events. Unless my ninjas betrayed me, that's impossible." Hiruzen replied, "Unfortunately, we can't say for sure." Danzo looked into Hiruzen's eyes and said, "Of course we can. We have to hunt down Akuro and read his memories. Only then can we know what happened that day and bring justice to our martyrs." To his surprise, Hiruzen plainly asked, "Do you not see the current situation, Danzo?" Danzo frowned and replied, "Orochimaru and Tsunagakure. In that case, focus on them. Give me a few squads of my old Root ninjas and I'll hunt him down." Hiruzen let out a sigh and replied, "You've stopped seeing what's good for the village, Danzo. Hunting down Akuro will make him target Konoha, and we can't afford to have such an enemy at such a critical time. Not to mention, we don't even know for sure whether it was him." Danzo frowned and argued aggressively, "Hiruzen, don't forg." However, Hiruzen cut him off and said, "That's the end of the discussion, Danzo. I'm here to tell you to not do anything foolish. Once the current threat is dealt with, I'll send Jiraiya to dig out more information about him. If he's truly as reckless as he seems, dealing with him won't be too difficult." However, Hiruzen paused to put more emphasis on his words. He said, "Until we get more information, you won't make a move." Hiruzen's tone left little room for discussion. Danzo snorted and sat in his chair while commenting, "You've grown soft, Hiruzen. In the old days, you'd be the first one out to hunt him down for killing our ninjas." Hiruzen sighed. He disappeared from the room, leaving just his words behind. "Our time has long passed, Danzo. Stop clinging onto the past." Even though he seemingly backed down, Danzo had no will to follow Hiruzen's orders. Unfortunately for him, Hiruzen increased the surveillance en route several-fold. The restrictions ensured that neither he nor his few remaining subordinates could set a foot outside the laboratory without Hiruzen knowing about it. Danzo could only do his best to get as much information as he could from Kumogakure, so that he wouldn't be completely reliant on Hiruzen for information. The other villages were the same. Akuro's sudden appearance had made them curious about him, and they activated their intelligence network to get as much information about him as they could. At the same time, Akatsuki had begun their search for Akuro. At such a time, in a secret base inside the Land of Rice, Orochimaru weaved a few hand seals. Suddenly, the person in front of him let out a blood-curdling scream. Soon, his appearance changed as Orochimaru revived Kabuto in his body. Surprise could be seen on Orochimaru's face as he muttered, "You really are dead." Kabuto's long absence had been very surprising for Orochimaru. He waited patiently for nearly 3 weeks and yet hadn't heard anything related to Kabuto. In the end, he finally decided to try the Edo Tensei Jutsu to check whether he was dead or if he had betrayed Orochimaru. To his surprise, the Edo Tensei Jutsu worked. Latest chapter. The Path to Surpass Rank S. Never imagined it'd take 700 plus chapters to reveal the suspense at the end of chapter 34. AN. If you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link www.patreon.com/devilhexspace. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay, Paddle Sarvesh OK. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you Luis, James, Grant, Shreyan, Sidon, Alucard, Rifio, and Lotus for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 701, Konoha's Relentless Schemes. Chapter 707 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Kabuto was slightly startled. It felt like he had gotten up from a long sleep. He saw Orochimaru immediately and was about to speak when he realized that something was off with his body. He glanced down and his eyes widened. He looked at Orochimaru again and asked in shock, "Is this the second Hokage's Edo Tensei?" Orochimaru nodded and said, "It is. How did you die, and who did it?" Kabuto let out a long sigh and said, "I've disappointed you, Orochimaru-sama. It was Hatake Kakashi." Orochimaru asked in surprise, "Kakashi was able to kill you? How? And why did you run into him again?" Orochimaru suspected that Kabuto ran into Hiruzen, Jiraiya, or Fujin. He didn't expect it'd be Kakashi. Kabuto answered, "It was immediately after I escaped. I thought that I had managed to get away successfully. However, he was still somehow able to track me. In addition, he was also able to sneak behind me without alerting me. I had no idea until he stabbed me with his Chidori." Orochimaru frowned. While he knew Kakashi was strong, he didn't think he'd be strong enough to kill Kabuto in such a manner. He wondered, was he putting up an act against my clone? Or did Kabuto lower his guard? Even though assassination is his speciality, he shouldn't have been able to kill Kabuto without any assistance. Kabuto could see Orochimaru's thoughts on his face and said, "I hadn't lowered my guard. On the contrary, I had raised it to the highest level considering the situation. However, he still managed to sneak up on me. I'm afraid that Kakashi has been hiding a considerable amount of his strength until Konoha needs him to show it. If not for the Edo Tensei Jutsu, you wouldn't have found out about it either." Orochimaru's lips curled up as he muttered, "Interesting. I didn't expect him to play such a card. I suppose I shouldn't be too surprised considering the talent he displayed in his younger days. I wonder how much more Sensei is keeping hidden." Kabuto added, "We underestimated Konoha. Be it Fujin or Kakashi, both would be very difficult to deal with, and we don't know how strong Might Guy truly is. If we don't make any arrangements to restrain him, he could turn the tides of the war single-handedly. Even you might not survive if he can and does open the gate of death. Not to mention, since Kakashi killed me, Konoha must have read my memories. They should know that we have allied with Tsunagakure and plan to attack Konoha during the final rounds. They'll be prepared." Orochimaru replied, "It's fine. I haven't told you about the final plan. Even if they prepare, it won't have much effect on me. As long as I kill Hiruzen, any resistance they put up and losses we take are inconsequential. That said, you're right. We need to make several changes to our plans." Orochimaru weaved a few hand seals as he continued. "Fortunately, I've already made a few. I can't sustain the Edo Tensei for a long time yet. However, you'll play a role in the upcoming war. Even though you won't be at your full strength, you can't be killed in this state and can only be sealed. Make sure to use it to the fullest." Kabuto nodded as Orochimaru sealed him and stepped out of his laboratory. Kimimaro and Sound 4 were waiting patiently for him. He glanced at them and said, "It's time to meet up with the Kazekage. Follow me." The six of them immediately left the hidden base and began moving towards the Land of Rivers. In Kumogakure, the council had come together for another meeting. Even Inazuma, who had already resigned and accepted the blame for the missing ninjas, was present. However, the reason for this meeting was quite different from the meetings they had been having for the past few days. A placed a scroll on the table and said, "I received this scroll from Tsunagakure this morning. It's rather interesting." A's tone puzzled others in the room, and they began reading the scroll. Mabui explained. Even though they didn't say it outright, they're hinting at creating a secret alliance to assault Konoha together. From their words and the events in Konoha, we suspect that Orochimaru is involved as well. The entire room was surprised. None of them expected such an invitation. Darui muttered, "That's a very convenient timing. They send such a proposal right when we are suffering from such a loss, and our hatred towards Konoha is at its highest point. However, how could Tsunagakure know that Konoha was behind our missing ninjas?" The entire council became silent for some time, as everyone had their own thoughts. Finally, one of them said, "Could it be that Tsunagakure was behind this incident and is trying to pin the blame on Konoha?" A replied, "I don't think so. They don't have anyone to do something like this. If they did, their situation wouldn't be as bad as it is. It was definitely Konoha. However, this is indeed suspicious. Both Tsunagakure and Orochimaru are associated with Konoha. I suspect that this is another scheme of Konoha. They know that we have taken heavy losses and are vulnerable. This might be a trap to lure us. If we participate, they could join hands with Konoha to wipe out the forces we send. Combined with our current losses..." A didn't say anything else, as everyone knew how dire the consequences would be. Several members glanced at Inazuma, who said, "I'm of the same opinion. Even though I can see why the Kazekage hates Konoha, this is too suspicious. Even with Orochimaru, they shouldn't have the numbers to attack Konoha. On the contrary, they might have reached a deal with Konoha. Perhaps Konoha would assist them financially in return for their help to reduce our strength even further." The hearts of the council members became cold on hearing his words. Their hatred towards Konoha was increased by another level. At the same time, the fear in their hearts increased as well. They immediately began cursing. "God damn Konoha! Those bastards are relentless. It's one fucking scheme after another. Are they still unsatisfied despite inflicting such horrendous losses? Curse those spineless Suna cowards as well. They've bent over backwards to maintain their alliance with Konoha. Don't they have any pride in being a great Illage? There is no need to think about them. At this point, they are nothing but Konoha's lackeys. Raikage-sama, we can't keep enduring all their schemes. Even though we can't attack Konoha openly, we need to do something to make them pay. And I know just the one we should target." Everyone was intrigued by his words and looked at the council member with curiosity. He continued, "There is little doubt that Konoha is using Orochimaru to bait us. In fact, they might be using him to bait Tsunagakure as well. It is obvious that he is a rogue only in name. Let us hunt the snake down and make them pay. The loss of a rank S ninja and the Hokage's disciple will hurt them dearly, and they can't do anything about it openly either since they have declared him a rogue nin." Everyone thought for a bit before agreeing that his words made sense. Even I was pleased. However, Inazuma said, "As good as the idea is, I'll recommend not to go overboard right now. Don't forget Akuro's threat. Hunting Orochimaru won't be easy and you'll have to participate in it, Lord Forth. However, if Akuro attacks the village when you're away again, it'll cause an even larger turmoil in the village." The faces of the Kumogakure leaders became ugly on hearing Akuro's name. They hated him even more than Konoha. Even though I was cursed for not being in the village and Inazuma took the blame, the people in Kumogakure didn't shy away from calling other leaders incompetent and useless. They did nothing despite facing only one enemy and let him humiliate the village to this extent. The entire Kumogakure Council's reputation was at its lowest point throughout its history. I said, "Don't worry, I'll be careful this time. Even if I move out, B will stay in the village. Even though targeting Orochimaru is a good idea, hunting down Akuro is our priority." Everyone nodded their heads in agreement. The council continued making plans to deal with the situation and also discussed the reports sent by the ninjas to look for the missing ninjas. In Konoha, Hiruzen and Shikaku were in Shikaku's office as he explained the defensive plans to Hiruzen. Unlike what Orochimaru and Kabuto suspected, Konoha had no access to Kabuto's memories. They didn't know how and when they would be attacked, so Shikaku developed a comprehensive plan covering all aspects. After going through everything, Hiruzen nodded and said, "Great work as usual, Shikaku." However, a worried expression appeared on his face as he asked, "Are you sure Fujin would accept this role without any complaints?" And if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay, patilsarvsh8 at OKSBI. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you, Antonio, Turian, Munkasir Sahil, Andres, Blaj, Lexi, and Babong Shu for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 702, A New Moniker. Chapter 708 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. A worried expression appeared on Hiruzen's face as he asked, "Are you sure Fujin would accept this role without any complaints?" Shikaku replied casually, "As troublesome as that boy is, he doesn't have the ego that most other rank S ninjas have. You can't imagine how thankful I am for that, so it shouldn't be an issue." Hiruzen didn't reply, but complained internally, "Sure, he doesn't have an ego, but he makes me pay for any injustice he suffers, even if that injustice is imaginary. Sigh, I hope Shikaku is correct. I don't want to spend money to craft another sword." Shikaku suddenly said, "That said, this will likely be the first time Fujin will fight in the open in front of everyone. Or rather, it'll be the first time after he became a rank S ninja. Even though he fought Orochimaru twice, that battle wasn't witnessed by many. Considering the role he'll play, it is also a good time to give him an official moniker." Hiruzen snapped out of his thoughts and nodded. He replied, "True. The spectral swordsman can't be used openly. And even if we deny it, it'll be troublesome if our enemies keep calling him by that name for decades, as it could drive a wedge between us and our allies. Do you have any thoughts on a new moniker for Fujin?" Shikaku smiled and said, "Considering what his missions have been, what his role would be in this battle, and his current moniker, it's a rather simple answer. I can't think of a more appropriate moniker than Konoha's sword." Hiruzen chuckled and said, "That's very fitting. Konoha's sword, a sword that cuts through our enemies. It perfectly indicates what he has been doing for the past few years. At the same time, it also carries a word from his current moniker, reminding everyone of the threat he could pose. All right, propagate this moniker after the situation is dealt with." Shikaku nodded and replied, "Sure. Anyway, who do we call first?" Hiruzen replied, "Well, Jiraiya is busy training Naruto, and Kakashi is training Sasuke. Guy is with his disciple as well. The only one who is free right now is Fujin." Shikaku couldn't help but sigh enviously. He thought, "When Hokage proposed bringing Fujin into the council, I thought I could finally have some revenge for all the work he put me through. However, why is it that I'm still buried in work while he is on a never-ending vacation?" Poor Guy shed a few non-existent tears as Hiruzen sent an Anbu ninja to call for Fujin. In a few minutes, Fujin entered Shikaku's office. He looked at the maps on Shikaku's desk, as well as the envy in Shikaku's eyes. With an innocent smile on his face, Fujin said, "Impressive, Shikaku-san. You're already done with the planning." Shikaku's expression became slightly dark, understanding the taunt behind Fujin's words. Hiruzen coughed to distract him and said, "Take a seat, Fujin. Shikaku will explain the plan and your role." Fujin obliged as Shikaku began explaining, "Before I tell you about your role in the war, let us first discuss who our enemies could be." Fujin nodded as Shikaku began explaining the situation to the person who knew more about what was about to happen than even the planners of the war, despite the changes that could occur in the future. Shikaku said, "As you know, our opponents could be Tsunagakure and Orochimaru. In addition, I also considered Kumogakure. From the news we received, Kumogakure's elder Inazuma announced his resignation and accepted the blame for everything that went wrong. This was something I considered. This means that the Raikage's position will stay stable for the time being. Even though their forces have been severely hit, it gives him more flexibility than what I had initially estimated." Hiruzen replied, "Yeah, that was a brilliant move. The third Raikage left a good card behind to bail his son out." Shikaku nodded and said, "Yes. Even though the fourth Raikage is strong and courageous like his father, he lacks in terms of scheming and is quick to lose his temper. That said, even though he was bailed out of trouble, he is still on thin ice. I'm confident that Kumo wouldn't join hands with Tsunagakure and Orochimaru considering the risks involved. Of course, I'll prepare our forces just in case they do something completely out of the blue. Hiruzen replied, Good. Let's turn our attention back to Orochimaru and Tsunagakure. Shikaku nodded and looked at Fujin. He said, You should be very well aware of Suna's forces, so I won't go into too much detail and just focus on what we may have to deal with. That would depend on how they attack us. It'll be in one of the two ways we discussed earlier. Either they'll send a small group of elites across the Land of Fire to attack us sneakily during the final round, or they would invade the Land of Fire with a large army at that time. The second case is unlikely, as Suna's forces are far inferior as compared to ours. If they decide to confront us in this way, it'll mean that they're either banking on Orochimaru to engage in guerrilla warfare against us and cause us heavy losses, or they have convinced Kumogakure or Iwagakure to attack us from multiple fronts. I have made contingency plans for all scenarios, but I'll explain them later as we'll have time to respond in case of a full invasion. Fujin nodded as Shikaku continued. Our second opponent is Orochimaru. From the intel we received from Jiraiya-sama, Orochimaru was very active in the Land of Rice. There is a high chance that Otogakure is under his control, so we'll be assuming that all of Otogakure's forces will be participating as well. Hiruzen added, Even if that village isn't under his control, it'll be foolish to think that Orochimaru doesn't have a few highly capable shinobi under his command. Kabuto being able to escape from Kakashi is enough proof for that. It is difficult to say how many capable shinobi he raised over the last decade. Shikaku nodded and said, So our enemies will include 2 rank S ninjas at the minimum alongside several dozen or even hundreds of well-trained ninjas. Fujin nodded and said, I figured as much. Both are rather troublesome to deal with. Will I be dealing with Orochimaru again? Hiruzen replied, No. Even though you forced him to retreat twice, he'll come prepared next time for everything you showed. The battle will be completely different. I'm not underestimating you, and perhaps you might still win, but it is too risky. Jiraiya will be responsible for handling him. Fujin replied, All right, that makes sense. Will I be dealing with the Kazekage then? A frown appeared on Fujin's face as he said, I'm not too sure how effective my jutsus will be against the Kazekage's gold. If he can maintain his control over his gold against my wind jutsus, then he'll be difficult to deal with. Do you know whether fire would work on it? Perhaps I could melt his gold particles. Hiruzen chuckled at Fujin's idea. Even though Rasa was undoubtedly the weakest Kage currently, and perhaps even in history, he was still a rank S ninja. Dealing with him wouldn't be a child's play. Shikaku replied, Unfortunately, fire doesn't work much. If it did, he wouldn't have still been alive. I'm not too sure of your Winjutsus, but it doesn't matter. You won't be facing him either. He'll be sitting next to Hokage-sama in the final round. If he plans on attacking us, then he'll definitely sneak attack Hokage-sama in an attempt to take him down quickly. So, he'll be the one to deal with the Kazekage. He glanced at Hiruzen and added, You'll have to be careful. As Fujin said, his gold can be troublesome. Hiruzen nodded and said, Don't worry, I'll keep my guard up. Knowing his arrogance, he might attack me without any backup. If that's the case, I'll focus on killing him quickly. It should result in the Suna ninjas surrendering or fleeing. Fujin nodded but was confused. He wondered, So what's my role in the battle? Take down Gaara? Deal with any unknown factors that might pop up? Or does he have something special in his mind? AN, if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link. Patreon.com/devilhex. No space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay, Patilsarvesh8 at OKSB. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you King Scales, Sahil, Arsbalam, Yureen, Pervisaj, Win, Call Me Danny, Gilliam, Extra Small, Nicholas Zypharis, Gabriel, Matthias, and Hofi, Archbishop, and Scott for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder. Contact link in the description. Chapter 703, A Long Vacation to the Land of Winds. Chapter 709 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Shikaku continued explaining his calculations. If Orochimaru hadn't fought you in the second round, then they might have attacked us with just the 2 of them. Even more so if Jiraiya-sama wasn't in the village. However, Orochimaru's attack warned us about their possible plans, which made us call Jiraiya-sama back. In addition, they became aware of your real strength. Now they know that they'll have to deal with you, Jiraiya-sama and Hokage-sama. So it is very unlikely that they'll attack without involving a third, or perhaps even a fourth rank, S-ninja. He paused and glanced at Hiruzen before continuing. My initial thought was that they might recruit Akatsuki's help. However, he has received intel that Orochimaru is no longer involved with Akatsuki. Or rather, he betrayed them. So that isn't a threat for now. However, considering how unexpectedly Akuro appeared, it won't be too strange if they find someone like him. In fact, they might even ally with him, considering that he attacked Root in the past. Regardless of who it is, they will make some arrangements. Fujin nodded and said, I see. Yeah, that makes sense. They'll be outnumbered if they're attacking the village, so they will want to compensate quantity with quality. I guess my job will be to deal with this unknown factor. A smirk appeared on Shikaku's face as he answered, Once again, no. Fujin raised an eyebrow, but there was no change in Shikaku's expression. Seeing Shikaku enjoying the suspense, Fujin let out a sigh and muttered, You should have said that you're going to talk in riddles for so long. I'd have brought some ramen along. Shikaku chuckled and explained, As he said earlier, Orochimaru will make plans to counter you. Whoever they recruit will have a way to either counter or restrict you. At the very least, that ninja will keep you occupied during the duration of the battle. That'll put a major dent in our counterattacking capabilities. So unless there is no choice, you'll stay clear of any other rank S ninja who show up. Instead, Guy will be the one to deal with them. He'll open the 6th or the 7th inner gate, depending on the enemy, and kill them before they realize what is happening. Once the enemy is dead, Guy will be escorted to a safe place by a couple of Anbu squads, and their retreat will be covered by Kakashi. I'll assign a couple of elite Junins as well, to cover his retreat in case Kakashi is occupied. Fujin was a bit surprised. He thought, now that's unexpected. Having Guy go all out at the very start? That will catch anyone by surprise. I wonder who will be the unlucky fellow to be on the receiving end. Shikaku continued, While Guy is dealing with them and Hokage-sama and Jiraiya-sama keep the Kazekage and Orochimaru occupied, you'll focus on cleaning up the weaker enemies. As you know, we must not only win this battle, but also do so with minimal losses. If our losses are high, then it'll give an opportunity to other villages to become adventurous, especially if our losses exceed Kumo's losses. Your job will be to ensure that this doesn't happen by cutting down the enemies swiftly. He paused for a moment before continuing. Actually, I had been thinking of this role for you ever since we received intel about Tsunagakure's possible betrayal. Your performance in the Land of Lightning made me even more sure. Cut down as many of their elites as you can before they even get a chance to go on the attack. It'll not only free up our forces to help others, but also put the Kazekage and Orochimaru under pressure to win their battles quickly, which could result in them making a mistake. Fujin thought for a bit before replying, That seems easy enough. All right, I'll focus on killing as many as I can as soon as the battle begins. Hiruzen sighed internally in relief that Fujin hadn't asked to fight against the stronger fighters. As a rank S ninja, he knew very well how rare the opportunity to battle against rank S ninjas was. So, he had expected Fujin to insist on fighting at least one. Shikaku replied, Good. Even though your role is to cut down enemy numbers, you'll also have to pay attention to other events. One big variable is Gaara. If they plan to attack us, they'll likely set One Tail loose during the final round and use the distraction to attack us. Kakashi will be the one responsible for keeping One Tail under control with his Sharingan. However, if he isn't able to control him or is blocked by others, you may have to change your target to restrain Shukaku with the Four Symbols seal. It'll be a similar case with Guy's fights. In case his opponent is able to somehow withstand his 8 inner gates technique and overwhelm him, you'll have to assist him. I won't give any more specific orders. Just act depending on what you think will be the best during the battle. Fujin nodded. Shikaku explained a few more things to Fujin, taking his feedback on some to see if he could get more perspectives. They discussed for nearly an hour before Fujin left the office. As he returned to his house, Fujin thought, I didn't expect Shikaku to go with such a plan. Considering our numerical advantage, Slowing the enemy down and then overwhelming them with numbers is the most natural strategy. Of course, the enemy would think of that as well and will instead look for a quick victory. However, Shikaku has gone with the opposite strategy. A quick and clean victory. It'll catch the enemy off guard. That said, a weird expression appeared on Fujin's face as he realized, I'll have to kill dozens, possibly over 100 Suna ninjas once again. It seems like that village is fated to suffer at my hands. For a moment, even Fujin felt pity for Suna ninjas. Of course, it was just for a moment. After all, they were the aggressors this time. Fujin couldn't be blamed if they were willingly running to their deaths. Fujin returned to his house and entered the basement. He was greeted by a surprising sight. All 40 of his shadow clones had a wide smile plastered on their faces. The clones saw him as well and said, "It's done." At the next moment, all the shadow clones dispelled themselves, giving a few headaches to Fujin. However, Fujin completely ignored the headaches as a glint appeared in his eyes and a smile lit up his face. He exclaimed, "Marvelous." In Shikaku's office, Shikaku said, "Told you, you were worried for nothing." Hiruzen nodded and said, "Yes, thankfully." Shikaku's expression became serious. He asked, "Even though I planned for their attack, what are your plans for after the battle is over? If Tsunagakure attacks us, it'll destroy the agreement we reached during the Third Great Ninja War. Such a violation will force us to retaliate, as we'll be seen as weak if we don't, which will give ideas to our other allies. However, fighting Tsunagakure in the desert will be too costly." Hiruzen sighed and massaged his forehead. He said, "Yes, it will be a big diplomatic issue and be very complicated to deal with. Our alliance with Tsunagakure and the civil war in Kirigakure are the two main reasons why the next Great War hasn't started yet. That said, it's too soon to say for sure. It'll depend on how the battle ends. If the Kazekage is killed, then we could use the ninjas we detain to broker a new contract and install a Kazekage who will be subservient towards us. If not, then it'll get more troublesome." Shikaku nodded. He thought for a bit and muttered, "I suppose we could always send Fujin to a long vacation in the Land of Wind if they decide to continue the hostilities." Hiruzen chuckled, recalling the mess Fujin created a few years ago, and replied, "That might work. Perhaps they might start begging to start the negotiations in a few weeks." The two continued calling other ninjas who'd play an important role in the battle, and the discussions continued until late in the day. By midnight, all of them were aware of their role. The next day, in a secluded region in the Land of River, a secret meeting was taking place. A simple table had been set up, with a chair on either side of the table. On one side sat Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin and the leader of Otogakure. Behind him were Kimimaro and the Sound Four. On the other side was Rasa, the fourth Kazekage. Behind him were 4 of the strongest Anbu in Tsunagakure. The discussion between these two powerful ninjas would decide whether the world would witness the first official war between two great illages since the end of the Third Great Ninja War. AN, if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link, www.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay. Paddle Sarvesh8 at OKSB can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you, Alex, for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder, contact link in the description. Chapter 704, Danger. Chapter 710 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. In his basement, Fujin was working intently. What his clones had created was a new seal, a seal that had likely never existed in the history of the ninja world. Fujin was working on developing its seal imprint when his eyes suddenly widened. He immediately stopped working and looked in the western direction with a grave expression. At the very next second, he disappeared from his basement, leaving only a shadow clone behind. In the Land of Rivers, Orochimaru and Rasa were sitting facing each other. To throw Orochimaru off his game, Rasa casually said, "Orochimaru, you finally decided to meet me. My council were worried that you became fearful after your loss against the spectral swordsman." Kimimaro and the rest frowned, but Orochimaru just chuckled and replied, "Your council has a very wild imagination. You should bring them along next time." Rasa's smile faded away at the indirect threat in Orochimaru's words. He glanced at Jirobo and asked, "Who's that?" Jirobo was holding a bloodied body with a large hole in his back. The man was already dead, yet a fearful expression was plastered on his face. Rasa was surprised to see someone close to this location. They had carefully selected a location where no one would trespass for their meeting. Orochimaru chuckled and answered, "Just a rat who was scurrying at the wrong place. I hadn't thought much of him, but he ended up being very interesting. I hadn't expected something to be happening in the dark in this country as well." Rasa frowned. The Land of Rivers was directly situated between the Land of Fire and the Land of Wind and acted as a buffer. As such, both villages were wary of the other village using the Land of Rivers as a forward base to invade the other country, especially at such a critical time. Rasa couldn't overlook any threat from this country. He asked, "What do you mean?" Orochimaru replied, he was barely a Chunin. However, there was a very complicated seal on his body, a seal that would be difficult for even a grandmaster to see. Even I suffered due to it. Orochimaru let out a chuckle as he glanced towards his right arm. 15 minutes ago, even though the number of ninjas in the Phantom Haven Society was still low, it maintained a large intelligence network that went even beyond the Land of River. The field agents had to frequently make trips to collect information from the informants. Unfortunately, one of them happened to pass right through the area where Orochimaru's group was waiting for Rasa to arrive. Needless to say, the poor guy stood no chance. He was easily captured by the Sound Four. They asked him a few questions, but he didn't give any answer. Orochimaru walked towards him as he said, "Interesting. I wonder why you are in such a desolate area at this time. Whose orders are you following?" Fear appeared on the field agent's face as he muttered in shock, "Orochimaru?" Orochimaru placed his right hand on his head and said, "Let me see what brought you here." He inserted yin chakra into his head. However, at that very instant, Orochimaru's eyes widened. He quickly withdrew his arm and shouted, "Let him go!" Jirobo and Kidomaru, who were holding the ninja, quickly let him go as several seals appeared on his body. Orochimaru turned his attention to his own arm, which was covered in several curse seals. Both he and his subordinates were shocked. Orochimaru was about to control the seals and stop them from spreading when he instinctively felt a great danger. He immediately chopped his arm off and wondered, what was that? Why did I feel like I was about to suffer heavily? What was in those curse seals? My instincts are still warning me. Who is this guy? "Lord Orochimaru, are you all right?" Kimimaro asked worriedly. Orochimaru didn't reply, but instead attacked his severed arm, which was completely covered in curse seals by then, completely destroying it. He flickered behind the field agent, who had fallen lifelessly to the ground, and attacked his back, destroying the part where the phantom seal was located. A couple of 100 kilometers away, Fujin appeared in the Land of River. He began sensing his flying thunder god marks once again, but a frown appeared on his face as he muttered, "Weird." Fujin analyzed. "The sensation I got earlier. Someone must have tried to mess with the phantom seal. Unfortunately, I still can't detect the marks in the Land of River from Konoha, so I can't say for sure where that incident happened. However, now that I'm here, I can detect all the marks in this country. Once someone tries to read the memory of my subordinates, the Phantom Seal not only counterattacks with curse seals, but also transfers a Flying Thunder God mark on that ninja's body. Considering the mark on my subordinate's body, there should be one stationary and one moving mark very close to each other. However, I can't sense any two marks close to each other outside of the Phantom Haven base. Were my marks destroyed? Even though the Flying Thunder God marks were permanent and couldn't be destroyed, the same couldn't be said about the objects or people that were marked. To Fujin's knowledge, that was the only way to get rid of the mark. Since Orochimaru destroyed his severed arm and the back of the field agent, Fujin's Flying Thunder God marks, which were on their flesh, were lost as well. As such, he couldn't sense them anymore. Needless to say, the danger Orochimaru felt was from the Flying Thunder God mark. While Fujin was curious to see who had attacked his subordinate, he planned to first send his shadow clone to slam a Rasen Shuriken into whoever that person was and investigate it later. If Orochimaru had delayed even for a few seconds, he would have suffered heavily, or even died. irrespective of whether Fujin wanted to harm him or not. Rasa broke Orochimaru out of his thoughts by asking, a seal that even a Grandmaster can't detect? Why was it on someone as weak as him? Orochimaru replied, no idea. I'll look more into it after we have dealt with Konoha. Regardless of who it is, they have successfully gained my attention. A disgusting grin appeared on Orochimaru's face as he thought, let me see who it was that could make me feel such danger. Ha! His grin disgusted Rasa. He said, you're right, we can look into this later. For now, focus on the important matter. Baki reported that your colleague, the Toad Sage, has returned to Konoha due to your stunt. Along with Suzuki Fujin's strength, our original plan is useless now. If we continue with the same plan, it'll be us who'll lose our heads. Orochimaru replied, I know. Why do you think I was so busy for the past few weeks? Rasa replied in annoyance, how can I know when you refused to meet up until now? There is only a week left until the final round begins now. It is too late to make any significant changes. Orochimaru replied, don't worry. I have already made arrangements to take care of the matter. However, you're right. We need to change our plans. Rasa asked, what changes do you propose? Orochimaru answered, for starters, you won't fight against the Hokage. Instead, I'll fight him alone. You, on the other hand, will stall Suzuki Fujin. With your magnet release and ability to manipulate gold, that wouldn't be too difficult. Rasa frowned. He asked, how strong is the boy? How true is the news propagated by Konoha? A smirk appeared on Orochimaru's face as he answered, strong, very strong. He might be the strongest ninja at wind manipulation currently alive. At the very least, he is stronger than you. You won't be able to kill him. Hence, your focus needs to only be on stalling him until I'm done with Hiruzen. Of course, Konoha has stretched the truth. The main reason for my retreat was to avoid having to face both Fujin and Hiruzen at the same time. However, he was able to fight against me on equal ground and even gain the upper hand a few times. Don't underestimate that boy when you stall him. Rasa's frown deepened. He didn't like what he was hearing. He snorted internally and thought, stronger than me? Are you implying that you're stronger than me? How presumptuous. However, under normal circumstances, Rasa wouldn't have taken such an insult lying down. However, Orochimaru's belief was advantageous for his plans. So he kept his calm and said, tell me everything about his abilities. I had initially written Orochimaru reading the Phantom Haven member's memory to set up a future event. Luckily, I recalled that the Phantom Seal doesn't allow memories to be read. Had to read up on all my notes on the Phantom Seal, which felt weird for some reason. So I had to rewrite most of that stuff. That kind of pushed the fun part of Orochimaru and Rasa's conversation into the next chapter. Sorry about that. Anyway, would like to say something about this arc. There will be quite a few changes to the canon in this arc. In terms of divergence from canon, this arc will likely have it the most. We have already seen that with Kabuto's death and Kumogakure's losses. It won't be restricted to just events, but will also extend to some jutsu's techniques, with which I'll be taking some liberties. For instance, the Flying Thunder God Mark in this chapter. There will be a lot of unexpected moments, and maybe an instance that'll probably be very controversial in this arc. And I'll be making a few long plays, that is, events that'll only be completely clear after a few chapters, but will be cleared in this arc. So please cut me some slack in this arc, and please continue reading until the arc is done to make final judgments. I can only promise that you'll love it by the end. If you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link, patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay. Paddle Sarvesh 8 at OKSB can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you Nitsu, Gabriel, Supreme Bifos, Surya, John, and Ivan for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 7.5, Old and New Plans. Chapter 7.11 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Tell me everything about his abilities. Orochimaru agreed and informed Rasa about the abilities Fujin displayed. He covered everything from Fujin's speed, control over the wind, combination jutsus, Accium jutsus, and wind domain. The only part that he left out was Fujin's sharp tongue, as he was looking forward to Rasa getting a taste of it. Rasa frowned and analyzed. His ability to manipulate winds is truly remarkable. To create a dome of wind and perfectly control it. We don't have anyone with such control. It almost reminds me of the things said about Lord Second. Before Orochimaru could finish speaking, Rasa asked, "Is it true he can use Scorch Release?" Orochimaru shrugged and answered, "I can't say for sure. He used the wind dome he created to take control of my fire jutsu and merge it with his wind chakra. The result was very similar to Scorch Release, but I didn't see him use it independently. According to my calculations, he must be working on recreating the Scorch Release and is very close to the last step. If he succeeds, then it'll be quite remarkable." A smirk appeared on Orochimaru's face as he continued. "Considering his previous actions, I'm afraid your village will suffer heavily if he is allowed to fully mature." Rasa's expression became slightly ugly. He wondered, how does Orochimaru know that he was behind that incident? Akatsuki had taken an interest in why the western region of the Land of Wind had become so unstable. Due to being the only Akatsuki member from Tsunagakure, Sasori had been assigned to investigate. As his partner, Orochimaru got the information from Sasori's spies too. Initially, he was unsure about the information, but his doubts disappeared after Fujin killed Juzo. Rasa analyzed, "He's right. That boy will become more troublesome if he continues to grow stronger, especially the Scorch Release. We can't allow any other village to get their hands on Scorch Release, especially not Konoha. However, Orochimaru is purposefully trying to make me restless. Everything will be fine if we win. However, if we lose, then Tsunagakure will be doomed." Rasa said, "You still haven't said how you'll deal with Jiraiya. Also, what about Tsunade? What are your plans if Konoha brings her back to the village and keeps her hidden until we attack?" Orochimaru answered, "I have already made arrangements to keep Jiraiya occupied during the battle. As for Tsunade, she won't participate in the war. I have long made arrangements to ensure that." Rasa frowned and replied, "That doesn't tell me anything." Orochimaru chuckled and asked, "Do you expect me to tell you all my secrets, Rasa?" Rasa snorted and said, "If you don't, how am I supposed to know whether the arrangements are good enough? You said that you wanted to fight the Hokage while I stall Fujin. Considering our positions, I'll be next to him. How are you planning to switch our positions when they'll be monitoring me closely?" Orochimaru replied, "It's simple. I'll disguise as you and sit next to the old man. You disguise as a normal Tsunagakure ninja and intercept Fujin when he tries to reinforce the old man." Rasa's expression became dark. He snarled, "Disguise as the Kazekage? Are you out of your mind, Orochimaru? I can't agree with this. According to our original plan, you were supposed to disguise as one of my Anbu guards and attack the Hokage along with me. Even that plan was hotly contested in my council. What you are proposing now is preposterous." Kimimaro, who had been paying close attention to Rasa and his guards, thought, "According to our original plan, I was supposed to kill you here. You were just lucky that Konoha had someone who could fight against Orochimaru-sama." Orochimaru asked nonchalantly, "So, what do you propose?" Rasa went silent for nearly a minute as he analyzed all the information he just received. His expression hardened as he answered, "This plan has become too risky. Our original plan was to take the Hokage by surprise and kill him without allowing him to fight back. However, your actions during the second round of the exam have alerted Konoha. We no longer have the surprise factor, and they'll be prepared for our attack. Without the element of surprise, even our combined forces wouldn't be a match for Konoha, let alone just a few hundred elites. I was counting on your arrangements. Unfortunately, you still haven't given me any specifics of your arrangements. In addition, you delayed our meeting for 3 weeks. I wanted to use this time to target Suzuki Fujin and kill him before we started our attack. It's too late now." Orochimaru's smile faded away as Rasa continued. "Considering all these factors, I have decided to postpone our plans to attack Konoha for the time being." For the first time, there wasn't a hint of a smile on Orochimaru's face. Instead, a dark expression had appeared. He didn't think that Tsunagakure would try to pull out of the war just a week before it was supposed to start, despite knowing the threat Konoha would pose. Orochimaru asked grimly, "Postpone? After coming all this way, You want to back off now? Do you think Konoha wouldn't retaliate against you? And do you think your chances will improve after giving their ninjas an opportunity to become stronger? Rasa replied without any hesitation. Irrespective of whether they improve or not, it is better than rushing in brainlessly without a good plan. What's the use of considering all of that if we lose the war? You may not care about the lives of your subordinates, but I have to consider what's good for my village. Orochimaru was so angry that he began laughing in rage. He asked provocatively, Rasa, do you think I'm someone you can make a fool of? An intense bloodlust emanated from Orochimaru as he spoke. His chakra was riling up as well. Rasa's Anbu guards immediately raised their guard. However, Rasa didn't back off. He riled his own chakra to counter Orochimaru's presence and said, It was your stunt in the Chunin exam that ruined our plan. Without the surprise element, we will be the ones at a disadvantage. Suna won't participate in such a war. However, we're still open to future cooperation. You're right, Konoha's ninjas will continue growing stronger. Hence, our next step would be to target the stronger Konoha ninjas. We'll lure them out of Konoha and secretly eliminate them using our full force. By the time Konoha realizes our scheme, I want to kill both Suzuki Fujin and Hatake Kakashi. In addition, we can also target their other elite Junins. With our strength, that wouldn't be too difficult to do. Once Konoha's top-level fighting capabilities are reduced, we can target Konoha once again and put this plan into action. What do you say, Orochimaru? Orochimaru's expression became even darker. If someone were to hear Rasa's words and plans, they would find it very reasonable and appropriate. However, Orochimaru wasn't just someone. He knew fully well about Konoha's capabilities. He cursed. This moron. Does he think that Sensei will just wait around for him to make his moves now that Konoha has recovered its strength? If we don't make a move now, he'll have the Naras start making plans to make a move against both Oto and Suna. If he foolishly tried to target their elites, the most likely scenario is that his head will roll. Thoughts clashed in his brain at the speed of light as he analyzed, should I do it and continue the plan alone? The arrangements I made over the last 3 weeks should be enough to crush Konoha. However, things will be tricky without a second-rank S-ninja to look after the operation while I'm dealing with Sensei. If something goes wrong, there won't be any chance of saving the situation. Orochimaru immediately began convincing Rasa about continuing the plan. He warned him that Konoha wouldn't wait for him and might send Fujin to do something similar again. Rasa obviously knew that. However, the situation had become too risky and he had no reason to trust Orochimaru. He would rather deal with Konoha's schemes than blindly trust the snake. Hence, Rasa didn't budge from his position. Instead, he tried to convince Orochimaru to assault Konoha in the future and join him in the plan to eliminate Konoha's top ninjas. The situation became quite weird. Both of them hated and despised each other, but didn't show it and tried to remain cordial since they needed each other's help. The two had an intense discussion for over 10 minutes, but were still at an impasse. Neither had good expressions as they realized that the other party was too stubborn to change their mind. Finally, Orochimaru let out a long sigh and said, "Kazekage-san." Suddenly, without any change in his expression or demeanor, Kimimara's fingertips parted, creating holes and exposing his hardened finger bones. He pointed them at Rasa and his guards in one smooth action, and fired his bones like bullets at the unsuspecting Suna ninjas. If you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link www.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay, patilsarvesh8 at OKSBuy. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you Alyssa, Eddie, Siraj, T.I., Sunny, Quintus, Meekle, Shiam, Jack, and Chandave for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening, narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder. Contact link in the description. Chapter 706, Overwhelming Might. Chapter 712 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Kazekage-san. The moment Orochimaru said those words, Kimimaro got into action. Even though Fujin's existence had forced Orochimaru to change his plans, if Rasa didn't cooperate, he had no reason to leave him alive. If the talks didn't go as planned, he asked Kimimaro to attack if he said those words. Kimimaro's fingertips parted without making any sound. Since Rasa and his subordinates weren't aware of his background, no one suspected anything. However, the instant Kimimara's hands moved to point his fingertips at them, all 4 Anbu ninjas stared at his hands. After all, the 4 of them could be considered elites among elites in Sunagakure. They wouldn't miss such an obvious movement, no matter how stealthy it might have been. However, none of them anticipated that Kimimaro would shoot bones from his fingertips. Rasa wasn't an exception either. Unlike his guards, he didn't dare to take his eyes off Orochimaru. That proved to be a mistake, as Kimimaro fired 6 bones at Rasa and 1 each at his 4 subordinates. Careful, Kazekage-sama! The 4 Anbu guards immediately got into action. In a flash, kunai appeared in their hands. They dodged the bones aimed at them and moved to block the bones aimed at Rasa. Unfortunately, the bones were too fast for them. Just as the 6 bones were about to hit Rasa, they froze in the air. Surprise appeared on Kimimaro's face. He focused on his bones and realized, gold particles? How did he stop my attacks with so little gold? Rasa thought, I should have known, we can't trust this snake. Unfortunately, before Rasa could make a move, Orochimaru opened his mouth and exhaled poisonous gas at Rasa and his guards. Under normal circumstances, Rasa and the rest would have easily dodged it. However, Kimimaro's attack had distracted them. Coupled with how close the 2 sides were to each other, they didn't have a chance to dodge and were engulfed by purple smoke. In the blink of an eye, all 5 Suna ninjas flickered backwards while holding their breaths. One of the Anbu ninjas asked, Kazekage-sama, are you fine? Rasa immediately replied, I am. Focus on the enemy, he is from the Kaguya clan. Don't lose sight of Orochimaru and others. Giving them no time to regroup, Kimimaro moved towards the Suna ninjas, right through the purple smoke. 2 bone swords had appeared in his hand. With a frown on his face, Rasa wondered, wasn't the Kaguya clan wiped out? Why does Orochimaru have a subordinate from that cursed clan? At the same time, Orochimaru slithered along the ground and moved towards Rasa. Wind release, pressure damage jutsu. Fire release, searing migraine jutsu. 2 of the Suna Anbu blew intense winds towards the incoming attackers, while the remaining 2 exhaled a fierce fire into the intense winds. In the blink of an eye, the entire terrain was covered in a firestorm, engulfing both Kimimaro and Orochimaru. The intense attack forced the Sound Four to retreat. Kidomaru commented, those guys are strong. Tayuya scoffed. Of course, they're trusted to ensure the Kazekage's safety. Not that it'd be of any use. Rasa calculated, this should slow the Kaguya brat. As for Orochimaru... Gold dust appeared around Rasa and rushed into the firestorm. At the same time, he used magnet release to sense gold around him. Suddenly, his eyes widened and shock appeared on his face. From the firestorm, Orochimaru appeared with a hideous grin on his face. Rasa immediately controlled the gold dust he had sent into the firestorm and attacked Orochimaru from 3 directions. However, Orochimaru stamped his foot on the ground and continued moving towards Rasa. As he moved, the ground under his feet transformed into mud and moved up to form several layers of wall, slowing down Rasa's gold to a great extent. The Anbu ninjas were about to engage when they suddenly felt something break out of the firestorm. They turned their heads to see a dinosaur-like human with dark gray skin, dark black eye sclera, yellow eye irises, sharp teeth, 6 large bone spines protruding out of his back, and a long bone-spiked tail. Seeing the bones, they realized that it was Kimimaro, but his appearance still shocked them. Facing 2 enemies, the Anbu ninjas quickly analyzed the situation and came to a unanimous decision without exchanging a single word. All 4 of them moved to stop Kimimaro, leaving Rasa to deal with Orochimaru alone. Kimimaro didn't care about being outnumbered and swung his bone swords at them. Instead of blocking, all 4 Anbu ninjas moved away to be just outside his range while weaving hand seals. Wind release, blades of wind jutsu. Water release, water bullets jutsu. 3 Anbu ninjas launched dozens of wind blades at Kimimaro, while the last one followed up by firing water bullets at him. Due to such close range, Kimimaro couldn't dodge any of the attacks and was hit by all of them. Relief appeared in the eyes of the Suna ninjas, but their relief immediately changed into horror as Kimimaro continued standing in front of them without a single injury on his body. Their attacks had only caused slight discoloration where they landed, but failed to draw any blood. A few meters away, Orochimaru's sword was just a foot away from Rasa's neck when Rasa waved his left hand. Magnet release, Gold Rush Jutsu. Under his sleeve, his gold bracelet turned into gold dust and moved towards Orochimaru. The sword was just a few inches away from Rasa's throat when Orochimaru was hit by the gold dust. In an instant, Orochimaru was blasted behind at a great speed. Orochimaru flipped in the air and landed on his feet. He continued sliding backwards as the mud slowed him down. Rasa asked in a grim tone, "How did you get rid of my gold?" Rasa had long considered that Orochimaru might turn on him. Hence, he had planted a large amount of gold dust deep underneath the meeting spot. The reason why he was shocked earlier was that he couldn't feel that gold. Orochimaru laughed and asked tauntingly, "Did you really think I'd meet you over a gold mine?" The two continued to exchange blows as Rasa asked with a frown, "But how? We were the ones who chose the meeting spot. How could you find the gold I hid?" As someone who could control and manipulate gold freely, Rasa was very confident in his methods of hiding gold. No one without magnet release should have had any chance of finding it. Yet, it had happened. In fact, things were so bad that he couldn't feel any gold in the vicinity. It almost felt like someone had removed all gold particles for dozens of kilometers around that spot. Orochimaru chuckled and continued attacking as he answered, "I have my means." After tanking their jutsus, Kimimaro immediately went on the assault. The Suna ninjas immediately evaded and moved away from him. As a ninja from the Kaguya clan, the Suna ninjas were already wary of his close combat skills. The fact that he brushed off their jutsus with such ease, they were even more sure of their decision. Seeing the Suna ninjas avoiding him, Kimimaro ignored them and moved towards Rasa. It forced the Suna ninjas to attack him. One of them flowed his chakra along his kunai and attacked Kimimaro, who used one of his bones to stop the kunai before counterattacking. The Suna ninja immediately retreated while shouting, "We can't fight him in close range. How do we stop this monster?" One of them replied, "Use Formation 6. In the blink of an eye, all four ninjas flickered. They surrounded Kimimaro on all four sides and blasted him with pressure-damage jutsus. Being bombarded by intense winds from all four directions made it difficult for Kimimaro to move. In addition, sharp winds continued bombarding his body. A few cuts opened up on his body. Yet the Suna ninjas were shocked as the effect of their jutsus was far lesser than what they wanted. At the same time, they tossed dozens of explosive tags along the winds and exploded all of them as soon as they reached Kimimaro. A massive explosion took place, launching dust in every direction. The Suna ninjas shielded their eyes and wondered, "Did we get him?" Suddenly, the eyes of the four Suna ninjas widened as they felt pain in their feet. They looked down and tried to move away, but couldn't move their feet and lost their balance. Bones had appeared from the ground and pierced through their feet, pinning them to the ground. As they looked down, a bone spike was launched from the ground at each of the four Suna ninjas. It pierced right through their bodies, killing them on the spot. Without giving them a second glance, Kimimaro moved towards Rasa, who was already having a tough time resisting Orochimaru. And if you can, then please support me on Patreon, link.patreon.com/devilhex. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay, Paddle Sarvesh 8OKSB, can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you. Happy Fef to you, Nazar, Matthew, Neo, Mason, Battlemaster, Scott, Lucky, Charlie, Eddie, and Ryan for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 707. A Lone Battle. Chapter 713 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. In a secluded spot in the land of River, an intense confrontation was taking place. Rasa's breathing had become rougher, and his surroundings were covered in dead snakes. In front of him was Orochimaru, whose clothes had holes and were drenched in blood, but there wasn't a hint of fear or exhaustion on his face. From the corner of his eyes, Rasa glanced towards his Anbu subordinates. His eyes widened as he saw their impaled bodies behind Kimimaro. He thought in shock. He killed them so easily? Suddenly he flickered as a powerful jet of water pierced through his previous position. Orochimaru chuckled and asked, "Can you afford to be distracted, Rasa?" Gold dust floated around Rasa as he prepared to take on both Orochimaru and Kimimaro. He snorted and said, "Don't underestimate me, Orochimaru. I'm the Kazekage. You'll pay for this misadva." "Huh?" As he was speaking, Rasa began hearing a melodious tune from a flute. He immediately felt his chakra flow being affected and disrupted it. At the next moment, he instinctively moved to his right as an arrow barely missed him. Kidomaru frowned and wondered aloud, "How did he dodge?" "I attacked from his blind spot right when he fell under your genjutsu," Taiuya replied. "Fool. He is a Kage. Besides, our attacks have served their purpose." Orochimaru and Kimimaro went on the offensive, using the opening provided by their attacks. Orochimaru bombarded Rasa with water jutsus, which were blocked by shields made of gold. However, the limited amount of gold with Rasa meant that he didn't have any gold left to stop Kimimaro. Seeing Rasa without his greatest tool, Kimimaro flickered towards him. However, Rasa glanced in his direction while taking a deep breath. Wind release. Desert wind jutsu. A chilling wind blasted Kimimaro as countless small wind blades bombarded his body. Rasa had merged yin chakra into his wind jutsu. As the winds moved, it also moved the soil along, turning it into a deadly weapon. Hundreds of minute cuts appeared on Kimimaro's body, covering him in blood. Coarse soil particles hit these wounds, making them hurt even more. Yet Rasa's eyes widened as Kimimaro continued moving forward unflinchingly. Even though Rasa's attack managed to break through Kimimaro's skin, it couldn't do anything to the layer of bone he had created under his skin. Rasa immediately slammed his hand on the ground while moving backwards, away from both his opponents. Dozens of giant spikes rose from the ground and attacked Kimimaro, but he simply crushed them under his feet and instead used them to move even faster. Rasa immediately recalled the gold that was being used to block Orochimaru's attacks, but Orochimaru attacked once again, forcing him to use the gold dust to defend once again. Rasa cursed, "Shit, this is bad. I need to retreat." Seeing Kimimaro's bone sword inches away from him, Rasa quickly analyzed, "I need to create some distance. Once I have my gold dust back, I can fly in the sky using it and create a distance from them. Then I'll only need to be careful about Orochimaru's summons." Still, being forced to retreat in such a manner, how humiliating. Unfortunately, Rasa could do nothing but swallow his pride. He concentrated chakra on his feet and flickered backwards. Or rather, he tried to. Just as he was about to flicker backwards, he suddenly coughed out blood and his chakra flow was disrupted. Since he failed to manipulate his chakra perfectly, the jutsu failed. Kimimaro wouldn't miss such an opportunity and pierced Rasa's chest with his bone sword. Moments later, more bones appeared out of his forearm and pierced Rasa's chest and abdomen. Despair appeared on Rasa's face as he heard, "Did you think you'd be safe as long as you didn't breathe in the poisonous gas?" The poisonous gas Orochimaru exhaled at Rasa, and his subordinates, worked even if it wasn't inhaled. Rasa's skin was covered in that poison. However, the poison took longer to work when used in this manner. That is why it showed its effect now instead of earlier. Even though Orochimaru was confident in killing Rasa, he knew that Rasa could retreat using his gold. He didn't want to risk Rasa escaping, and hence played this card right at the start. Without a capable medical ninja to help him, Rasa was doomed from that very moment. Rasa glanced to his left and saw Orochimaru's smug face. His despair immediately changed into hatred as he said, "Orochimaru." Orochimaru and Kimimaro could feel the hatred in those words. Orochimaru suddenly felt something amiss. His grin disappeared as he shouted, "Be careful." At the next moment, Rasa controlled all the gold dust nearby. In the blink of an eye, they formed into hundreds of needles and rained at both Orochimaru and Kimimaro. Due to how close the gold dust was to him, Orochimaru had no chance to dodge and hundreds of small holes opened up in his body, including a few in his chest. Sensing the danger, Kimimaro infused even more chakra into his bones, increasing their density and sturdiness. The needles pierced into his body and hit the layer of bone under his skin. They couldn't pierce through them, and were left embedded in his bones. A smirk appeared on Rasa's face as he thought, "If I'm going down, I'm taking you with me." The next second, a bone pierced through the center of his forehead. The fourth Kazekage, the person who had stepped forward after the third Kazekage mysteriously went missing and led Tsunagakure in the Third Great Ninja War, died in the land of River without a single Sunagakure ninja being aware of it. Kimimaro withdrew his bones and glanced at Orochimaru, who was lying on the ground. Suddenly, a pair of hands appeared from his mouth and opened it wide open. A completely healed Orochimaru walked out and looked at Rasa. He muttered, "At least he died in peace, thinking that he killed me." Orochimaru could only chuckle and shake his head. Suddenly, Kimimaro collapsed to his knees and vomited several mouthfuls of blood. Orochimaru's expression became very serious. He quickly began inspecting him. Some distance away, the sound four appeared above the ground. Sakon said, "That was scary. If we had been any slower, those needles would have killed us." Jirobo said, "As expected of Akage's last attack." Tayuya analyzed, "We were lucky that Orochimaru-sama got rid of the gold in the vicinity. If he had more gold, he could have attacked and defended at the same time. Even though Orochimaru-sama would have still won, he might have killed us. Huh?" Kidomaru asked, "What happened to Kimimaro? Did his illness get worse?" They immediately rushed towards Kimimaro. Orochimaru had an ugly expression on his face. Kimimaro had coughed a few more mouthfuls of blood and looked to be completely out of strength. He could barely stop himself from falling to the ground. As the sound four reached close to them, they heard Orochimaru saying, "Even though you blocked the needles dispersed into gold dust and mixed into your bloodstream. This will make your illness even worse." Even though Rasa failed to kill Orochimaru, he had successfully worsened Kimimaro's condition. Just like in the original story, Kimimaro wouldn't be in a state to join the attack on Konoha. Considering Fujin's presence and Konoha's preparedness, the odds were heavily stacked against Orochimaru. Yet, the thought of canceling the attack didn't even cross Orochimaru's mind. He was still as confident as ever. A few 100 kilometers away, Fujin was still standing, trying to figure out the situation. He finally gave up thinking, leave it. Finding the dead guy in this vast country without the mark is too difficult. I'll need to wait for Shigeki's reports. He could give me some information. That said, there is one piece of information I have. Whoever killed him tried to read his memories. That lowers the number of suspects. It's either a Yamanaka ninja Konoha stationed here, or Orochimaru, unless there are others who have learnt this trick too. I think Nagato could do it, and maybe the Jashin faction could have this ability too. Of these, the most suspicious one is definitely Orochimaru, as I don't think any of the remaining three have a reason to target a Phantom Haven member. Of course, that is assuming he didn't do anything crazy. Oh well, no point in speculating too much. I'll soon have another headache to deal with. The first death of a member of Phantom Haven Society. I'll need to handle this issue carefully. If I mishandle it, the members will become restless, and the organization will suffer. However, if I handle it properly, I could use this to increase everyone's bond to the organization and make everyone improve their strength seriously. Fujin immediately began making plans to use this situation to his advantage. Elsewhere, Orochimaru was even busier than Fujin. Unlike Hiruzen, who had an array of capable subordinates to rely on, Orochimaru had lost an ally and his two strongest subordinates. He had only a week to ensure that all his arrangements were perfect before he launched his assault on Konoha. Latest chapter, A Deadly Infection. If you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link w.patreon.com/devilhex. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay, Paddle Sarvesh, A@OKSB. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you, Sir Note, Merciless, Bagus, Reginald, Grim, Chris, Don't Let Me Cook, Eddie, and Alpha Hale for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder, contact link in the description. Chapter 708, Kazakiri. Chapter 714 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Sitting in his office, Hiruzen was going through the updated bingo book. He flipped through the pages until he found what he was looking for. He chuckled and muttered, "So they figured it out, huh?" Without taking his eyes off the book, he ordered, "Call Fujin here." One of his Anbu guards disappeared from the room. Minutes later, Fujin appeared in his office. Hiruzen passed him the bingo book and said, "Take a look." The page Hiruzen had opened had Fujin's entry in the bingo book. He muttered, "So they doubled my bounty to a 100 million Rio, huh?" Hiruzen said, "It looks like they figured out some details due to your involvement and the trap." Fujin nodded and said, "Yeah, Darui and others had seen me use explosive tags earlier, so it isn't surprising. Still, I guess they haven't figured out all the details yet. Otherwise, they might have raised the amount much higher." Hiruzen chuckled and said, "There is no point in increasing the bounties any further. If someone has the strength to kill you, then they can't be bought anyway. The 100 million figure is just to signify the threat you pose. Such a bounty amount isn't really a threat to you, as no one will try to claim it. The only reason why Kumogakure did this was to send a message to other hidden villages. They should soon enter into talks with Iwagakure using this speculation." Fujin was surprised, but after thinking about it, he found Hiruzen's words logical. Even if his bounty was increased to 1 billion, who would bother trying to kill him? He thought, "Now that I think about it, there is one who might be tempted. I wonder if I'll have a third round against Kakuzu soon." Seeing Fujin nod, Hiruzen added, "Of course, it doesn't mean that there aren't any bounties beyond that amount. However, they are generally reserved only for individuals who are extremely hated. The village that issues such a bounty usually goes all out to ensure that person dies." Turn 7 pages. Fujin flipped the pages and saw Akuro's bounty. It was twice that of Fujin's. Fujin felt a bit peculiar and wondered, "So if someone kills me, does he get 100 million or 300 million Rio? It might be fun to create more such identities and wreak havoc. It'll be amusing to see a dozen pages in the bingo book being occupied by me." Even though Fujin thought so, his expression hadn't changed even a bit. Hiruzen asked, "Do you recall running into someone like this?" Fujin shook his head. Hiruzen sighed and said, "The fact that they put up the image of his mask implies that no one in Kumogakure knows what he looks like. Looking for Akuro will be difficult if he refuses to show himself." Fujin agreed and added, "True, but if his personality is as he displayed, I doubt such a person can stay without creating chaos." Hiruzen shrugged and said, "Only time will tell. Anyway, I had another reason to call you. Come with me." Both flickered out of the room as Fujin followed Hiruzen to Otomomo's house. He asked, "Is my new sword done?" Hiruzen nodded and said, "Yes, Fuji did a great job completing it in such a short time." Momo immediately opened the door and welcomed the two of them inside. They entered and saw Furutani Fuji and some of his apprentices. However, unlike the previous time, each one of them seemed completely spent this time. Even Fujin couldn't help but think, it looks like they really went all out this time. I wonder if this is their way of saying that I'm not welcomed in the Land of Iron. Ha! The previous time they met, Hiruzen had threatened to send Fujin to the Land of Iron when he was engaged in negotiations. Looking at their condition, Fujin was sure that they did everything in their power to ensure that didn't happen. Hiruzen smiled and said sympathetically, "It must have been tough on you, Fuji Dono." Fuji sighed in exhaustion and replied, "You don't know the half of it. However, it's fine. It's not often that I get a chance to craft a sword of this caliber. I just wish that we weren't constrained by time." Before Fujin could say anything, Hiruzen hurriedly said, "Unfortunately, the situation is as such. Not everything can be as we like." Fuji nodded while Fujin glanced at Hiruzen. Hiruzen acted as if he didn't feel his gaze and thought, "Fortunately, I reacted quickly. Otherwise, this brat might have asked Fuji to work on another sword." While Hiruzen believed that Fujin was mature enough not to do that, he didn't dare to test it. Fujin could only shake his head at Hiruzen's antics and wondered, "I have been taking it easy on him lately. I wonder if I should give him more headaches." Fuji sighed again and said, "That is true. Anyway, even though I had very little time, the sword we crafted still fills me with pride. It is undoubtedly the best sword I have crafted." Fuji opened up a scroll while speaking and summoned a box out. He opened the box and took out the sword he had crafted. However, instead of looking at the sword, he was staring at Fujin and Hiruzen's reaction. When Fuji took the sword out of the box, both Hiruzen and Fujin were startled. However, neither showed anything on their face and continued maintaining a straight face, leaving Fuji disappointed. Fujin thought, "Interesting, though I doubt someone like him will have the guts to do something like this." Hiruzen thought the same and concluded, this must be Mifune's decision. He wants to tell me that they aren't completely out of the loop. This must be due to my earlier threat and the losses Kumogakure took. With Kumogakure suffering, Konoha can take over the mine in the land of hot water, and others can't do much to stop us. After all, Suna is supposed to be allied with us, and Kiri is embroiled in a civil war. Onoki won't act under these circumstances. It's understandable that he is worried about the situation. However, he has no reason to worry. With Orochimaru and Suna likely working together, I can't make a move on that mine, even if I wanted to. The reason why the two of them were surprised wasn't the sword. Instead, it was the sword's sheath. It was crafted from a lightweight, dark wood and lacquered in a deep navy blue finish with silver accents, which was normal. However, it featured intricate engravings of flying saber-tooths, Fujin's summons, depicted mid-flight amidst swirling winds. The only time Fujin displayed his summon to his enemies was when he retreated from the trap laid by Kitsuchi. As such, the samurais shouldn't have been aware of it. Carving it on the sword's sheath was a message to Hiruzen that Mifune had gotten this information from Iwagakure. It showed that the Land of Iron could get information from Iwagakure, and the two sides could cooperate in case Konoha decided to act unilaterally. Even though Kumogakure was weakened, Konoha couldn't afford to antagonize Iwagakure and the Land of Iron at the same time. Seeing that he had failed to get a response from Hiruzen and Fujin, Fuji removed the sword from its sheath while saying, I've crafted the sword as per your requirements to the best of my abilities. Though it isn't as hard and sturdy as the sword of Kusanagi, it is very close. He handed the blade to Fujin and said, Check it and see whether it fits properly. Fujin held the sword and observed it. The sword was sleek and slender, with a faint bluish hue, hinting at its unique composition. The blade's edge was honed to an extraordinary sharpness, capable of cutting through the toughest materials with ease. The hilt of the sword was wrapped in a combination of dark, navy blue silk and white leather, providing both comfort and a firm grip. Fujin swung his new sword a few times to get an idea of its balance. He quickly realized that the sword's balance was meticulously tuned, making it incredibly responsive and agile. It was even more suited for him than his previous blades. In addition, the sword was considerably lighter than his previous swords, which would further complement Fujin's speed and precision in battles. Considering that his main requirement was sturdiness and durability, Fujin was surprised that Fuji managed to make the sword so light. He muttered, This sword is amazing. I have never felt more compatible with a sword. Fuji smiled and said with pride, I had already crafted 2 swords for you earlier, so it was easier this time to make the sword even more compatible with you. Of course, this is what I'd have done for any sword. You should have sensed what makes this sword special, right? Fujin grinned and flowed his wind chakra into the blade. His eyes momentarily widened as he felt how smooth the chakra flow was. He thought in surprise, So smooth. It's almost as if the sword was an extension of my arm. Fuji explained. Even though the sword is exceptionally sturdy, the most remarkable feature of the blade is its ability to channel wind chakra. I incorporated a special lattice structure within the blade's core that amplifies and seamlessly guides wind chakra along the blade's length. It will make you feel like the sword is an extension of your will and help you by enhancing your vacuum slashes and razor-sharp wind currents to another level. Pride could be felt in Fuji's voice as he enthusiastically explained the features of the sword. He continued, Considering the features of the sword, I have named it Kazakiri. AN, if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link www.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay, Paddlesarvesh8 at OKSBuy, can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you Christian, Sol Gabriel, JJ, Damien, Make, Ethan, Mark and Kayat for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening, narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 7-9, Fujin's Profound Loss. Chapter 7-15 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Kazakiri, as in the wind cutter, huh? Sounds good. Fujin said with a smile on his face. He thought, now I can't wait to try this sword out. Orochimaru, I hope you make sufficient arrangements. It would suck if I can't fight a rank S ninja. Furutani Fuji said, I'm glad that you liked it. That said, I have a request. No, the swordsmiths in the Land of Iron have a request from you. I wonder if you'd oblige. Fujin took his eyes away from the sword and looked at Fuji. He asked curiously, What request? Fuji said, You said that you destroyed Orochimaru's sword of Kusanagi. Do you have the pieces of that sword? If you have them and are willing to give them to us, we'll use them to make a new sword for you. And we'll also be bearing all the costs. Depending on their state, we might be able to make a sword better than Kazekiri. Fuji's gaze was so passionate that everyone else in the room was weirded out. It was extremely clear that he desperately wanted to get his hands on the remains of the sword of Kusanagi. Unfortunately for him, Fujin shook his head and replied, Unfortunately, no. I don't know what Orochimaru did with that sword, but it turned into a snake after I destroyed it. All its remains were burned down during our fight. Fujin would have liked to get his hands on the sword's pieces had it been a normal sword. Unlike the Kubikiri Bocho, the sword of Kusanagi was a very good fit with Fujin's fighting style. However, he didn't want to do anything with it, knowing that it could turn into a snake. Despite his strength, he wouldn't foolishly underestimate Orochimaru's means. Hence, he didn't bother avoiding the corpse of the snake when he blew up the entire place with his combination jutsu. Fuji's enthusiasm died down like someone had poured a bucket of cold water on him. He sighed ruefully and said, That's a shame. Still, converting a sword into a snake. It seems like Orochimaru's understanding of swords might exceed ours. Fuji handed Fujin the sheath and the box while Hiruzen discussed some official matters with Fuji. After around half an hour, they left Momo's house. After ensuring that no one was around to eavesdrop, Hiruzen asked, Are you prepared, Fujin? The finals will start in a few days. Even though your role might seem the easiest, it'll be very complicated as you'll have to change your plans depending upon the situation. Fujin nodded and said, Yeah, don't worry, I'll be at my best. Hiruzen replied, Good, I'm counting on you. Both disappeared. Hiruzen continued working while Fujin got back to his training. In the Phantom Haven base, Hayato entered Shigeki's office with a worried look on his face. Shigeki immediately noticed it and asked, Still no news on Masanori? Hayato answered, No. The squad I sent to investigate returned. They didn't find Masanori. The informant he was supposed to meet said that Masanori never met him. They even looked for any signs of battle on the route he was supposed to travel, but didn't find anything. Shigeki frowned and muttered, That can only mean two things. Either he ran into such a strong opponent that he couldn't even put up a resistance, or he betrayed us. The room became silent for a minute. Hayato shook his head and said, No, he wouldn't betray us. His hatred towards our former village runs deep. He wouldn't give up his chance of getting revenge on them. It should be the first case. However, even if he ran into someone so strong, why would they restrain him? Suddenly, Hayato's eyes widened as he realized, Unless. Shigeki completed his sentence, unless he saw something he shouldn't have. Hayato wondered aloud, what could he have seen for someone to eliminate him silently? The two of them began thinking. Shigeki suddenly asked, Do you recall Lord Shiden's words? He said that Konoha and Suna seemed to be headed towards a conflict. Do you think that this situation might have something to do with that? Hayato analyzed for some time before agreeing. Yes, that is a big possibility. However, we can't jump to conclusions. Shigeki nodded and said, Of course, we still need to look for Masanori. If our speculation is incorrect, then we need to know what happened to him for sure. However, we will tone down our operations for the time being. If another person goes missing, I'll burn the red seal and let Lord Shiden know about the serious situation. Hayato nodded and replied, Yes, I have the same opinion. They dispatched 3 squads to look for Masanori and find out what happened to him. Since it was the first time that something went wrong in the Phantom Haven Society, the adults in the organization were all tense. However, they continued managing the organization without needing to ask for Shiden's help. Fujin, who was anticipating them to burn one of the communication tags and ask for his assistance, was quite surprised that it didn't happen. He thought, Not bad, it looks like they're trying to get to the root of the matter themselves. It looks like I don't have any reason to be worried about them for now. I can fully focus on the upcoming war. Fujin continued practicing with Kazakiri. Since the sword was considerably lighter than his previous swords, he had to practice a bit to be completely comfortable with it. Considering the variables in the upcoming war, Fujin had to ensure that he was at his best. The unstoppable marching of time continued as everyone prepared themselves. Jiraiya continued training Naruto while Kakashi trained Sasuke. Most of the other genins trained for the finals as well, though one of them was already dead. Meanwhile, Shikaku and Hiruzen ensured that the clan ninjas and Anbu were prepared for a war. Due to Orochimaru's pressure, even Hiruzen endured a couple of training sessions to warm himself up. Just like Konoha, the elites in Tsunagakure and Otogakure were preparing themselves as well. Just like in the original story, Tsunagakure was completely unaware of the fact that their Kage was dead. Unlike the original story, Orochimaru asked them to send all the elites, who were training, to attack Konoha. Even though the council members didn't like it, they had no choice but to obey the orders of their Kazekage. As such, the number of ninjas that left Tsunagakure under the cover of the night was 3 times higher as compared to their original plan. In Kumogakure, over 1,000 ninjas had been dispatched to find the missing ninjas. While they didn't find any missing ninjas, they found something that induced horror and rage in every ninja who laid eyes upon it. After 3 unsuccessful attempts, the Grandmaster and Seal Masters of Kumogakure finally managed to get rid of all the explosive seals in the 4th base. While they didn't find any missing ninjas, they discovered that the soil a few dozen meters underneath the base was soaked in blood. They quickly checked the bases that had blown up and discovered the same in those bases. In an instant, everyone reached the same conclusion. Within days, everyone in Kumogakure learnt about it, and another shocking news spread throughout the ninja world. Hundreds of missing Kumogakure ninjas were now presumed dead. The backlash of this news forced Ai to be entirely busy with the internal matters of his village. Under such circumstances, the day of the finals of the Chunin exam finally arrived. However, one person was more busy and concerned than the Geinins who were about to participate. That person was none other than Shikaku, who for once didn't complain about waking up early. Even before the first rays of the sunlight reached Konoha, Shikaku stealthily dispatched nearly half of the clan ninjas to the walls under the cover of the night. A few hundred clan ninjas were supposed to act as the audience in the stadium during the final round. Considering that the Kazekage and Hiruzen would be present there, the majority of Konoha's top powerhouses were stationed there as well. That included Fujin, Kakashi, Gai, Hiashi, Renjiro, Asuma, and a few more elite Junins. Shikaku couldn't predict where Orochimaru would attack from and what he would target. If he teamed up with Rasa and attacked Hiruzen, Fujin's role would change, and he would assist Hiruzen, while Jiraiya would act depending on the situation. However, Shikaku didn't think that Orochimaru would do this, as there was no way Rasa and Orochimaru could completely trust each other. For that reason, Jiraiya would stay back in the Hokage's building along with the majority of the Anbu ninjas. Shikaku would be there as well to manage all the forces. Once Orochimaru made his move, Jiraiya would go to confront him. The remaining clan ninjas continued to stay in their respective clan compounds so that Shikaku could use them to reinforce others as per the situation. While Shikaku was ensuring that everything was under control, Fujin reached the stadium. He stood in the position assigned to him while observing the stadium. Not many people had arrived yet, as there were still several hours before the matches began. Fujin didn't pay any attention to any of them, as his mind was in a different place. Fujin recalled the events that happened in the Chunin exams in the original story. Even though it had been over a decade since he last saw it, he still remembered it vividly. He let out a sigh as he realized, "From this moment onwards, my memories will no longer be reliable. AN, if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link w.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Patel Sarvesh Adokepe, can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you Simon, Merciless, Mammy, MSSC, Ymir, Lucifer, NTI, Tino, Simo, AH, Franco, Gimme the Loot, Javier, Ayub, and Mami for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 710. The finals commence. Chapter 716 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. A sigh escaped Fujin's lips as he realized, from this moment onwards, my memories will no longer be reliable. When he entered this world, Fujin prized his knowledge of the future very highly. Once he gained sufficient strength to thrive in this deadly world, he could use this knowledge to make immense gains. That was why he was always careful about his actions. Fujin had long gained the strength to thrive in this world. Even though there were still existences who were stronger than him, Fujin was confident in his abilities. However, even though he calculated as much as he humanly could, there was one aspect that he couldn't control. As he continued gaining strength, his existence itself created ripples that would force any sane person to change his actions. It was just like how Orochimaru decided against killing Rasa, even though he was ultimately forced to do the same. Fujin's existence would force others to make changes in their plans, as they would have to consider his interference. Fujin thought, even though I messed quite a bit with the other hidden villages, I did my best not to mess much with Akatsuki. Even though I tried to kill Hidan once, it ultimately ended in a failure, without much impact on the Akatsuki. After this battle, things should calm down until the Akatsuki decide to take center stage. According to my calculations, they will target other Jinchurikis in the same way as in the original story. However, if Konoha takes minimal losses in this war, other villages won't let their Jinchurikis get taken away so easily. Konoha's strength will be too immense and they will feel threatened. Under such circumstances, they can't afford to lose their Jinchurikis. So, Akatsuki will face quite a challenge while trying to capture the Jinchurikis. It could cause losses which may result in a serious impact on the future. If Onoki or Ai intercept them while they try to kidnap Roshi or Yugito respectively, it could cause severe repercussions. In addition, Akatsuki's plans for Konoha will change as well. If I continue gaining strength at a similar speed, there is no way Nagato would dare to attack Konoha alone, even more so if Hiruzen stays alive. Considering all these factors, Akatsuki will be forced to make some major changes, whether it be recruiting more ninjas or something else. Of course, even with all the changes, my knowledge of the future isn't useless. It is still precious. Considering I know which events will happen in the future and the hidden abilities of so many rank S ninjas, it is just that I can't act blindly based on just those events and abilities as I could when Orochimaru attacked Naruto's team in the Forest of Death. Still, Fujin let out a sigh. He didn't like losing something so valuable without being able to do anything about it. Suddenly, he heard a chuckle. I didn't think I'd ever see you be so worried. Fujin didn't even need to turn around to recognize who it was. He said, "You seem upbeat as always, Guy." Guy stood next to him and said, "Of course. What's the use of being worried about something that'll eventually happen? We'll just have to deal with whatever we have to face." Guy, obviously, couldn't know what was going through Fujin's head. Instead, he thought that Fujin was worried about the upcoming battle. As his senior, he decided to raise Fujin's morale a bit. Coincidentally, his words were also applicable to what Fujin was concerned about. Fujin chuckled and replied, "That is true. There's no point in worrying about what we can't control." Guy gave his trademark grin and replied, "That's the spirit." He became serious and said, "That said, this could be your first war. So, it isn't too strange for you to be a bit nervous. We were quite the same during the Third Great War. By comparison, you're holding much better." Fortunately, Guy was unaware of the stunts Fujin pulled in the Land of Wind and the Land of Lightning. Otherwise, he would have felt silly for saying those words. Fujin smiled and replied, "Thanks, Guy. Don't worry. I'll be fine. Apologies that I couldn't visit Lee in the hospital. Unfortunately, the past month has been quite hectic. How's he?" Guy grinned and answered, "Don't worry. Lee is very tenacious. Thanks to you, his injuries weren't very serious. He has already recovered completely and has continued his training. Even though he is advised against opening the inner gates for the time being, he'll come back even stronger." Without his arm and leg being crushed by Gaara's sand, The only thing Lee had to deal with was the painful backlash of opening 5 inner gates. It put an extreme amount of strain on his young body. However, it wasn't something that couldn't be dealt with by the medical ninjas of Konoha. Though he had to be kept under observation for over 3 weeks, he made a full recovery. Fujin chuckled and added, "As expected of your favorite student." Fujin and Guy continued waiting in the stadium as others slowly trickled in. One of the earliest people to arrive was Baki. As soon as he arrived, his eyes landed on the two of them. He thought, "As expected, he is here. I hope Kazekage-sama and Orochimaru have made sufficient preparations. Otherwise, this will be a painful war." In a few hours, the stadium was fully packed. All the genins had arrived and were standing at the center of the arena. Well, almost everyone. Guy's eyes twitched as he exclaimed, "I don't believe it. Kakashi is late today as well?" Renjiro, who had arrived in the stadium along with Hoka, chuckled and said, "He doesn't fail to maintain his reputation." Renjiro was assigned the task of ensuring Guy's safety after he used the 8 inner gates to take care of enemy rank S ninjas. He was asked to take Hoka's help, though Hoka wasn't told anything about the plan. Hence, he and Hoka were standing close to Guy. Hoka asked curiously, "Wouldn't Sasuke be disqualified if he's late?" Renjiro replied, "Under normal circumstances, yes. However, I have a feeling that it wouldn't be the case. Sasuke's battle with Gaara is the most anticipated fight of the day. People won't be happy if that match doesn't happen." Lee asked, "His battle with Gaara? Isn't Sakura-chan fighting Gaara first? Don't count her out so soon. I heard she trained extremely hard the entire month." His words immediately made all 4 Junins gaze at him, making him feel uncomfortable. Hoka even activated his Byakugan, causing Lee to ask nervously, "What is it?" Hoka replied, "Just checking whether opening 5 inner gates left some hidden injuries behind." Poor Lee was left speechless. Needless to say, he had made that statement due to his affection for Sakura, instead of thinking rationally. Fujin and Renjiro ignored him and turned their gaze back to the arena, while Guy was left without any words to defend his star disciple. Fortunately for Lee, a loud cheer was heard throughout the stadium, taking attention away from him. The 2 Kages had entered the stadium. Fujin's eyes glowed as he observed the Kazekage like a hawk. A smile appeared on his face as he thought, "Not bad. I don't sense a hint of Orochimaru from him. No wonder Hiruzen couldn't tell either." Now the main questions are, is he Orochimaru or Rasa? And if he is Orochimaru, is Rasa dead or alive? While Fujin and several others observed the 2 Kage, Hayate informed the Ginins about the changes in their matchups. With Dosu dead, Shikamaru got a free win, and his first match was directly against Temari. The other matches were the same as initially decided. Hayate informed them about the rules of the Chunin exam. Finally, a loud announcement was made. "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome, and a heartfelt thanks for gathering here in Konohagakure for the Chunin selection examination. We will now begin the matches of the final round between the 9 candidates who advanced in the preliminaries. Please sit back and enjoy." Another loud cheer began in the crowd. In the arena, Hayate instructed, "Haruno Sakura and Gaara, you 2 stay here. Rest of you, proceed to the waiting room outside the arena." Latest chapter, The Dawn of a New Era. If you can, then please support me on Patreon, link www.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay, Patilsarvesh8 at OKSB. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you Coles, Trempor, Howlsy, Bennett, Moon, Scrublord, Zachary, and Darion for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 711, Burying Sakura, Chapter 717 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Haruno, Sakura, and Gaara, you 2 stay here. Rest of you, proceed to the waiting room outside the arena. Sakura looked at Gaara with seriousness in her eyes. Knowing how difficult her opponent was, Naruto said, "Good luck, Sakura. You can beat him, believe it." Sakura nervously nodded as Temari and Kankuro chuckled, thinking, "You'll be lucky if Gaara even leaves her bones intact." Hayate coughed, indicating the Jinins to clear up. A minute later, Gaara and Sakura stood face to face in the middle of the arena. A determined expression appeared on Sakura as she assured herself, "Get a grip, Sakura." Even though he is strong, you have trained hard for a month. You can't get cold feet now. Not to mention, Sasuke still isn't here. He will be disqualified if he doesn't appear by the time his match begins. So, I have to stretch this battle as long as I can so that Sasuke can reach here." "No," Sakura decided. "I can't think that way. If I win this match, I can battle against Sasuke. Only that way I can prove myself to him. I'm no longer someone who has to hide behind the two of them. I'll follow Illumi-sensei's plan and defeat Gaara." Unlike Sakura, who was going through emotional turmoil, Gaara stood without a single expression on his face. Much like the rest of the audience, he was more interested in fighting Sasuke and had no interest in Sakura. He didn't even consider her as a warm-up. Even among the audience, there were several wondering whether Sakura was ready for this stage. Their murmurs fell on the ears of Kurama Illumi, who smirked and thought, "I can't blame them. After all, I underestimated her as well. Who would have thought her talent in Yin release would have been so outrageous? From everyone I have seen, only Yakumo's talent exceeds hers. Lord Third really knew what he was doing when he created Kakashi's squad." Even Fujin was watching intently. However, the reason why he was doing so was quite different from others. Instead, it was because Illumi had visited him the day before to ask for his help. Fujin looked at Sakura thinking, "I wasn't expecting much from this battle. Probably I still am not. However, she might spring some surprises." "Now then, match 1, begin," Hayate announced loudly. At that very second, sand rushed out of Gaara's gourd and moved towards Sakura. At the same time, Sakura grabbed 2 kunai with attached explosive tags and threw them at the sand. The tags exploded as soon as the kunai touched the sand, dispersing the sand temporarily and covering the area in smoke. Sakura concentrated chakra at her feet and immediately moved under the cover of the smoke. She launched more kunai with explosive tags at Gaara while thinking, even though he can control sand flawlessly, his sand can't withstand the explosions. Step 1 is nearly completed. Several tags exploded around Gaara, each explosion slowing down his sand for a second. More importantly, the explosions created a smoke screen around Gaara, ensuring that he couldn't see Sakura. In the stadium, surprise appeared on Ino's face as she muttered, "Incredible. She has been working hard." Ino clenched her fists. Just like Sakura, she trained hard in the previous month, yet she could feel the distance between them increasing slowly. Lee shouted, "That's awesome, Sakura. Keep it up." In the waiting room, Naruto acted similarly. Among the judges, Kotetsu said, "She is impressive." Izumo nodded and added, "Not only has she created conditions suitable for her, but her chakra control is incredible too. She has continuously concentrated chakra at her feet, allowing her to move at a faster speed." The common people were impressed as well and began cheering for Sakura. Of course, the truly strong ninjas could see that Gaara wasn't even a bit affected. He was still as expressionless as earlier. A smile appeared on Illumi's face as he thought, "This boy is quite fearsome. To think that a Jinchuriki would participate in the exam. There is no way Sakura could become as strong as him in a month. However, there is always a weapon that the weak have. It's arrogance that the strong possess. Do it." Sakura weaved hand seals while thinking, according to Illumi-sensei's calculation, he wouldn't move from his spot. "This is my chance." Suddenly, her eyes widened as noticed balls of sand moving towards her. Due to the smoke cover, she didn't notice them until the last moment. She desperately did everything she could to dodge them, while wondering, how did he know I was here? Or did he attack in every direction? A few sandballs grazed her, leaving several cuts on her body. Even though blood dripped down her cheeks, arms, legs, and waist, she didn't stop her hand seals or lose control of her chakra. She gritted her teeth and completed her jutsu. Demonic illusion. Hell Ewing jutsu. Since he hadn't moved from his original position, Sakura's jutsu hit Gaara even though she couldn't see him in the smoke. Gaara's eyes suddenly widened. Smoke around him cleared as the figure of a bloodied man appeared lying on the ground. Gaara muttered, "Yashimaru." Hell Ewing jutsu was a genjutsu tailored to exploit the target's worst fears. As soon as Sakura's chakra influenced Gaara, he recalled the events of that traumatic night. Yashimaru extended his bloody hands towards Gaara and said, "My sister died because of you, monster. Give me back my sister." Suddenly, Gaara looked towards his right and saw Temari and Kankuro. Temari hatefully said, "Because of you, my mother died and my father became distant. You're the cause of all our sufferings." Kankuro cursed. "A monster like you should never have been born." While Gaara was under genjutsu, Sakura threw several shurikens at him. The smoke cover was finally clearing, and she could see her shurikens going straight at him. With hope in her eyes, she thought, "This is it. He won't be able to control sand while he is under my genjutsu. I've won." From the waiting room, Naruto shouted, "Excellent work, Sakura! Get him!" Next to him, Kankuro said, "She did very well. Unluckily for her, it's all useless." Naruto snapped and asked, "What do you mean?" His and the eyes of most Konoha ninjas widened. Sakura and Illumi were no exceptions. Sakura couldn't help but exclaim in shock, "How? How can his sand still move?" Despite being under a genjutsu, Gaara's sand moved and blocked the shurikens. Kankuro said, "Gaara's sand can move autonomously to protect him from any danger. Even if he can't see the attack coming, the sand will protect him. This strategy is useless against him." Naruto and other genins from Konoha were surprised. They looked at Gaara, wondering how they could deal with such a technique. Temari smirked and said, "Even though she did well, that girl is dead." The very next moment, Gaara's eyes landed on Sakura. Even though he had fallen to her genjutsu, Sakura was no Itachi. It wasn't difficult for him to disrupt his chakra and break the genjutsu. If anything, the sight he had seen just sent his anger soaring through the skies. He shouted, "Die!" At the next moment, the soil in the arena began moving. Within seconds, Sakura's vision was filled by a massive wave of sand. She was still in shock that her attack had failed. Even if she wasn't, there was nothing she could do to dodge the massive wave. Hayate's eyes widened. He cursed, "Shit! I won't be able to make it." In the stand, Naruto, Lee, Ino, and a few others were horrified as well. In front of their eyes, the sand engulfed Sakura, completely submerging her underneath. "Sakura!" Naruto shouted in horror as he jumped down from the waiting room. Most of the audience thought the same as Naruto. Quite a few were sad that such a promising kunoichi died. Of course, there were a few who became even more thrilled. And there were a few ninjas who were glancing at a spot in the stadium. Illumi breathed a sigh of relief as he thought, "Even though I didn't know his sand could move autonomously, I made contingency plans in case he broke the genjutsu quickly and attacked Sakura in rage." A serious look appeared on the Kazekage's face as he analyzed, "It feels like he has gotten even faster." Hiruzen glanced at the Kazekage to study his reaction. A solemn expression appeared on Baki's face as he thought, "His speed is insane. An ordinary Junin will stand no chance against such a speed. Even I won't last long if I fight him by myself." Hayate flickered in front of Naruto, who was running towards the sand where Sakura was buried, and said, "Naruto, calm down and look there." Naruto barely controlled himself and looked in the direction where Hayate pointed. In an instant, relief and joy appeared on his face as he saw Fujin holding Sakura by the back of her neck. Fujin could feel Sakura shivering in fear. He gently placed her down and said, "Calm down. You're safe." "AN, for the first time in nearly a couple of years, I spent a couple of days without thinking about the book at all. Sorry for the sudden break, but I guess I needed to take my mind off it for a few days to refresh a bit. Anyway, let's go strong once again. Hopefully no more breaks until the start of the time skip. The release schedule for the upcoming chapters will be this time, plus minus an hour. AN, if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link, www.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay. Patil Sarvesh 8 at OKSB can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you, Will, Eris's Best, Aman, Elijah, Quanta, Tomas, Moel, Zypharis, Pierre, Peplum, Luca, J-Pot, Gerald, Lindsay, Jin 7, Khaled, Nick, Turkey, Jimmy, Kev, Zerm, Gan, Extrathixi, Maximilian, Leonardo, Calbeer, Huge Green Pickle, and Razgriz for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder, contact link in the description. Chapter 7:12, Implications of a Simple Move. Chapter 7:18 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. One day before, Illumi sent his shadow clones to look out for Kakashi. Even though he created the battle strategy for Sakura, giving her some chance of winning against Gaara, he knew the risks if she failed. He wanted to ask Kakashi to rescue her when that happened. Unfortunately, his clones couldn't find Kakashi. So he visited Fujin, informed him about her attack strategy, and asked him to save her in case Gaara retaliated. Considering the amount of disturbance her death would cause to the future, Fujin had no reason to refuse. That is why Illumi was calm throughout the match. Calm down. You're safe. Hearing Fujin's voice and seeing that she was no longer about to be engulfed by the sand, Sakura's fear subsided. Even though her heart was still beating rapidly, being next to Fujin and Guy made her feel safer. Her knees eventually gave out as she collapsed to the ground while breathing rapidly. Lee immediately checked up on her and asked, "Sakura, are you all right?" Sakura nodded. She looked at Fujin and said, "Thank you." Fujin casually replied, "Don't worry about it." He turned his gaze back to the arena, where Gaara was looking hatefully at Fujin. It was the second time Fujin saved his prey. Needless to say, Baki intervened before Gaara did anything stupid. Hayate announced, "Due to outside interference, Haruno Sakura is disqualified. Gaara is the winner of this round." Fearing that Sakura would be depressed, Lee said, "Don't worry, Sakura-chan. You did great." Renjiro added, "He is right." Sakura glanced at him as Renjiro said, "You implemented your battle plan perfectly. In addition, you also displayed your skills perfectly, impressing everyone. Unfortunately, you didn't have any plans to save yourself from his counterattack. If you did, you'd have been promoted to Chunin, irrespective of the result of the battle. Still, you should be proud of your achievement. During the next Chunin exams, both of you should become Chunins." It was as Renjiro said. Izumo said, "Her chakra control and genjutsu are definitely on par with Chunin's. Her ability to implement plans also shows her ability to lead squads during missions." Kotetsu nodded and added, "True. By using 18 explosive tags just under the permissible limit of 20, she also used the updated rules to the fullest. Unfortunately." Izumo continued his sentence. "Unfortunately, she didn't have any countermeasures and froze when the enemy attacked. That shows she isn't prepared to lead a squad. If she had defended herself until Hayate could rescue her, she would have been ready for a promotion." Kotetsu and others around him nodded in agreement. Needless to say, Illumi knew about it too. If he wanted to, he could have easily made some plans for Sakura to achieve that. However, he refrained from doing so. He glanced at Sakura and thought, under normal circumstances, no one would train the Genins to counter their opponents or make plans for that. It is something that the Genin has to come up with to prove that they're ready for the promotion. The only reason I helped Sakura with that was because of how unfair the match was for her. However, I didn't help her create a plan to protect herself until the proctor interfered. If I had done it, she would have been promoted even if she wasn't ready. Hence, I left it as a test for her. Unfortunately, she failed. Illumi was slightly disappointed that Sakura didn't bother to think of any such countermeasures by herself. Still, he wasn't too bothered by it. He thought, considering her talent at yin release and chakra control, her promotion is only a matter of time. This loss will be good for her. Sakura asked in surprise, "I could have been promoted if I had just defended myself? How?" Renjiro said, "While strength is important to become a Chunin, it isn't the only aspect. These exams test various aspects of your skills to check whether you're prepared to become a Chunin and lead a squad. As a leader, you need to be quick on your feet and have several plans to not only ensure that your mission is a success, but also to ensure that your squad stays alive. This is also why Fujin scolded you after your fight against Gaara, Lee. Use your time until the next Chunin exam to improve on these aspects while continuing to increase your strength." Lee and Sakura nodded and thanked Renjiro. Meanwhile, Hayate called Neji down to the arena as Naruto was already there. Naruto continued looking at Fujin and Sakura and thought in relief. Thankfully, Fujin took action. He wasn't the only one. By now, most of the audience had realized that Sakura had been saved was looking at Fujin's location since Hayate had pointed there while stopping Naruto. Immediately, murmurs began. Is that Councilman Fujin? The one who forced Orochimaru to run away twice? He is. I didn't expect he would make a move. As expected of Lord Fujin. Well, it isn't surprising. However, when did he even move? I'm sure I saw Sakura being engulfed by the sand. You should focus on training. Do you think you can track a rank S ninja? While the ordinary people rejoiced and cheered, the ninjas who had been training for the past few weeks and expecting a war were relieved. Seeing how ridiculous Fujin's speed was firsthand increased their morale considerably. Of course, there were also a few who looked at Fujin with animosity. However, they didn't dare to speak aloud and could only keep their thoughts to themselves. So that's the spectral swordsman? He's troublesome. I hope Kazakage-sama has made arrangements to deal with him. Otherwise, we're dead. He might have defeated Orochimaru-sama by ganging up on him. With us here, no one will help him this time, and Orochimaru-sama will kill him. The Konoha, Suna, and Oto ninjas weren't the only ones who looked at Fujin seriously. The various leaders from minor villages and countries who were invited to watch the Chunin exam also took note of him. While none of them had any intentions of making a move against Konoha, their resolve to not mess with Konoha became stronger. An ordinary-looking lady glanced at Fujin as well while thinking, "So he is Suzuki Fujin. He looks quite ordinary. To think that someone like him could force Orochimaru-sama to retreat twice. Sigh, I'll have to be very careful. This battle will be a bloody one." Fujin ignored all the gazes and continued looking at the arena as Neji and Naruto finally stood face to face. Kotetsu said, "I never imagined that all three of Kakashi's rookies would make it to the finals. A shame that they drew such difficult opponents. This might be how far he goes as well." Izumo nodded and added, "Yes, but considering the surprise the Kunoichi gave us, I wouldn't count him out just yet." Hoka chuckled and said, "I know you guided Naruto a bit, but this is the end of the line for him." Fujin chuckled as well and asked, "Care to put money where your mouth is?" Sakura glanced at the two of them and questioned, "Huh? Are these two betting on the match?" "Sakura, come and sit here." She turned her head to see Ino calling her and joined her. Hoka looked at Fujin with a deadpan expression and asked, "Who doesn't know how loaded you are? As if I'll risk bankrupting myself by betting against you." Fujin let out a sigh and asked, "When did you lose your courage?" Needless to say, Hoka knew Fujin too well to fall into his traps. He just turned his gaze to the two genins. Fujin just chuckled and looked at them as well. Meanwhile, Renjiro wondered, was Fujin just messing with Hoka, or does he have confidence in Naruto? If it's the latter, then this battle might be fun. Match 2, begin. Neji took his stance while saying, "Ho ho, it's more fun this way. I can't wait to see the despair in your eyes when the truth finally dawns on you." Naruto made a hand seal as he replied, "Quit yapping and fight. Multi-shadow clone jutsu." Next chapter, an epic clash. If you can, then please support me on Patreon, link www.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay, Pedal Sarvashade OKS Blee, can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you Max, Miki, Tanav, Brad, and Zypharis for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 713, an epic clash. Chapter 719 of Naruto the Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. The Hyuga blood flows thicker in his veins than in anyone else's. Watch closely, Hanabi. Yes, father. Hanabi replied to Hiyashi. The two of them weren't the only ones. All Hyuga ninjas in the stadium were watching closely. Naruto, who had just created his shadow clones, suddenly shivered. He wondered, what the hell, why does it feel like I'll be in huge trouble? The reason for his instincts warning him was Fujin's gaze that had locked on him. Fujin thought, if he gives Neji a free attack like he did Kiba, I'm taking over his training for a month. Heh. Scared already? Neji teased Naruto, who immediately replied, "As if someone like you can make me scared." Neji chuckled and taunted, "Come at me then if you dare!" Naruto's shadow clones rushed ahead and attacked Neji. The 4 clones ganged up on Neji and attacked him from every direction. Unfortunately, no matter what they did, none of their attacks landed on Neji. Neji hit and dispelled all 4 clones with extreme ease. Hoka shook his head and said, "Forget Neji. He wouldn't hit any Hyuga ninja with that level of taijutsu." Fujin nodded and replied, "That's true. Even though he prefers taijutsu, it isn't exactly his strong point." Hoka glanced at Fujin and thought, "Weird, I thought he'd defend Naruto. Why was he so confident that Naruto would win then?" Neji smirked and said, "You want to be the Hokage, huh? I don't think that's going to happen." I can pretty much tell with these eyes of mine that abilities and talent are determined at birth. In other words, your entire destiny is set from the time you're born. His words pissed Naruto off, who shouted, "Why are you so stubborn? You're always so sure that the future is full of gloom and doom. Why?" Neji replied, "Well, are you saying that anyone can become the Hokage if they just try hard enough? Only a select few individuals are even considered for Hokage. Wake up and face reality. Those who become the Hokage are born with that fate. You can't get there by trying. You have to be pre-selected." A chuckle escaped Fujin's lips as he heard Neji's words. Ignoring the gazes the ones around him gave, Fujin thought, well, as delusional as he is, I can't say he is entirely wrong. Then again, how could he know the history of the supposed loser? The son of the fourth Hokage and the Jinchuriki of the strongest-tailed beast, a fate he received at his birth. The absurd part is that those factors are more or less irrelevant considering that he is the reincarnation of Asura. Poor kid, blabbering so much in front of the wrong person. Neji continued, "Each person's life consists only of being swept along in the inescapable current of his destiny. All of us have only one thing in common. One shared fate. Death." A frown appeared on Hiyashi's face. Naruto snorted and asked, "Even if that is the case, what makes you think that your eyes can see the fate of everyone?" Naruto created dozens of shadow clones and attacked Neji. Despite the huge numerical disadvantage, Neji dodged and countered every attack. Having seen through Naruto's attack pattern, Neji predicted that the Naruto who was standing at the back of the clones was the real one. He made his way through the army of the clones, reached the Naruto, hiding behind the clones, and jabbed his fingers towards the chakra point near his heart. Just before his attack could land, Naruto caught his wrist. However, Neji quickly followed up with more attacks and landed a hit in the blink of an eye, forcing Naruto to vomit blood. Immediately, several shadow clones around him were dispelled, covering the area in smoke. Neji said, "You're the real one. I told you it was useless." To his surprise, Naruto began laughing. He stared into Neji's eyes and said, "And I told you to not make so many assumptions." Suddenly, Neji's eyes widened and he looked behind. He sensed a sudden chakra spike some distance behind him. However, before he could do anything, the Naruto behind him lunged at him. Thanks to his Byakugan, Neji saw that attack coming and attacked him again. To everyone's surprise, Naruto dispelled in the cloud of smoke. Even though he was shocked, Neji had no time to pay attention to the fact that he had just been fooled. After all, in front of him was an intense wind current that was threatening to cut him into pieces. Wasting no time, Neji released chakra from nearly every chakra point on his body. At the same time, he began spinning rapidly, causing the chakra to rotate alongside him and forming a barrier. The eyes of several Hyuga ninjas widened, realizing that Neji had used rotation, a technique that very few outside of the main family knew. The fact that he had done it at such a young age was even more shocking. The winds engulfed the barrier and several wind blades rained down on it. However, the barrier held as Neji continued spinning until the wind subsided. Kotetsu muttered, "Great! No, it's the Infinite Breakthrough Jutsu, a rank B jutsu. Along with the forbidden multi-shadow clone jutsu, Naruto is not lacking in high-level jutsus." Izumo said, "More impressive is how he baited Neji. The ability to plan and fool opponents is extremely important for a chunin." Kotetsu nodded and added, "True. However, Neji is quite impressive as well, to have learnt rotation at such a young age." As the dust cleared, Naruto's eyes widened as he saw that Neji was completely unharmed. One of his clones exclaimed in disbelief, "No way! How did he defend against that jutsu?" Neji smirked and asked, "You thought you had me beat?" However, Naruto and his clones weren't too interested in talking it out. The fact that he failed to achieve anything with the jutsu taught by Fujin worried him more. He didn't wish to endure any more special training sessions with Fujin. He had a feeling that they would be extremely unpleasant. Another clone said, "Maybe the jutsu wasn't strong enough, boss. Give him a big one." Naruto weaved hand signs as he replied, "That's right. Let me see whether he can defend against this." Neji's smirk disappeared as his eyes saw Naruto concentrating a massive amount of chakra. He quickly moved towards Naruto, but was stalled by the shadow clones. In the stadium, a worried look appeared on Hiruzen's face as he questioned, Did they have to teach Naruto this technique? Neji was just a couple of meters away from Naruto when he was done supercharging the infinite breakthrough jutsu. Just like Fujin, he poured 5% of his chakra into the jutsu. Neji's eyes widened as he saw Naruto blowing out the jutsu at him from such a close distance. He immediately released his chakra and used rotation once again. As good as Neji's defense was, Naruto's attack was far beyond what a genin should be able to do. Heck, most Junins wouldn't want to be at the receiving end of that jutsu. Even so, Neji's rotation ensured that he wasn't hit by the winds. However, due to the difference in the strength of the two jutsu, Neji, along with his rotation barrier, was flung across the arena. Even so, Neji continued spinning and didn't dare to let the jutsu end. And, considering the nature of the jutsu, Neji wasn't the only casualty. As Hiruzen feared, the intense winds hit most of the audience in the line of attack. Thankfully, the winds had mellowed down and no wind blades reached the audience. Even so, quite a few people were blown away, causing several injuries. A part of the stadium became a complete mess. Even the people who weren't in the line of attack felt the strong winds. Hoka and Renjiro glanced at Fujin and thought, supercharged wind jutsus. No wonder he was so confident. How is a Genin supposed to defend against the supercharged jutsus of a freaking Jinchuriki? Lee shouted, "Excellent, Naruto. Keep it up." Ino questioned with a stunned expression as she covered her eyes. What the hell? When did Naruto become so powerful? Sakura answered, I don't know. His wind jutsus weren't this strong before. Kiba had a similar stunned expression as he thanked the heavens that Naruto didn't use such a jutsu against him. Hinata, whose condition didn't worsen like in the original story due to Fujin's treatment, smiled as she looked at everyone acknowledging Naruto. When the winds died down, Neji's figure appeared once again. This time, he wasn't completely unhurt. Even though rotation kept Neji safe from the wind blades, stopping such strong jutsu made Neji feel the backlash. His entire body was aching, and blood could be seen trickling down his lips. However, he still stood on his feet, shocking Naruto and his clones once again. Holy crap, what is that defense? How is he still standing? Boss, give him another. If 2 isn't enough, 3 will take him down. That's right, let me see if he still stays standing. Infinite breakthrough jutsu. To the shock of Neji and the audience, Naruto fired another supercharged infinite breakthrough jutsu at Neji, and by extension, the people behind him. Quite a bit of a repeat of what happened in the original story in this chapter. Initially, I had decided to omit it all, but eventually decided against it, so that you guys wouldn't have to reread the manga to know what Fujin was commenting on. That said, there won't be much repetition of canon in the upcoming matches. If you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link, www.ria.com/devilhex, no space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay. Patil Sarvesh8 at OKS Buy can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you Kayuto, Tanner, Bobby, Gorama, JTSSE, Zalof, and Aman for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 714. Spam till you win. Chapter 720 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Neji coughed, spitting out blood. He looked at Naruto and wondered, what the hell was that? How was he able to infuse so much chakra in the same jutsu and increase its strength to such a level? Why does he even know such a strong jutsu? Before he could find an answer, his eyes widened as he saw Naruto's chakra moving in the same way it did a few minutes ago. He once again released chakra from his chakra points while cursing, crap, how many times can he use this jutsu? Why does he still have so much chakra? For the first time, Neji was more than a bit nervous. Unlike Naruto, his chakra reserves were extremely limited. Even so, he still trusted his defense. However, there were quite a few who didn't have that luxury. Holy fucking hell! That demon is making the same fucking hand seals! Stop! Stop! Are you crazy? Do you want to kill all of us? That Hyuga kid is not at the center of the arena this time. He is very close to the wall. If he attacks here, then we... Fuck! Stop, kid! Mommy, I'm sorry. I won't ever force you to bring me here. I'm sorry. I'll never look at you hatefully again. Please stop your attack. The audience behind Neji was in full panic mode. Young children were in tears. The adults who mistreated Naruto were now sorry. Quite a few people were trying to run away, while several kids and even more adults fell unconscious due to fear. The civilians weren't the only ones who were afraid. The ordinary-looking lady who was glancing at Fujin earlier nervously wondered, "Have our plans been leaked? Does Konoha intend to launch a surprise attack using the excuse of the Chunin exam?" Hoka looked at the commotion awkwardly and asked, "Should we help out?" Fujin's group was quite far away from the line of attack, so none of them had made a move so far. However, realizing that some people may die, a few of them became nervous. Renjiro answered, "It's fine. Arrangements are made to stop any attacks from harming the audience in every Chunin exam. It's just that Naruto's attack caught them off guard." As Renjiro spoke, 4 Anbu ninjas made a move. They flickered and appeared on top of the walls while weaving hand seals. Just before Naruto's attack could hit the audience, a barrier appeared in front of them and stopped the winds. Orochimaru keenly observed the barrier and realized, the barrier team is much stronger than what they usually keep. As expected, they're here to keep Gaara in check. Unfortunately for them, they have foolishly given away their location. Who'd have thought that Naruto would help me? A smirk appeared under his mask as he said, "That's quite a genin you've got there, Lord Hokage. His strength is more than enough to be classified as a Chunin. Even some Junins may suffer against him." Hiruzen replied, "True, but there are a lot of requirements to become a Chunin. I'm sure you understand, Lord Kazekage." Even though the barrier protected the audience, Neji still had to bear the brunt of the attack. He couldn't keep using rotation endlessly. Hayate frowned, calculating, under such intense winds, Neji will die if he can't sustain his jutsu. How can I save him if that happens? Sigh. Why are the battles so troublesome? Hayate was feeling helpless. First Gaara and now Naruto, there wasn't anything he could do about their attacks. He just hoped that someone stronger would rescue Neji. Naruto's classmates kept watching with dumbfounded expressions. Not a single one imagined that Naruto would overwhelm Neji in this manner. Of course, his generation wasn't the only ones who were shocked. Ibiki frowned and asked, "Who decided to teach him how to supercharge jutsus?" Anko glanced at Fujin and said, "I heard that Kakashi had given Naruto to Fujin. Seeing the smile plastered on his face, we don't need a second guess." Ibiki sighed and muttered, "Not only is he troublesome, but he's making others more troublesome as well." Kotetsu and Izumo had stopped commenting entirely. Both were left speechless by Naruto's display. The winds finally died down. Everyone looked curiously at Neji. As the dust cleared, they saw him on his knees while breathing heavily. He looked completely spent. It was a rather pitiful sight. Yet, everyone's respect for him increased. After all, not many would survive as long as he did. Once again, Naruto exclaimed in shock, "What the hell is up with this guy? Why can't my wind attacks hit him?" "Boss, he is on his knees. He definitely can't take another attack." "That's right. Give him another big one." Naruto weaved hand seals once again while shouting, "It doesn't matter even if he gets up 10 more times. I can do this all day." The entire stadium, except for one person, looked at Naruto with a dumbfounded expression. Hiruzen resisted the urge to facepalm as he questioned, "Didn't he spend only 3 days with Fujin? How did he get influenced so much?" Meanwhile, Hoka and Renjiro stared at Fujin while thinking, "There's no doubt about it. It's his doing. As quirky as Naruto is, he wasn't someone who'd abuse his advantage to this extent." Fujin ignored their gazes and didn't even bother covering up his smile. He said, "Guy, you may want to step in. Neji isn't in a state to endure another attack." Guy nodded seriously. He had realized that as well. Neji observed Naruto supercharging his jutsu once again and analyzed, "I can't sustain the rotation for another couple of minutes. How do I counter him?" "That's enough." Hyuga Neji is in no shape to continue this battle. Uzumaki Naruto is the winner. Seeing that Neji was in no state to continue, Hayate invoked his powers as the proctor and announced loudly, putting an end to the battle. Naruto stopped channeling his chakra and muttered, "Huh? I won." His clones were surprised by Hayate's announcement as well. Neji's body finally gave away and he collapsed to the ground. Silence engulfed the stadium before the majority of the audience broke into a loud cheer. Only the section of the audience behind the barrier was silent. However, they too began celebrating. It was just that instead of celebrating Naruto's victory, they were celebrating that the match was finally over. Sakura shouted, "Yes! Naruto won!" Ino exclaimed, "That was incredible!" Others cheered as well, while several senior ninjas were impressed by the skill Naruto displayed. For Konoha, a village where the majority of the ninjas practiced fire jutsus, a ninja who could spam supercharged wind jutsus was someone most wanted in their squads. Naruto was surprised to hear everyone cheering for him. In a few seconds, a wide grin appeared on his face and he began celebrating too. Hiruzen smiled, thinking, in this aspect, Naruto will leave even Fujin behind. If he learns how to harness the Nine Tails chakra better, he could launch supercharged jutsu for hours. Still, I need to have a word with Naruto. If he uses supercharged wind jutsus inside the village's funds will bleed dry in no time. Even Orochimaru looked at Naruto with interest. He hadn't expected Naruto to make such gains in so little time. In the waiting room, Kankuro muttered in disbelief. I underestimated this knucklehead. His wind release might be stronger than yours, Temari. Temari frowned. She was already having a hard time accepting that Fujin, who was only a year older than her, was so much better than her at wind jutsus. Seeing Naruto's supercharged wind jutsus ignited competitiveness in her heart. The medics finally came to take Neji away. Naruto stopped celebrating and looked at him. Neji said, "To think you kept such a card hidden. I admit, I underestimated you. If I had known earlier." Naruto cut him off and said, "Your eyes can't see which jutsus I know and think that they can see fate? Since I defeated you, doesn't it mean that the fate you saw was nothing but fake? So shut up about fate and destiny. You shouldn't whine about such things." Neji didn't say a word. He had nothing he could say to prove Naruto wrong. Fujin heard their conversation and thought, interesting. Since he used wind jutsus to attack, Neji didn't get an opportunity to seal Naruto's chakra points and tell him about the caged bird seal of the Hyuga clan. Still, Fujin glanced at Hiashi and concluded, yeah, he won't be letting this opportunity go. AN, if you can, then please support me on Patreon, link www.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay, pedalsarvesh8 at OKSB, can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you Pablo, Multiverse, Jordan, Nas H, Matan, and Silverleaves Fall for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 7 and 21. Kyoto 715. The Opening Attack. Chapter 721 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Fujin observed Hiashi's expression and easily concluded that he planned to take advantage of the opportunity Naruto provided. Just like in the original story, Hiashi met Neji and informed him about what truly happened before offering an apology. Due to Sasuke's absence, the crowd got a breather and the stadium became chaotic once again. The only difference was that instead of demanding for the next match to be started, the audience was hounding the authorities to ensure that they wouldn't get attacked once again. After all, Naruto had won his match, and no one wanted to be at the receiving end of his jutsus when he fought in the next round. Due to Orochimaru's insistence, Sasuke wasn't disqualified and his match was postponed. Kankuro forfeited his match against Shino to keep the mechanisms of his puppets a secret, much to the displeasure of the audience. However, Temari rushed into the arena while Shikamaru was pushed into it by Naruto. Hoka glanced at Kankuro and thought, that's weird. Why would someone forfeit from the Chunin exams without even trying? No. This doesn't suit the personality he displayed during the preliminaries. It looks like the reason why the entire clan was training and why Sensei asked for my help has something to do with Sunagakure. In order to keep their preparations a secret, very few people were aware of the real reason why the clans were preparing. Hoka wasn't one of them. Even though Fujin and Renjiro knew about it, they couldn't spread that information around. As such, both just asked Hoka to keep himself in top shape without giving him any details. However, Kankuro's withdrawal caused Hoka and several other Konoha ninjas to become suspicious. Hoka glanced at Shikamaru and muttered, "Why is he lying like a dead fish in the arena?" Fujin chuckled and replied, "Well, he is a Nara after all. This battle should be interesting." Fujin glanced at the arena and thought, Due to my influence on Naruto, he resorted to wind jutsus instead of digging a hole to catch Neji off guard. So, Shikamaru doesn't have a hole to take advantage of. That said, it'll probably not have that much impact. When Gaara attacked Sakura, he overturned a good part of the arena, while Naruto's supercharged jutsus left massive scars on the ground. I guess he'll resort to using that. Due to feeling pressured by Fujin and Naruto, Temari was even more ferocious in the match. Unfortunately for her, her momentum was useless against someone like Shikamaru. The initial part of their battle was more or less similar to what Fujin remembered. However, Fujin noticed one important detail. He thought, as expected, he has positioned himself in such a spot that his shadow won't have to go through the cuts on the ground left by the wind blades. He'll use this to surprise Temari. As Fujin predicted, Shikamaru used the shadows in those cuts on the ground when Temari hid behind her giant fan. The sudden change caught everyone off guard. However, what truly shocked them was that Shikamaru forfeited a few seconds later. Renjiro chuckled and said, as expected of Shikaku's son. Not only does he have his father's intellect, but he might exceed him in laziness as well. The ones around Renjiro chuckled. Naruto couldn't hold it in and went to the arena to lecture Shikamaru. Meanwhile, the experienced ninjas in the stadium were impressed by Shikamaru's ability to plan. With Shikamaru and Temari's match done, the audience began asking where Sasuke was. Fortunately for them, Sasuke and Kakashi arrived in the nick of time. After a short chat, Naruto and Shikamaru left the arena and ran into Gaara, killing 2 Chunins who were trying to fix the match. Fujin sensed their chakra signatures disappearing and wondered, they tried to attack him even after seeing his match against Sakura? Oh well. I guess this is just natural selection. It's a shame that this Chunin exam will be interrupted. Otherwise, I could have bankrupted whoever is conducting the gambling. The battle between Sasuke and Gaara began. To the shock of most people, Sasuke displayed speed equivalent to Lee's along with his taijutsu, overwhelming Gaara's sand. In the stand, Shikamaru and Naruto were still in shock due to the sight of Gaara killing those two. Naruto suddenly stood and said, let's go see Kakashi-sensei and Fujin. We need to ask them to save Sasuke just like Sakura in case anything goes wrong. By the time he reached Kakashi, Gaara hid in a cocoon made of sand. Kakashi didn't take Naruto's warning too seriously and said, don't worry about it, Naruto. There was a reason why we were late. Calm down and watch the match. Naruto argued, but sensei. However, Fujin cut him off and said, it's fine, Naruto. I'm keeping an eye. Focus on the match. It's quite interesting so far. Naruto finally calmed down and looked at the fight. Seeing Gaara inside the cocoon, Temari, Kankuro, and Baki became nervous. Baki cursed, shit, what is Gaara doing? We haven't received the signal yet. Inside the cocoon, Gaara was preparing to transform into the one-tailed beast, Shukaku. Unaware of what Gaara truly was, Sasuke prepared his Chidori. Guy and Renjiro were surprised. Renjiro muttered, the Chidori? You were able to teach it to him in a month, Kakashi? Hoka realized what the jutsu was and asked, isn't this Kakashi's speciality? Guy nodded and said, yes. This is the only jutsu in Kakashi's arsenal that was created by him. So, this is why you had him focus on increasing his speed and improving his taijutsu. Kakashi chuckled and said, the reason why I insisted on training Sasuke myself is because he is quite similar to me. Fujin glanced at Kakashi and wondered, insisted? Who was lining up to teach Sasuke? Well, other than Orochimaru, that is. The Genins looked at Sasuke's jutsu in awe and some jealousy as Sasuke pierced through Gaara's ultimate defense to the shock of every Suna ninja in the stadium. Ironically, the one who was the most thrilled was Orochimaru. What is this warm moistness? Mother, what happened? Gaara questioned. His eyes widened as he realized, blood? Is this my... blood! I'm bleeding! Gaara's screams were heard throughout the stadium. Sasuke, who was smiling, suddenly became serious as he felt something grab his arm. No matter how he tried, he couldn't withdraw his arm from the cocoon. Having no other choice, Sasuke activated Chidori once again. Gaara's screams were heard throughout the stadium once again as Sasuke finally managed to get away. However, an arm made of sand chased after him for a few meters before falling to the ground and retreating inside the cocoon. Renjiro, Kakashi, and Guy became serious. Renjiro muttered, he's trying to transform. Kakashi. Kakashi nodded. If Gaara were to transform, he would be the one to take care of him. However, before he could make a move, a large-scale genjutsu was launched at everyone inside the stadium. The stronger ninjas immediately disrupted their chakra and broke out of the genjutsu. Hoka wondered aloud, which bastard dared to use a genjutsu on us? His eyes suddenly widened as he asked, "Huh? Where is Fujin?" In the few moments when the genjutsu was launched, Fujin had disappeared. The genjutsu, Kabuto cast, was a signal for all forces. The Odo ninjas outside Konoha used the scrolls given by Orochimaru to summon giant snakes. However, unlike in the original story, 8 groups of 3 giant snakes were summoned. Along with 50 Suna and Odo ninjas in each group, they attacked Konoha from different directions. In the stadium, Orochimaru made his move as well. Hiruzen easily dodged and said, "No gold dust, huh? I didn't expect that the Kazekage would let you disguise as himself, Orochimaru. You did a very good job considering that even Jiraiya didn't recognize you." Orochimaru pulled off his mask and said, "You praise me too much, sensei." Hiruzen sighed and asked, "Why exactly are you after Konoha?" Hiruzen couldn't make any sense of why Orochimaru hated him and Konoha to such an extent. Not only had he let Orochimaru go a decade ago, he hadn't even sent anyone to hunt him down. Yet, Orochimaru had done something so outrageous. While the teacher-student duo talked, the Sound Force successfully fooled the Anbu guards and set up the Four Flames formation to isolate Hiruzen from other Konoha ninjas. At the same time, 100 Odo ninjas and 600 Suna ninjas appeared outside the arena. Their leaders shouted, "Kill every Konoha ninja you see. If their civilians get in the way, kill them too. Don't leave anyone alive." By the end of the day, Konoha should be no more. Everyone shouted as 700 ninjas rushed towards the stadium. In the stadium, Hanabi nervously said, "Father, nearly 700 ninjas will reach the arena in a few seconds." Hiashi was serious as well. Within moments, the Konoha ninjas in the stadium saw the figures of the Suna and Odo ninjas covering the entire horizon. Loud shouts of "Kill all Konoha ninjas" were heard throughout the stadium. Sakura shivered as she fearfully muttered, "What's hap?" Her words got stuck in her throat, and her eyes opened wide. She wasn't the only one. Hanabi's eyes, along with the eyes of several hundred ninjas, widened similarly. The Suna ninjas who had jumped over the walls suddenly noticed an unstable ball of wind right in the middle of their formation. One of the Junins wondered, "What is that?" Before he or anyone else could take a better look at it, the ball exploded, sending Acum blades flying in every direction. Everyone in the stadium, who was still awake, saw the bodies of nearly 100 Suna elites being dismembered midair. Blood and body parts rained down on the arena, painting the trees near the walls red. And if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link w.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay, Patilsarvesh8 at OKSBI. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you Alexander, Fanchu, Mickey, Kweku, Dip, Kanon Minority, Celestial, Uko Ali, Cold Sun, Tagagata, Arcanist, Slothy, Fernando, Moayad, and Setret for supporting me on Patreon. Thank you Sanchit for supporting me through UPI. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder. Contact link in the description. Chapter 716, A Terrifying Assault. Chapter 722 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Shikaku had stationed over 400 clan ninjas in the stadium. Along with the Anbu ninjas, various sensei, the ninjas who looked after the Chunin exams, and some civilian ninjas who came to spectate, the number of Konoha ninjas in the stadium was close to 600. As such, Konoha wasn't at much of a disadvantage numerically. On the contrary, once Shikaku diverted more ninjas to the arena, Konoha would gain numerical superiority. However, the issue was that very few knew about the arrangements Shikaku made. Since Shikaku sent everyone under disguises, most Konoha ninjas didn't know how many allies they had in the stadium. Hence, when the Konoha ninjas saw the 700 enemy ninjas rushing into the arena, their hearts grew cold. The civilian ninjas in the stand were shocked, while the clan ninjas understood why they had been training for the past month. Believing that they were at a disadvantage, they resolved to fight until their last breath, and those were experienced ninjas. There was no need to mention how terrified the Genins like Sakura and students like Hanabi were. The 700 Suna and Oto ninjas moved in 7 divisions, each consisting of around 100 ninjas and led by an elite Junin. Each division approached the arena from different directions and entered with great momentum, further building up the pressure on Konoha ninjas. Unfortunately for them, Fujin had long sensed their location with his space-time sensing technique. All their preparations to hide themselves were useless against that technique. He disappeared using the chaos created by the genjutsu, hid in the mini-forest in the arena, and attacked with the Accuum cluster bullets jutsu right when they jumped across the wall. Not expecting to be attacked even before they stepped foot in the arena, the entire division was caught completely off guard. The Konoha ninjas and the enemies mixed in the audience saw dozens of Accuum blades appearing out of thin air, cutting down nearly 100 unsuspecting Suna ninjas. Their dismembered bodies rained down while their blood washed the mini-forest inside the arena as everyone watched. Despite being seen as the more gifted sibling and someone who had the right attitude towards being a ninja and a leader, Hanabi couldn't help but shiver and puke at that sight. The sight was just too horrendous. Sakura barely managed to hold herself and asked while shivering, "What is that? How did so many ninjas die? And who killed them so brutally?" Even several experienced ninjas felt nauseated at that sight. Sasuke, who was still in the arena, looked at the gore with a stunned expression and exclaimed, "What the hell?" Temari and Kankuro, who entered the arena to check up on Gaara, were no different. In fact, they felt even more terrified considering that the ninjas who died were their comrades. Baki had a dark expression as he was one of the few who realized what truly happened. Inside the barrier, Hiruzen asked, "Do you still think that Konoha is weak?" Orochimaru frowned and analyzed. "It's that jutsu. He used it to dispel my shadow clones in the Forest of Death. I figured it'd have a devastating effect on the battlefield, but I didn't expect him to use it so effectively." Seeing that Orochimaru didn't reply, Hiruzen sighed and said, "No matter. I suppose I should be thankful to you. Not only did you make Suna show their real face, but also gave me a chance to fix the mistake I made a decade ago." Hiruzen's expression became very serious. He fully intended to settle the matter once and for all. The two clashed, starting an epic battle. In the stadium, one Konoha ninja shouted, "Look there!" Immediately, the ones around him glanced in the direction he was pointing in. They saw another dozen headless bodies falling down, along with the one who was cutting them down. Guy muttered with a serious expression. So, this was Fujin's role. Kakashi solemnly nodded and said, "Yeah, he is strong, eerie strong." Hoka and Renjiro were surprised as well. Neither of them expected that Fujin would start the war in such a manner. Instead of being the attackers, the Suna ninjas seemed like the victims at that point. Sakura heard Guy and Kakashi's words and wondered, that was Fujin? He is this terrifying? How did Orochimaru manage to get away from him? Sakura had a hard time believing her ears. The shivering didn't stop either. Some distance away, Hiashi observed Fujin's movements with his Byakugan and realized, no wonder he could go up against Orochimaru. To think he would become so terrifying at such a young age. Even Minato and the Sanin's weren't this strong at 16. Needless to say, the ones who were the most shocked and terrified were the ninjas currently standing in front of Fujin. One of them shouted, "Be careful! That's the spectral swordsman!" The elite Junin leading that division ordered loudly, "Stay clear of him. Attack him with wind and fire jutsus from a distance. Keep him at bay until help arrives." His words were stuck in his mouth as he realized something odd. A large amount of chakra was being released from Fujin's chakra points and transforming into the wind. Several other Junins realized the same thing. Even though Fujin's surprise attack terrified them, the elite Junins leading the divisions knew that retreat wasn't an option, as they couldn't just abandon their Kazekage. They immediately ordered their subordinates to charge towards the Konoha ninjas. With Fujin eliminating one division and confronting another, only the remaining 5 divisions rushed ahead. Fujin's opening attack raised the morale of the Konoha ninjas. They charged out of the stadium to confront the incoming ninjas. Some fights broke out in the stadium too, as the Suna and Oto ninjas, mixed in the audience, made their moves. In the center of the arena, Baki said, "Gaara, the plan!" To Baki's surprise, Gaara didn't reply. Instead, he was holding his head and shivering. Baki cursed, "Idiot! I can't believe he tried to transform without waiting for the signal." Temari checked upon Gaara and shouted, "He is suffering a backlash. He can't do it anymore." Kankuro was about to question what to do when Baki said, "I'm calling it off. Take Gaara and withdraw for now. I'll stay here and fight." Temari and Kankuro didn't waste any time. They grabbed Gaara and escaped immediately. Following Hayate's advice, Sasuke chased after them. Kakashi's eyes widened and he shouted, "Sasuke, wait!" Unfortunately, Sasuke didn't hear anything due to all the battles. Kakashi cursed, "Shit! It's good for us if Gaara withdraws." There is no need to chase after him and force the One Tail out. He was about to chase after Sasuke when an Anbu ninja appeared in his path. Recognizing who was behind the mask, Kakashi frowned and said, "Kabuto, you were the one who cast the genjutsu." As Orochimaru's right hand, Kabuto considered himself equal to Kakashi. That was apparent when he confronted Kakashi in Sasuke's room. However, he lost his life due to underestimating Kakashi. He planned to use Edo Tensei's immortal body to get his revenge and understand how strong Kakashi truly was. To his surprise, Kakashi talked as if he never killed Kabuto. Kabuto wondered, "What in the world? Why is he acting as if he never killed me? Didn't Konoha read my memories and use them to kill Yoroi and Masumi?" To say Kabuto was confused was an understatement. Sensing that something was fishy, he decided to stay quiet and collect more information to understand the truth behind his death. With Kabuto stopping him, Kakashi ordered, "Sakura, wake up Naruto, Lee and Shikamaru, chase after Sasuke and bring him back. Don't engage with Gaara." He summoned Pakken to guide them and began fighting Kabuto. Inside the barrier, Hiruzen and Orochimaru began their battle. Both started with taijutsu and ordinary weapons. Unsurprisingly, Orochimaru gained the upper hand due to his modified body and the fact that Hiruzen hadn't been in a fight for a long time. Within moments, snakes surrounded Hiruzen and slithered towards him. A ring of fire appeared around Hiruzen and suddenly expanded in every direction. In the blink of an eye, every snake was burnt so thoroughly that even their bones disintegrated. The entire rooftop was decimated as well, exposing the floor of the barrier. Orochimaru quickly retreated towards the barrier while using the waterfall jutsu and spitting out a massive amount of water. What are these winds? The ninjas who were facing Fujin wondered aloud when they suddenly felt winds around them. Before any of them could react, Fujin's wind domain was completed. Unfortunately for the Suna ninjas, they were inside the wind domain. The elite Junin leading them suddenly had a bad feeling. His instincts were warning him to run away. He immediately retreated while shouting, "Fall back! Get away from these we!" Once again, he failed to complete his words as his head detached from his shoulders. He wasn't the only one. The entire division, consisting of more than 80 ninjas, was beheaded in the same instant. For a moment, most of the ninjas stopped fighting and glanced at Fujin. The eyes of the Suna and Odo ninjas widened in horror as they saw that another 100 ninjas were eliminated by Fujin. Konoha ninjas were shocked as well. Not a single person from that division was alive. Not even a minute had passed since the Suna and Odo ninjas reached the arena. Yet Fujin had already killed nearly 200 elite ninjas of the Illage hidden in the sand. And if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link www.patreon.com/devilhex. No space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay. Paddle Sarvesh8 at OKSBI can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you Aeon Storm, HZ, Dre, Sherry, Seven Sins, George, Kiyokuru, Ihu, Brendan Richard, Mustafa, Baldregar, Z2567, Michelle, Divine, A Hart, Gabriel, Dennis, and SDA for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 717. The Terror of the Wind Domain. Chapter 723 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Water release, waterfall jutsu. Orochimaru spat out a large amount of water to block the expanding ring of fire. The ring of fire hit the water and continued expanding through it, evaporating all water that came in contact with it. However, Orochimaru continued spitting out more water and retreating until his back was to the barrier. By the time the fire could reach him, the water had absorbed all the heat and doused the fire. Orochimaru only felt a heat wave hitting his body. He laughed and said, "The Hellfire Clap Jutsu brings back memories. You have grown old, sensei. In the old days, your fire would have made it through the Wat." Orochimaru suddenly stopped talking and glanced outside the barrier. Hiruzen glanced in the same direction at the same time. Despite not having their chakra fields active, both instinctively felt that a large number of chakra signatures suddenly disappeared. Their eyes widened, seeing the headless bodies around Fujin. Soon after, a smile appeared on Hiruzen's face as he thought, "So this technique has reached this level? Haha. Not bad at all. A technique of this scale, I won't be able to replicate it entirely." Meanwhile, Orochimaru thought, "It's that wind dome. So not only can he control winds inside the dome, but also spontaneously create wind jutsus inside the dome. It was a good thing that I attacked with a fire jutsu instead of entering it. Otherwise, things would have been far worse." After their clash, Orochimaru rated Fujin extremely highly and considered him a great threat that needed to be eliminated if he wanted to destroy Konoha. However, Fujin's impression became even deeper in Orochimaru's mind after seeing what the wind domain could achieve. For a moment, he became unsure about whether the arrangements he made for Fujin were enough to deal with him. Hiruzen chuckled, attracting Orochimaru's attention, and said, "It's true. My powers have waned considerably. However, there will always be a new leaf to replace the old leaves. If you want to destroy Konoha, I'm afraid that killing me won't suffice." Orochimaru built up his chakra while replying, "Don't worry. I'll rip out both old and new leaves by the time I'm done." What in the world? Is that a wind jutsu? However, how can wind jutsus be used in such a manner? Baki wondered in disbelief. He couldn't fathom wind jutsus being used in such a manner. Seeing the winds in the wind domain being completely under Fujin's control terrified him. His expression became grim as he realized, not good. He cut down 2 divisions in no time. We lost 200 of our finest ninjas. This is far beyond the acceptable level we decided in the council. If he continues, we may be wiped out. Where is Kazekage-sama? Why hasn't he appeared yet? What arrangements did he and Orochimaru make to stop this monster? Unlike Baki, who could still keep his calm and analyze the situation, the remaining Suna ninjas were downright terrified. What in the hell? How did so many of our comrades die so suddenly? Who cut their heads? Was it all the spectral swordsman doing? Don't joke around. He is just one person. How can he kill 2 divisions so rapidly? Some of them were still in disbelief and didn't accept the simple truth in front of them. It wasn't due to arrogance or stupidity, but rather the absurdity of the situation that forced their minds to deny it. Just a minute ago, they were rushing to attack and destroy Konoha with great momentum. And yet, a third of their comrades had been wiped out by a single person before they killed even a single Konoha ninja. Fujin stood at the same spot, reshaping the wind domain into a wind cloak. The Suna ninjas noticed the change and realized that all the wind around Fujin was under his control. Panic immediately spread through their ranks. Holy crap, what is that wind jutsu? Fuck, does he control all the wind around him? How can anyone fight that? How is his control of winds better than anyone in the land of wind? Shit, we are sitting ducks for him. Did Kazekage-sama abandon us? Where are Kazekage-sama and Orochimaru? We can't fight him by ourselves. As the winds moved towards him, Fujin glanced at the Suna and Odo ninjas. No matter whether they believed or denied the situation in front of them, every single one felt the terror in their hearts. Not a single ninja dared to meet his gaze. For the first time, they understood why the minor villages feared Fujin so much. In the Hokage's building, Shikaku asked, "Did you find Orochimaru?" Jiraiya replied, "It's weird. The Kazekage's chakra signature transformed into Orochimaru's. It looks like he disguised as the Kazekage to attack Sensei. To think that he could fool me even when I used nature chakra to sense. I can't sense the Kazekage or any other rank S ninja. 700 ninjas attacked the arena, but 200 of them have already been killed by Fujin. That boy is even more of a monster than I thought. You definitely gave him the most appropriate role." Shikaku's eyes widened. He exclaimed, "He already killed 200 ninjas?" Even Shikaku had a hard time believing it despite knowing what Fujin did against Kumogakure. He thought, I need to see which technique he uses to eliminate enemies so quickly. Anyway, now's not the time, Shikaku said. If it is just Orochimaru attacking Lord Hokage, then he should be able to handle it. Even if the Kazekage appears, Guy should be able to handle him while Fujin eliminates others or holds back another rank S ninja. Jiraiya-sama, you deal with the giant snakes. Our ninjas would have been able to handle the summons, but the Suna and Oto ninjas along with them put us at a great disadvantage. Even though we will eventually win, it'll be a costly win. Jiraiya replied. All right, I'll take care of the snakes immediately. Shikaku said, if there is any change to the situation, I'll burn one of the communication seals. Jiraiya nodded and disappeared from the building, while Shikaku continued monitoring the entire situation. Had it been just one group of snakes, Shikaku would have dispatched a couple of elite Junins along with a dozen squads to take care of it. However, he couldn't underestimate the losses that 8 groups would inflict upon Konoha. Even though he wasn't fighting, Shikaku had to ensure that Konoha not only won, but its losses stayed minimal. After sending Jiraiya away, Shikaku dispatched half of the remaining clan ninjas towards the arena and other hotspots. The Anbu, who specialized in dealing with giant summons, were also dispatched. The remaining clan ninjas and Anbu continued to stay in reserve in case another front opened up. In the stadium, Sakura was terrified once again as she saw the headless bodies. She wondered, are all wars so terrifying? No, I can't lose control of myself. Sasuke is all alone in the midst of this war. I have to bring him back. She quickly woke up Lee and Naruto before discovering that Shikamaru was just pretending to be asleep. Naruto asked in confusion, what is happening? Why is everyone fighting? His eyes widened as he asked, how did those trees become red all of a sudden? And why are those people sleepy? Words got stuck in his mouth as he realized that the people lying on the ground were headless, Sakura replied. Sunagakure and Otogakure ninjas attacked us. We are at war. Those people were killed by Fujin. Naruto exclaimed in surprise. Big brother Fujin killed so many people. No way. Where is he? Sakura pointed in a direction and said, he is there. Huh? Where is he? After transforming his wind domain into Wind Cloak, Fujin moved once again. Baki sighed in relief that the closest group to Fujin was the Odo division. He blocked Hayate's and Genma's attacks while keeping an eye on Fujin. Unfortunately, his relief didn't last for too long. Using the Wind Cloak to propel himself, Fujin reached the Odo division in the blink of an eye. He was so fast that everyone who was keeping track of him lost sight of him for a second. Only by following the wind trail could they understand his movements. The Odo ninjas had just engaged several Konoha ninjas when Fujin appeared on their flank and cut down 4 ninjas with one swing of his sword. His sudden appearance made the heads of Odo ninjas turn. They just saw Fujin waving his arm, causing the Wind Cloak to release some winds, which quickly transformed into wind blades and cut down the 16 ninjas closest to him. Even before those ninjas were cut down, Fujin disappeared from his spot. He appeared on another side of their army. Seeing the winds suddenly become intense, the Odo ninjas understood that Fujin was approaching them. One of the Junins shouted, "Bastard! How dare he kill our comrades! Stop holding back and kill him!" As soon as he gave the command, tattoos appeared on the bodies of half a dozen ninjas, including the ninja who shouted. Fujin immediately noticed the change and realized, huh? The curse seal? Tsk, that snake is really generous with his soul. AN, if you can, then please support me on Patreon, link uw.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay, Paddle Sarvesh can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you, Knuckled Behemoth, Brendan, Pranav, TT, Katie4S, Amin, Kazuha, Coleman, GRP666, Joe, Sean, Zypharis, Ree, Ozev, Derek, Aditya, Hang Lena, Blanket, and Yaya for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder, contact link in the description. Chapter 718, Black Flames. Chapter 724 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. The bodies of 6 Odo ninjas began transforming as they activated Stage 2 of the Curse Seal. Unfortunately, even before they could complete their transformation, a red line appeared on their bodies, starting at their forehead and ending below their abdomen. All 6 ninjas were sliced in two even before they had a chance to make a move. Baki cursed. What in the world is that speed? He's even faster than when he saved that girl. Don't tell me that Wind Cloak enhances his speed. And he can even fly. Shit! Where in the fucking hell are the arrangements that Kazekage-sama said he has made? While Baki just felt that they were at a massive disadvantage and in great danger earlier, he now understood that they were done for sure. If Fujin was left alone for a few minutes, not a single Suna or Odo ninja, including him, would be left alive. He had no doubts regarding that. Seeing Fujin cleave through the Odo division with such ease, the Suna ninjas, who were still in denial, accepted the reality. The morale of the entire army dropped in an instant. More than half of them wanted to retreat. However, knowing the punishment for betrayal and not wanting to leave their absent leader to fight alone, they continued defending against the spirited assault of the Konoha ninjas. On the other hand, Fujin's presence raised the morale of the Konoha ninjas fighting against the Odo ninjas. They immediately intensified their assault while shouting, "Councilman Fujin is leading the charge! Follow him and kill these bastards! Show these fools what fate awaits them! Leave no one alive!" Sakura, Naruto, Lee, and Shikamaru heard their shouts and glanced at them. None of them saw Fujin's silhouette, but only saw wind blades cutting down the Odo ninjas. Naruto immediately realized, "Wind blades? Is this how Big Brother Fujin fights?" Whoa! For a moment, Naruto's mind went blank. He calmed himself down and thought, those guys are completely helpless. They can't even resist Fujin. Not to mention, Fujin is so decisive. He isn't giving them any chance of survival, and is killing everyone so mercilessly. Seeing the bloodshed, Naruto felt conflicted. Fujin had cut down the enemies with zero hesitation. Had it been him, Naruto knew he wouldn't have been able to do that. In fact, he wasn't even sure whether he'd want to kill people like how Fujin did. He glanced around and saw everyone else was doing the same. Kakashi and Guy had killed a few enemies while keeping Kabuto at bay. Some distance away, Anko and Ibiki were fighting as well. A few dead bodies lay around Asuma and Kurenai too. Everyone who Naruto recognized was busy killing the attackers. He thought sadly, so, this is a war? Where ninjas cut each other down so mercilessly? Why did Tsunagakure and Otagakure attack us and start a war? His chain of thoughts was cut by Sakura, who said, "Naruto, stop looking there. We need to take advantage of the opening Fujin provided and chase after Sasuke. He is chasing after Gaara's squad by himself. We need to bring him back." Naruto nodded. The 5 of them were about to leave when their attention was once again attracted towards the arena. Fujin, who had cut down nearly half of the Odo ninjas, suddenly glanced towards his right and moved backwards. Moments later, a massive crystal wall appeared in front of him, separating the remaining Oto ninjas from him and the Konoha ninjas. Fujin looked at the crystal wall and the kunoichi behind it. He thought, Guren? So Orochimaru decided to bring her here. However, is this all? He should know that she can't stop me. Is she supposed to stall or distract me while my real opponent sneak attacks me? In truth, Fujin could have eliminated all the Oto ninjas before Guren appeared. Even though he couldn't use large-scale jutsus due to the Konoha ninjas nearby, cutting down the Oto ninjas wasn't too difficult for him. However, after cutting down 200 Suna ninjas, he slowed down purposefully. Instead of focusing on killing the weaker ninjas, he was on the lookout for a sneak attack on him from a rank S ninja, irrespective of whether that was an alive or a dead rank S ninja. He didn't believe that Orochimaru would make a move on Konoha without making arrangements for him. However, even after cutting down half the Oto ninjas, only Guren and a few more ninjas showed up. Fujin couldn't view any of them as a threat. He decided, oh well, let me see how much patience they have. Seeing Fujin finally stopping, the Suna and Oto ninjas sighed in relief. However, Baki's expression was still ugly. He thought, so Orochimaru made some arrangements. However, she didn't make a move until Fujin targeted their ninjas. As expected, Orochimaru wants to hurt us as well. We can't trust that snake. Behind the crystal wall, Guren shouted, stay clear of him. We will deal with him. All of you focus on clearing the remaining Konoha ninjas. Don't hold back anymore. Following Guren's orders, a dozen ninjas from the division activated their curse seals. In addition, the 4 subordinates who followed her also did the same. Seeing their appearance change and their chakra rile up, the Konoha ninjas became serious. A Senju Junin appeared behind Fujin and tried to ask, "Lore." Before he could say anything else, he felt a sharp chakra flowing through Fujin's Kazakiri. Fujin arched his arm behind as a Acuum core formed along the edge of his blade. He thought, "Oh well, let me see how good this sword is." He swung his blade horizontally at the crystal wall with his full strength. A massive Acuum slash was unleashed from the sword, and accompanying it were extremely sharp winds. Guren was surprised by Fujin's action. She thought, "Foolish. Even Orochimaru-sama's sword of Kusanagi can't cut my crystals." Baki and the other Suna ninjas looked nervously. Even though they hated Guren for acting this late, they prayed that she could stop Fujin. Water release, slicing waves jutsu. Inside the barrier, Orochimaru spat out a large amount of water once again. He controlled them to unleash a barrage of water blades at Hiruzen. Hiruzen rapidly dodged each one of them as lightning appeared around his hands. He released a chain of lightning which transformed into a net and blocked the incoming water blades. From the center of the net, dozens of lightning spears were launched at Orochimaru every second. Orochimaru slapped his hands together while thinking, "He wants to electrocute me through the water. Do you think I'll leave such an obvious weakness, Sensei?" Wind chakra appeared on his palms. He placed his palms into the water in front of him and released the wind chakra into the water. Winds appeared around the water he had released. Just before the lightning spears could hit the water, winds intercepted them. Hiruzen's eyes widened. He analyzed. His ninjutsu has improved to this extent? Sigh. He isn't too far from my level. Orochimaru chuckled on seeing the surprised look on Hiruzen's face. He immediately controlled the water and the winds and flooded them towards Hiruzen while loudly shouting, "I want to see how you defend against this, Sensei." For the first time since their battle began, Hiruzen weaved a hand sign and replied, "You don't think such a lousy combination can stop me, do you?" Fire release. Undying flame jutsu. Taking a deep breath, Hiruzen exhaled an intense fire. However, unlike the normal fire, this fire jutsu had so much yang chakra mixed in that the color of the fire had changed to black. The black flames expanded towards the incoming flood. Orochimaru immediately controlled the winds and let the water engulf the winds to prevent the winds from assisting the flames. At the same time, he began fusing large amounts of yin chakra into the water. The two jutsus collided, filling most of the barrier with steam. The Sound Four and the Anbu guards, who had the front row seat to watch this epic duel, wondered in disbelief. How could fire overwhelm water with such dominance? The only one who wasn't surprised was Orochimaru. After all, fire was what Hiruzen was known for. If anything, Orochimaru was disappointed that Hiruzen's fire wasn't as hot as it was decades ago. Hiruzen sighed as he realized, "To think that my old age would cause this jutsu to be doused for the very first time. How embarrassing." Even though the fire was overwhelming the water, Hiruzen knew that he couldn't sustain the momentum. Eventually, Orochimaru would gain the upper hand. Thankfully, there was still quite some time before that could happen. The lightning net around Hiruzen suddenly collapsed and transformed into large lightning dragons. They flew through the flames and hit the water. If you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link www.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay, Paddle Sarvesh8 at OKSB. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you Damien, Kyler, Tez, Matthew, Gaming Experience, J-Rogue, Darkslayer, Bishal, Emmanuel, Lucas, and Tomash for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 719, Countering Fujin. Chapter 725 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Orochimaru's eyes widened on seeing the lightning dragons enter the water. He quickly controlled the winds that had been absorbed by the water earlier to form a barrier, separating the flood into two parts. The wind barrier reduced the strength of the lightning dragons to the extent that they were no longer a threat to Orochimaru. Unfortunately, the lightning dragons left a path for the flames, which Hiruzen didn't miss. As his black flames hit the wind barrier, the strength of Hiruzen's flames increased once again. Having gotten a second wind, quite literally, the flames moved through the water with an unstoppable force, completely transforming a large amount of water into steam. Orochimaru cursed. Shit! He immediately spat out a large amount of mud, which transformed into a dome around him to shield him from the flames. Unfortunately, the flames were too intense for the mud to handle. Even though its strength was reduced considerably, Orochimaru was still engulfed by the black flames. The black flames started burning his entire body mercilessly. Orochimaru gritted his teeth as he endured the flames while using every suitable jutsu in his arsenal to reduce the intensity of the flames. He succeeded in reducing the fire's intensity to an extent where it was manageable for him. Unfortunately, the damage had already been done as he collapsed inside the flames. However, there was no joy or relief on Hiruzen's face. Even before he could take advantage of the situation, a pair of hands opened Orochimaru's mouth from the inside, and Orochimaru crawled out, completely unharmed. A wide grin could be seen on his face as he began laughing nonstop. Ha ha ha! The sounds of his laughter echoed inside the barrier as he shouted, "You failed, Sensei! You can't kill me!" Despite his laughter, there was no change in Hiruzen's expression. He replied, "Indeed, killing you has become difficult. However, let me see how many times you can use this jutsu." Orochimaru stopped laughing and said with a grin on his face, "That was your only chance, Sensei. Here onwards, the only thing that awaits you is your death and the destruction of Konoha." For the first time, Orochimaru began weaving hand seals rapidly before slamming his hand on the ground, or rather, the floor of the barrier. In the arena, Fujin's Acuum slash hit the crystal wall raised by Guren. Shock appeared on her face as a cracking sound was heard. She exclaimed, "That's impossible!" A gigantic crack appeared along the entire length of the wall before the Acuum slash cut straight through the crystal wall. Guren stopped weaving hand signs and ducked down to avoid the Acuum slash. Without the need for any order, every single Oto ninja ducked or jumped to avoid the Acuum slash. Having seen what it did to the crystal wall, none of them dared to get in its way. However, their eyes widened in shock as they realized something horrifying. Crystal armor appeared around Guren and her 4 subordinates, protecting them from the sharp winds that accompanied the Acuum slash. The other Oto ninjas weren't so lucky. The ones who didn't have the curse seal died due to the large number of cuts opening up on their bodies due to the merciless winds. The ones who activated the second stage of the curse seal had far stronger physiques than regular ninjas. Even then, 2 of them died as wind blades repeatedly cut one's throat till he was beheaded and destroyed another's brain by piercing through her eyes. The rest were injured to varying degrees, but still had the ability to fight. Once again, the arena was stunned as nearly the entire Oto division had been wiped out. Guren and the other surviving Oto ninjas looked at Fujin with dread in their eyes. What horrified them was that Fujin was moving towards them. Guren shouted, "Kurogaki! Shigeru! Stall him! You two, protect me. Others, attack the Konoha ninjas!" Hearing her commands, 2 Oto ninjas flickered towards Fujin. One was a large man whose body was covered in rhinoceros armor after transforming. The other was athletic and had a cheetah-like hide. Fujin thought, stall me? Is she planning something? Or did she say those words to distract me? Oh well, let me see. As he moved, Fujin waved his left palm towards Guren. His wind cloak lost a bit of chakra as a breeze appeared in front of him. However, unlike a normal breeze, it was made entirely of wind blades. Shigeru, the athletic one, stepped in front of Kurogaki while weaving hand seals at a speed that Fujin had never seen earlier. Surprised, Fujin thought, what the hell? He is faster than Kakashi at weaving hand signs. Wind release pressure damage jutsu. Shigeru exhaled intense winds at Fujin. However, instead of having a wide range, his jutsu was very concentrated and hit Fujin's wind blades. While he couldn't stop the wind blades, Shigeru successfully managed to change the direction of his wind blades just enough to ensure that none would hit them or Guren. Fujin thought, not bad. I guess I shouldn't underestimate Orochimaru's underlings so much. Fujin raised his sword once again. This time, some chakra from his wind cloak began flowing through his blade. The massive chakra flowing through the sword made most of the remaining Oto ninjas worried. However, a smirk appeared on Shigeru's face as he disappeared from his location. Fujin's eyes widened as he thought, he's fast! Very fast! Initially, Fujin had plenty of time to attack the Oto ninjas. However, Shigeru's speed suddenly increased 20-fold. He closed the distance between them in the blink of an eye. Fujin immediately controlled his wind cloak and extended it in Shigeru's direction. However, Shigeru immediately stopped and retreated while thinking, so his wind cloak can transform back into the wind dome. That's troublesome. Luckily, he doesn't know about our abilities. Fujin was surprised by how quickly Shigeru retreated. He turned his gaze towards Kurogaki, who continued moving towards Fujin despite his partner's retreat. Fujin swung his sword at Kurogaki while analyzing. He retreated too quickly. Did he intend to attack at all, or was it a bluff to let this guy come close to me? However, why exactly is this big guy running towards me? Instead of trying to dodge Fujin's sword or get away from the wind domain that was forming once again around Fujin, Kurogaki raised his left arm and tried to catch Fujin's blade with his bare hands. The Konoha ninjas around were surprised to see someone attempting to block Fujin's wind chakra-enhanced blade. While everyone expected him to be sliced in two, they were shocked as he successfully managed to catch Fujin's sword. Blood dripped down his left arm, but he continued holding on to Fujin's sword. Fujin's eyes widened as he realized he absorbed the chakra flowing through my blade. Ugh, not good. This bastard is trying to absorb the chakra in my wind cloak as well. With a giant grin on his face, Kurogaki raised his right arm and claimed, "You're dead." He brought his right fist down like a hammer at Fujin's head, aiming to crush him where he stood. At the same time, Shigeru moved again at an insane speed and appeared on Fujin's left side. He intended to attack Fujin at the same time as Kurogaki. Suddenly, Shigeru's eyes widened and he retreated once again. A millisecond after he retreated, strong winds blasted through the area where he was in. He thought, so he could still control his cloak despite Kurogaki's interference? No matter. I successfully distracted Hai. Shigeru's eyes suddenly widened. Before Kurogaki's fist could land on Fujin, he suddenly stopped and vomited blood. He glanced at his abdomen and saw a giant hole at the place where Fujin's punch landed. Due to the curse seal, Kurogaki's body was much stronger than a normal ninja. Even though he had absorbed the chakra flowing through the sword, Kazakiri would have sliced through a normal human with little difficulty. That showed how strong his body was. Hence, Kurogaki was very confident in his physique. Paired with his ability, he never feared close combat against any ninjas. To his shock, Fujin's punch had opened up a hole in his body. He glanced at Fujin and muttered, "Ho!" His eyes widened as he noticed the veins on Fujin's body bulging and his skin flush with raw power. The Konoha ninjas who were keeping an eye on Fujin immediately exclaimed, "That's the 8 inner gates technique! Fujin knows that technique as well!" Fujin glanced at the collapsing Kurogane as he closed the 3 inner gates he had opened and thought, "Dark release, huh? I guess he can't absorb a fist. Tsk, I should just raid Orochimaru's hideouts if I want some good specimens to research on. Now then, let me see how fast swift release is." Fujin's eyes landed on Shigeru, who immediately became nervous. His eyes widened and he hurriedly stepped to the left as Fujin's blade passed through his previous location. He immediately retreated while thinking, "Shit, he is even faster than Biffo." Terror appeared in his eyes as Fujin appeared in front of him once again, despite him moving at his greatest speed. He tried to change his direction, but Fujin's blade sliced through his body, cutting him in 2 pieces. At the same time, an Acuum slash was unleashed from his sword. It flew straight at Gurren, who had just completed what she had been doing and slammed her hands on the ground. If you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link w.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay, Pedalsarvish8 at OKSBuy. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you Douglas, Cody, Lamonde, Dark Driller, Chavi, Sean, H-Bomb, JD, Shen, Stefan, Chris, and Mohammed for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 720, Orochimaru's Trump Card. Chapter 726 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Despite possessing the swift-release Kekkei Genkai, Shigeru failed to outrun Fujin. While his speed was faster than Fujin's, even when Fujin was assisted by the Wind Cloak allowed Fujin to use the Assassin's Rush Jutsu seamlessly and continuously. It allowed Fujin to outspeed Shigeru temporarily. As his sword sliced through Shigeru's body, he thought, "It looks like Swift Release can't keep up with me either. Well, at least not when used by a Junin-level ninja. I guess I is the only one who is faster than me. At least when I don't use the Flying Thunder God Jutsu." His eyes focused on Guren, who had just completed a complicated set of hand seals. The two subordinates protecting her noticed the Acum slash flying at her and cursed, "Shit, protect Lady Guren!" Both weaved hand seals and slammed their hands on the ground. Earth Release, Earth Wall Jutsu. Multiple layers of earth walls appeared in front of them. However, recalling what Fujin's attack did to the crystal wall, both knew that such a defense wouldn't block Fujin's attack. Hence, they didn't rest easy and weaved hand seals once again. Earth Release, Iron Skin Jutsu. As Fujin's Acum slash pierced through the walls, the two of them stood in its path to block the deadly jutsu with their bodies. Needless to say, both were sliced into two pieces as the slash continued towards Guren, who had slammed her hands on the ground. Fujin's eyes widened as he saw 6 coffins rise from the ground. A smile appeared on Guren's face as she thought, "It's done. This is our victory." She suddenly felt something and glanced at her right. Her eyes widened as she saw Acum slash mere meters away from her. The Acum slash sliced through 4 of the 6 coffins, destroying the boxes as well as the bodies within. Guren instinctively moved behind to dodge the Acum slash. Unfortunately, she had too little time. Even though she managed to save her life, the Acum slash cut her right arm at the elbow cleanly. Fujin cursed, "Shit, did she just perform the Edo Tensei Jutsu? And summoned 6 ninjas at the same time?" For the first time since the start of the battle, Fujin felt some pressure. At the same time, 3 coffins rose inside the barrier. Unlike in the original story, Hiruzen didn't try to attack the coffins. Instead, he just looked at Orochimaru with a dark expression. Reading the words on the coffins, he knew who Orochimaru was trying to summon and understood why he was so confident. He thought, to think he would try to summon the 3 dead Hokages? Sigh, he has completely drowned in hatred. For him to be so confident, has he improved the Edo Tensei Jutsu to let the revived ninjas have the strength that they possessed when they were alive? Thoughts flashed in Hiruzen's mind at the speed of light as hope appeared in his eyes. He analyzed, Minato can't be revived. However, if Orochimaru can revive Lord First at his full strength, he won't be able to control him. Even Lord Second might be able to gain control. If that happens, we'll win in the blink of an eye. Even though Hiruzen had that hope, it was a very small one. He knew that Orochimaru wouldn't make such a basic error. In an inconspicuous corner of the stadium, a figure stood. Even though several battles were happening around him, no one attacked him. In fact, none of them even saw him. It was none other than a clone Fujin had left behind in the stadium long before the finals began. From the moment the battle had begun, this clone had done only one thing, which was to observe the fight between Hiruzen and Orochimaru. He analyzed, so, Hiruzen didn't bother to try blocking the coffins. It makes sense considering that it really won't have any effect. Regardless, these two indeed are at the peak of this world in terms of ninjutsu. Their battle is exactly how I expected it to be. I can be considered good at ninjutsu as well, but compared to them, I'm lacking considerably. The only technique in my arsenal with which I can compete with their skill is the wind domain. He recalled their fight before letting out a sigh and thinking, oh well, these two have worked on their skills for several decades longer than me. It'll take me some time to catch up with them in this regard. Besides, with the Flying Thunder God Jutsu, I can easily compete with them, even if I'm lacking in ninjutsu. He continued observing the battle. Considering how advanced the battle between Hiruzen and Orochimaru was, as compared to their fight in the original story, he was looking forward to seeing the two Senju brothers in action. Even though neither lived as long as Hiruzen, there was no question regarding their skills. In another part of the stadium, a figure stealthily left the stadium and chased after Naruto's group. It was another clone of Fujin. Due to Shikaku's plans, Fujin was no longer sure whether Naruto would get to fight Gaara. He just arranged a clone to follow them in case things somehow happened similarly. With the reanimated Kabuto stalling Kakashi, the chance he was awaiting had appeared. In the arena, Guren held her right arm. Crystal appeared around her elbow, closing the cut. She glanced at Fujin with fear in her eyes while thinking, he was able to kill Shigeru and Kurogaki in such a short time? The area around Guren was covered in dust and splintered wood, blocking the eyesight of most ninjas. She saw the 4 bodies that were reforming and thought, luckily Lord Orochimaru had already reanimated them, and my only task was to summon them. Otherwise, there might have been complications, and our plan would have been a lost cause. Guren recalled her meeting with Orochimaru when he trusted her with the most important task. Her expression hardened as she decided, my role isn't done here. Orochimaru-sama's former teammate is still somewhere around. Even if I die, I won't let Orochimaru-sama down. The crystal around her right elbow began expanding, eventually forming an arm. Fujin paid no attention to Guren. Instead, his attention was on the 6 reanimated ninjas. Even though he couldn't see their appearance yet, a frown appeared on his face as he recognized the chakra signatures of 2 of the 6 ninjas. He quickly analyzed, these 2, this will be a difficult battle. Even though I can take on these 2 myself, I won't be able to handle all 6 alone if others are at the same level as them. And if anyone is stronger, Fujin quickly analyzed, if the card Orochimaru prepared is Edo Tensei Jutsu, then we won't need Gai's 8 inner gates. I guess this is as far as Shikaku's pre-war plans go. Fujin suddenly disappeared from his spot and appeared among the Konoha ninjas who were fighting the Odo ninjas. The Odo ninjas had activated Stage 2 of the Curse Seal and initially overwhelmed the Konoha ninjas. However, once the Junins stepped forward, they were easily suppressed. However, the Junins hadn't been able to kill them in a short while due to their physiques. Suddenly, all 10 remaining Odo ninjas were sliced in 2. The Konoha ninjas looked at Fujin, who was standing among their ranks. Before they could say anything, Fujin glanced at the Junins and said, "Free up Kakashi and Gai. I'll need help." Fujin immediately looked at the reanimated ninjas after giving the order. He couldn't afford to take his eyes off them for a long time. The Konoha ninjas followed his gaze and shock appeared on their faces. That's Juzo. Wasn't he dead? Is he Kaminari? Didn't he go rogue over a decade ago? Why is he here? Wait, look at their eyes. The experienced ninjas immediately realized that their opponents had been reanimated with the Edo Tensei Jutsu. Without exchanging a single word, they retreated and moved towards Kakashi and Gai. As the dust settled and the bodies of the 4 ninjas completely reformed, the Konoha and Suna ninjas started seeing who were summoned one by one. The battle slowed down slightly as most ninjas were more interested in this development. The Konoha ninjas were slightly nervous while hope ignited within the Suna ninjas. Only Baki was slightly nervous. He wondered, why hasn't Kazekage-sama appeared yet? I can't trust Orochimaru's arrangements. As the figures became visible, the surprised voices of several ninjas could be heard. That's Juzo and Zabuza, 2 of the former 7 ninja swordsmen of the Mist. The Kumo rogue is here too? When did Kaminari die? No wonder there was no news about him. Who is that girl? Holy crap. Kaguya Shirogane is also revived. That madman led his entire clan to its demise. Finally, the last person's appearance became clear. Immediately, the blood of all Suna ninjas who saw him became cold. Terror appeared in the eyes of Konoha ninjas. Even Fujin's expression became grave. While the remaining 5 weren't a threat to Fujin, the last person forced him to raise his guard to the highest level. Kaminari appeared in Chapter 136. The author's notes in Chapter 6 and 32 were related to this. I was struggling with one simple question. Why didn't Orochimaru spam the Edo Tensei Jutsu to destroy Konoha in the original story? It would have been an easy win. Even though Orochimaru's Edo Tensei isn't as advanced as Kabuto's, it was never said that he could control only a small number of reanimated ninjas. The limitation was more focused towards the fact that the revived ninjas, more specifically the strong ones like Hashirama and Tobirama, couldn't reach their full strength, and even this was added later in the story. Since there was no explanation, my initial plan was to temporarily nerf Edo Tensei Jutsu so that Orochimaru could do only what he did in the original story. However, when I was considering what to do with Fujin, since he is considerably stronger than my initial plans, I suddenly wondered why I was nerfing the Edo Tensei Jutsu when it was the perfect answer to my issues. Kinda glad that the idea appeared in my mind when it did, as it'll make this arc far more fun. Anyway, I hope you guys enjoy it. Plenty of fun battles to come, but please keep the author's notes from Chapter 704 in mind. And if you can, then please support me on Patreon, link w.rion.com/devilhex, no space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Paddle Sarvesh 8 at OKSB. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon, thank you. TJ Pot, Mohammed, Lucky, Olamide, Ezwar, Michael, Pablo Ifaris, Eric, HH, Jeppy, Even Judge, Robin, and Douglas for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 721, Fortunes Reversed. Chapter 727 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. What's this? I'm alive again? Juzo glanced at his own body in surprise before noticing others around him. His eyes widened as he realized, Is this Konoha's Edo Tensei Jutsu? That bastard Kakuzu, he fucking stabbed me in the back. Kaminari seethed in rage once he realized that he was revived. He wanted to do nothing more than get his revenge. Unfortunately, he knew that he was nothing but a puppet under the control of the one who reanimated him. Zabuza-sama, is that you? Where are we? How am I alive again? Haku asked curiously. Unlike the other experienced ninjas, he knew nothing about this jutsu. Zabuza replied, You aren't. Someone used a jutsu to bring back the dead temporarily. We'll be under that person's control. A sad look appeared on Haku's face as he muttered, Does that mean that you're dead as well? I failed in my duty. To his surprise, Zabuza chuckled and said, Don't beat yourself up. You did very well, Haku. Anyway, we seem to be in Konoha and in the midst of a war. Juzo glanced at Zabuza and noticed Kubikirabocha with him. He said, Zabuza, so you are the one who succeeded my blade. However, it looks like you have fallen as well. Zabuza looked at Juzo as well. Before he could say anything, Kaminari began hurling another round of creative curses at Kakuzu. He suddenly stopped when his eyes fell on Fujin. He said, He looks a bit familiar. Who is he? Juzo overheard him and replied, He is Suzuki Fujin. I heard that you clashed with him before you died. Kaminari's eyes widened in surprise. He exclaimed, That brat has grown so much? Not bad, as expected of someone who could injure me. How did you die, Juzo? Juzo sighed and answered, I was killed by that brat. What? Kaminari shouted in surprise. While he was impressed by Fujin's chakra, he didn't think he'd be able to kill someone like Juzo at such a young age. While the reanimated ninjas chatted a bit among themselves, the last reanimated ninja's appearance became clear. As soon as they saw him, fear appeared in the eyes of both Suna and Konoha ninjas. Fujin's expression became serious as well as he thought, Hatake Sakumo. Sigh, such a difficult opponent. Even if he isn't at his full strength, sealing him will be a difficult job. Long time no see, Saru. You've aged, Sarutobi. As soon as they were reanimated, the Senju brothers noticed how old Hiruzen had become. Hiruzen sighed and apologized. I never imagined I would see you two again under such circumstances. I am so sorry. Hiruzen quickly assessed the situation. So much for that hope. Their chakra levels are far lower than when they were alive, especially in the case of Lord First. They won't be able to break free of Orochimaru's control. However, they should still have the strength of a rank S ninja along with their skills. I might be able to take the three of them on at the same time, but this will be a difficult battle. Very difficult. It might have been a bit easier if Jiraiya and Fujin backed me up. However, I sensed Sakumo's presence along with Shirogani's chakra. They won't be able to free themselves easily. Tobirama glanced at Orochimaru and said, Edo Tensei, huh? And that stripling over there is the one who summoned us with my jutsu? Impressive. He has improved this jutsu considerably. Huh? Tobirama's eyes suddenly widened as he felt something. He glanced outside the barrier, looking into the arena first before glancing in the direction of the village. He thought, I can't see them. However, why do I feel like there are millions of Flying Thunder God marks in the village? Did someone improve that jutsu as well? When Hiruzen gave Fujin the Flying Thunder God Scrolls, he had given Fujin everything related to it. The aspect of hiding the Flying Thunder God mark was developed by Minato. While Tobirama's marks could be sensed by anyone who had some expertise in space-time ninjutsu, Minato's marks couldn't be sensed even by such ninjas, unless he wanted to show them. In order to ensure that reanimated Tobirama and Minato wouldn't be able to see his marks, Fujin changed the seal formula even further. It wasn't exactly an improvement on Minato's formula, but just a change to ensure that Minato couldn't see his marks either. However, since he had planted millions of marks in Konoha, Tobirama, who was extremely skilled at space-time ninjutsu and probably the ninja who knew the most about it, instinctively felt the presence of an enormous number of Flying Thunder God marks. Tobirama looked back at Hiruzen and asked, "Saru, did someone master the Flying Thunder God jutsu as well?" Hiruzen was a bit surprised by the question. He answered, "Yes, he was quite a genius with the technique as well, and became the fourth Hokage. Unfortunately, he passed away over a decade ago." Tobirama sighed and thought, "A pity. Someone who could change my seal formula and plant millions of marks in the village must have been a very formidable ninja. Attacking the village would have been impossible if he was still alive." Orochimaru chuckled and said, "Enough with the small talk. Why don't we get started?" In the arena, the ninjas on both sides were in shock at seeing Sakumo. Fearful voices could be heard among the ranks of Konoha ninjas. That bitch summoned Sakumo-sama? Wasn't Sakumo-sama stronger than the Sanins? How are we supposed to fight him? We need to trust Councilman Fujin. Let's block the others with our lives and let Councilman Fujin deal with Sakumo-sama by himself. At the same time, hateful voices could be heard among the ranks of Suna ninjas. That is Konoha's White Fang? Why did Orochimaru revive that cursed bastard? He killed both my grandparents. Screw you. He killed all 4 of my grandparents and both my parents. Stop talking. That bastard almost annihilated my entire clan. Do you know how often I dreamed that I could kill this motherfucker? While Sakumo's strength was always known, he gained fame during the Second Great Ninja War when he led Konoha's armies on the Suna front. The wounds he inflicted on Sunagakure were worse than what Fujin inflicted on Kumogakure. Unlike Fujin, who did it stealthily and without any witnesses, Sakumo did it in front of everyone on the battlefield. For over a decade, there wasn't a single person in Sunagakure who didn't hate him. Kakashi and others glanced in the direction of this commotion as well. It was too big to ignore. His eyes widened as he muttered, "Father." He looked back at Kabuto and said, "Edo Tensei. So that is the weird feeling I was getting. However, who killed you, Kabuto?" Having faced Kabuto, Kakashi knew how formidable he was. Seeing that he had suddenly died caught him off guard. Of course, the one who was caught off guard most was none other than Kabuto. He wondered, what in the hell? It doesn't seem like he is lying. In fact, he has no reason to lie. What is going on? Who killed me? And who can use Chidori as well as Kakashi? Kabuto immediately felt like he was on the verge of finding out about a great conspiracy. He racked his brain to figure out what it was while continuing to restrict Kakashi. Sakumo glanced at the headband Gurren was wearing and the Odo ninjas around her before glancing at Fujin. Seeing the wind cloak around him, Sakumo immediately concluded that all the Odo ninjas had been killed by Fujin. He sighed. "To think that I would be revived to fight my own village. What is your name?" Fujin replied, "I didn't expect to see a ninja of your caliber in the enemy ranks. I'm Suzuki Fujin." Sakumo said, "Fujin, good name. Even though I'm revived, I can feel that I'm not at my full strength. However, you can't kill someone who has been summoned by the Edo Tensei Jutsu. This jutsu can only be stopped by either sealing us or by putting the caster under a genjutsu and dispelling the jutsu. Call for a few Uchiha Junins and have them suppress her." The eyes of Konoha ninjas widened while the Suna ninjas smirked. The famed Uchiha clan no longer existed. The only ones who lived were Sasuke and a few academy students. The only 2 strong Uchiha were rogue ninjas. Even though they hated Sakumo, seeing him on their side raised the morale of the Suna ninjas. Just a minute ago, Fujin was ruthlessly butchering Suna and Odo ninjas. Now, it would be Konoha's turn to suffer. Before the Konoha ninjas could say that there was no Uchiha Junin in the village and ask Sakumo to give a different advice, Gurren shouted, "Stop stalling time and attack him. Kill Fujin before he is reinforced and annihilate the remaining Konoha ninjas." Next chapter, Fujin's decisiveness. If you can, then please support me on Patreon, link patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay, Patalsav8 at OKSBully. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you, Sevensons, Antonio, Ernesto, AWG, Max, Alex, Munir, Hao, and Rain for supporting me on Patreon. Thank you, Rohit, for supporting me through UPI. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder. Contact link in the description. Chapter 702, Fujin's Decisiveness. Chapter 728 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Stop stalling time and attack him. Kill Fujin before he is reinforced. Immediately, 5 of the 6 reanimated ninjas rushed at Fujin. Only Sakumo stood in his spot, trying his best to resist the order. Ice needles appeared between Haku's fingers as he said, "My body. Zabuza-sama, my mind is clear, but my body is moving on its own." Zabuza frowned while gripping his Kubikiri Bocho tighter. He replied, "That's what this jutsu does. It forces us to fight as per the wishes of our summoner, even if it is against our will." As he approached Fujin, Juzo, wielding a large black sword that reminded Fujin of Darui's sword, said, "To think I'd get a rematch with you under such circumstances. It wasn't what I wished, but here I come." Unlike him, Kaminari laughed while conducting lightning through his sword made of chakra metal. He shouted, "I'll first kill you, before taking revenge on Kakuzu. It was due to you that Kakuzu got an opening to attack me." As for the last person, he was awfully quiet until this point and didn't carry any weapon. Strangely, he was also the fastest one to move. When he was just a couple of meters away from Fujin, a wide grin appeared on his face. Several sharp bones popped out of his body as he exclaimed in ecstasy, "To think I could battle even after my death! Haha, this is marvelous." The eyes of the Konoha ninjas widened. A couple of veteran ninjas shouted, "Fujin, please stay away from him. He was the clan leader of the Kaguya clan and a rank S ninja. Don't let him get close to you." From the barrier, Orochimaru glanced at the arena and thought with a smirk, "According to my original plan, I would have let Rasa deal with Fujin. Kimimaro would have assassinated whoever won. I predicted that Shikaku would make Jiraiya stay in the Hokage building to deal with me, and later send him to deal with my summons. I would have sent Guren along with the reanimated ninjas to take care of him. Unfortunately, Rasa's sudden change of heart disrupted my plans. Luckily, my summons can keep Jiraiya occupied for a while. Even if he comes here immediately, my next move will be enough to make the battle unsalvageable for Konoha." The 3 Hokages began their battle, while Fujin looked at 5 strong and unkillable ninjas coming at him with the intention to kill. Shiragani's bones extended towards Fujin and touched his wind cloak. At that very moment, Shirogane and the eyes of the other 4 reanimated ninjas widened. Before any of them could react, all 5 were hit by intense winds and launched back like cannonballs at an even faster speed. The eyes of all onlookers widened as they guarded against the intense wind current flowing from the wind cloak in every direction. Before they could stabilize themselves, another intense wind current was blasted behind Fujin, sending any unlucky ninja in its path flying for several dozen meters. As for Fujin, he appeared in front of Sakumo in the blink of an eye and swung his sword straight at Sakumo's throat. Lightning coursed through Sakumo's body, increasing his speed tremendously and allowing him to keep up with Fujin's speed. He unsheathed a white tanto and swung it at Fujin's sword in one smooth movement. Lightning circulated through it as well, causing it to release a white light. As their blade drew closer to each other, Fujin thought, "The White Fang, huh? A shame that he isn't at his full strength, and the circumstances don't allow me to have some fun. Otherwise, it would have been a very fun duel." In addition, his tanto is very good too. It is at least as good as my Kazakiri, if not even better. If I didn't have the Kiba blades, I'd be tempted to steal his sword. It looks like Orochimaru has left no stone unturned to ensure the success of his assault. Everyone watched in anticipation as the blades of 2 extremely strong ninjas were about to clash. However, just when their blades were mere inches from each other, strong winds blasted towards Fujin's right side, hurling him to his left. Surprise appeared on Sakumo's face as his blade cut through thin air. Before Sakumo could make sense of the situation, Strong winds were blasted from the wind cloak as Fujin used the assassin's rush jutsu once again. The eyes of every ninja who heard Sakumo's words earlier widened in shock as Fujin appeared right in front of Guren, his blade about to behead her. Guren was shocked. She didn't think that Fujin would try to kill her. She instinctively covered her entire body in crystal just before Fujin's blade could hit her neck. Unfortunately for her, a vacuum core formed along the edge of the Kazakiri as it sliced through her crystal armor like a hot knife through butter. Her head flew off her shoulders and landed a few meters away. Shock could still be seen in her eyes as her head rolled some distance, before finally stopping. For a moment, the entire battlefield grew quiet. Everyone looked at Fujin with a dumbfounded expression. After what Sakumo said, not a single person thought Fujin would do the exact opposite. Even someone as calm and easygoing as Sakumo lost his cool for a moment. He angrily asked, "Did you hear a word I said? How will you stop us now?" The very moment Guren's head rolled, Kabuto glanced in her direction and cursed, "Shit!" Kakashi took advantage of his momentary distractions and lightning chains ravaged Kabuto's body. He was about to attack again when several Konoha ninjas appeared and said, "Kakashi-san, we'll handle him. You please assist Councilman Fujin." Kakashi stopped and said, "Be careful, he is very strong and cunning. Wait for the sealing team to arrive." To Sakumo's surprise, there wasn't a change in Fujin's expression. He calmly replied, "The Uchiha clan was almost entirely massacred. There are no Uchiha Junins in the village." Sakumo's eyes widened and disbelief appeared in his eyes. He muttered, "The Uchiha clan was massacred." Kaguya Shirogane began laughing as he got up. He exclaimed, "That pesky clan has no more Junins? That's good. It should have been massacred entirely." Considering that he led his own clan to their annihilation, everyone ignored the madman. Fujin continued, "Even if there were any Uchiha Junins here, I won't let a ninja who can reanimate dead ninjas like you stay alive on the battlefield. Besides, without her, no one can order you. So help me defeat and seal the rest of them." As soon as he said it, Shirogane's laughter died in an instant. A grim expression appeared on Kaminari's face as well. Both looked at Sakumo, neither wanting to face that monster. At the same time, hope appeared in the eyes of Konoha ninjas, while the Suna ninjas were even more terrified. Having already suffered disastrously at the hands of Fujin, they had no will to face Sakumo at the same time. A few individuals flickered next to Fujin. Kakashi looked at Sakumo and muttered, "Father!" Sakumo had already sensed Kakashi's presence. To see him even in this condition was a pleasant surprise. However, before he could talk with his son, he shouted, "Be careful!" He unleashed several lightning rays at Fujin's group, which were immediately intercepted by Fujin's air bullets. Sakumo said, "I'm still not in control of my body." Fujin sighed and muttered, "As I suspected, that woman wasn't the true user of the Edo Tensei Jutsu. The real one must be." Fujin glanced in the direction of the barrier. An intense battle was taking place inside. However, Orochimaru was looking hatefully in Fujin's direction. He cursed, "Fuck that brat!" I didn't expect that he'd be so decisive. Orochimaru flickered to dodge Hiruzen's jutsu as he thought, "Even though I have improved the second Hokage's Edo Tensei jutsu considerably, this jutsu still has a lot of limitations. I still can't revive the ninjas at their full strength. However, that's not necessarily a bad thing. The bigger issue is distance. My control weakens considerably as the distance between me and the reanimated ninjas increases. For the time being, I can only keep 2 rank S ninjas under my control when they are away from me. I can control a few more elite Junins at the same time, but if I add a 3rd rank S ninja, all 3 will break out of my control." Orochimaru frowned as he continued thinking. Even though Sakumo and Shirogane are strong, they wouldn't be able to defeat the Konoha ninjas led by Fujin and Jiraiya. Their job was more to whittle them down. By the time they sealed these 6 ninjas, Guren would have summoned another 6 ninjas and attacked them when they were exhausted. However, I never anticipated that someone would just kill Guren, even after the complicated set of hand seals I gave her to fool everyone into thinking that she was the real summoner. Orochimaru flickered once again as a water jet and a fireball clashed at the spot he was standing in. As he analyzed the situation, Orochimaru realized how the battle would play out. A grin appeared on his face as he suddenly began laughing. He thought, it looks like the battle outside is a lost cause. To think that I'd lose even after putting in so much effort. No matter. I still have a couple of cards left. Even though I lost this battle, I'll be the final victor in this war. AN, if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link w.com/devilhex, no space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay. Pedal Sarvesh 8 at OKSB can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you Snowfairy Asuna, Jack, Nice One Bud, Dez, Arturo, Mateus, John, Fuad, Bozo, Sleepy Black Cat, Jai, Shadow, and Krishanth for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 723, One Jutsu to Suppress Them All. Chapter 729 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Sakumo unleashed over 100 rays of lightning which approached Fujin's group from different directions as he warned loudly, "Be careful. I can feel that my body is programmed to focus on killing you, Fujin. If you fall, my blade will turn towards other Konoha ninjas. Anyone who gets in my way will be attacked as well. I will try to resist as much as I can, but prepare yourself." Fujin's wind cloak transformed into winds and intercepted the lightning rays. At the same time, it recreated the wind domain around him. The remaining reanimated ninjas, who were charging towards Fujin's group, immediately stopped and retreated before the winds could engulf them. Kaminari questioned, "What are those winds?" Haku wondered aloud, "Can he control the winds in that dome? That's incredible. I have never seen anyone use wind release in this manner." Zabuza, Juzo, Shirogane, and Sakumo looked in surprise as well. Despite spending years on the battlefield fighting all kinds of ninjas, none of them had seen anything like that. At the center of the wind domain, Guy asked, "What do we do now? Should I use?" He was cut off by Renjiro, who replied, "The 8 Inner Gates technique is too risky against the Edo Tensei. Even if their bodies are destroyed, they will reform. It'll depend on whether they can be sealed before they reform. Fujin, you should be able to seal them, right? Once they were destroyed, sealing a reanimated ninja wasn't a difficult job. Even seal masters could do so if they had learnt the appropriate sealing methods. As a grandmaster, Fujin obviously could do it as well. In fact, he had several methods to do so." Fujin nodded and replied, "Sealing them wouldn't be an issue. However, it'll be better to save your technique for later in case Orochimaru has other arrangements. At the very least, don't open the ladder gates, which would slow you down." Guy nodded. While their enemy was strong, the situation wasn't bad enough to take huge risks. Considering Orochimaru's methods, Fujin's words seemed appropriate. Hoka, the last person in their group, activated his Byakugan and asked, "So, how do we deal with them?" Kakashi replied, "Fighting them together will be troublesome. Due to their bodies, they won't be concerned with friendly fire. We won't have that luxury and could be put in a difficult situation." Renjiro added, "That is correct. The best way to deal with them would be to split them up." Fujin agreed as well and said, "All right, I'll use winds to split them up. Which opponents do you guys want?" Kakashi was the first one to reply, "I'll take on my father." Without missing a beat, Fujin questioned, "You sure? We won't be able to back you up if things go wrong." Needless to say, Fujin wanted to take Sakumo on. As per his initial calculation, Guy, Kakashi, Renjiro, and Hoka would take on Shirogane, Kaminari, Juzo, and Zabuza, respectively, while a Junin restricted Haku. Once he sealed Sakumo, Fujin could team up with others to seal everyone up one by one. However, Kakashi replied resolutely, "I am. Father isn't as strong as he was when he was alive. In addition, he is resisting Orochimaru's control. I can restrain him." Even though Kakashi spent the month training Sasuke, he also started to take his own training more seriously after his encounter with Kabuto. At the same time, he wanted to take this chance to talk with his father. Everyone understood it, and hence no one opposed Kakashi. Fujin glanced at others and asked, "Well, what about you guys?" Guy was about to answer when his eyes widened and he shouted, "Careful!" Even though the appearance of the wind domain surprised them, it didn't intimidate them enough to stop them from making a move. In fact, with their immortal bodies, they didn't particularly fear wind jutsus as much as the living. Seeing the Konoha ninjas planning, all 6 reanimated ninjas riled their chakra and attacked. Lightning Release, False Darkness Jutsu. Water Release, Great Waterfall Jutsu. Water Release, Exploding Water Wave Jutsu. Lightning Release, Lightning Storm Jutsu. Kaminari, Juzo, Zabuza, and Sakumo attacked with supercharged long-range jutsus to see what the wind domain could do. Haku attacked at the same time and launched hundreds of ice needles into the domain. As for Shirogane, he directly rushed into the domain without any regard for the domain. Kakashi and others were about to act when Fujin said, "It's fine. They can't break my technique this easily. Which ones will you take on?" Kakashi, Guy, Renjiro, and Hoka looked at Fujin in surprise. Any single attack would force them to take evasive action or use a defensive jutsu. Not to mention, the former Kaguya clan leader was running straight at them. However, Fujin didn't even give them a second glance. Kaminari's massive lightning spears pierced into the wind domain and moved towards Fujin's group from the back. In front of them, a lightning storm had appeared and clashed with the wind domain. A young Konoha Chunin exclaimed in shock. He used a wind and lightning combination jutsu so effortlessly. Even Fujin was impressed with Sakumo's display. It was his first time seeing someone use lightning and wind together so flawlessly. Despite that, the ones who were surprised were Sakumo and Kaminari. Several wind blades appeared out of thin air and bombarded the lightning spears. Not even a spark reached Fujin and the rest. As for the lightning storm, it slowed down as soon as it clashed with the wind domain. The winds from the wind domain infiltrated into the storm and moved in the opposite direction at a rapid speed, nullifying it entirely within seconds. Asuna Ninja muttered in disbelief. "What the hell? How did that massive lightning storm disappear so suddenly? Did White Fang stop his own jutsu?" The ninja next to him said, "Forget that. Look at the insane number of wind blades that appeared out of thin air. I now understand how an entire division suddenly dropped dead. That region is a death zone." Unlike the weaker ninjas, Baki had a grave expression. He thought, his control over wind is ridiculous. To think that massive combination jutsu would be neutralized this easily. That wind technique is troublesome. In fact, it is stronger than every wind jutsu in Tsunagakure. Considering that Tsunagakure was supposed to have the best users of wind release, Fujin's display was quite humiliating for the Tsunagakure ninjas. However, most of them didn't register that, as they were more concerned about whether they'd make it out alive. While the lightning storm was being neutralized, Juzo's and Zabuza's jutsus hit the wind domain. However, strong winds were suddenly unleashed in the opposite direction from the wind domain. The water flow was stopped before being sent back in their direction. At the same time, hundreds of mini wind blades appeared in the wind domain and blocked every ice needle Haku launched. Just when the 5 jutsus had been stopped, Shirogane entered the wind domain boldly. A bone armor appeared under his skin as he noticed the wind blades blocking other jutsus. As soon as he entered the wind domain, hundreds of cuts appeared on his body, stripping his body of nearly all his skin. Even so, Shirogane laughed loudly and continued moving forward. Hundreds of cuts appeared on his bones, but none managed to pierce through. Only some scars were left, but they couldn't slow him down. However, his laughter suddenly stopped as a giant palm, made of winds, formed around him and stopped him. In the blink of an eye, he was pinned to the ground. While Fujin dealt with the attacks, everyone quickly began deciding their opponents. Guy said, "I'll take the Kaguya." However, Renjiro said, "No, I'll take on Shirogane. I had fought against him during the previous war. I won't have much difficulty in restricting him for a while. You take on Zabuza. Unlike me, you should be able to suppress him easily. Hoka, take on the ice user." Guy and Hoka agreed. Fujin glanced at Juzo and Kaminari and thought, "So, time to face these two again, huh? Well, it should be interesting." "It'll allow me to see how far I have come." Renjiro continued, "You'll have to take on those two, Fujin." Fujin replied, "All right." While they planned, the onlookers were shocked. Asuna Ninja dropped his kunai and questioned in disbelief. Did he just suppress all 6 of them alone? A Konoha ninja exclaimed, "Holy crap! Fujin is cool! Look how he is holding down that Kaguya ninja." Another asked, "Didn't you say that he was a rank S ninja? Look how helpless he is against Councilman Fujin." The older Konoha ninjas were just left speechless. They recalled how they tried to warn Fujin earlier, and now Fujin was holding him down without even glancing at him. Baki gulped his saliva nervously as well. With a grim expression, he thought, impossible. He blocked the full power attacks of a rank S ninja, 3 elite Junins and a Kekkei Genkai wielder, and suppressed another rank S ninja with the same technique. How is this technique so powerful? How can we even counter it? AN, if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link www.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay, Pilsarvesh8 OKSB, can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you Munir, Federico True, Kishore, Fanfic Sage, Argo, Ortigern, Lucas and John for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder, contact link in the description. Chapter 724, Poking the Beehive. Chapter 730 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. For a few moments, Baki felt a sense of helplessness. He didn't see any way to counter such a strong jutsu. In fact, he wasn't even sure whether Rasa could stop this technique. The fact that the enemy village had a 16-year-old ninja who could go up against their Kage and possibly overpower him was extremely difficult for Baki to digest. Yet, Baki quickly controlled himself. As the Tsunagakure ninja with the highest authority on the battlefield, he wasn't allowed to lose control of his emotions like the rest. He quickly analyzed. No, a jutsu this strong has to have weaknesses. And the weakness of this jutsu is rather obvious. Sustaining it will take a massive toll on his chakra reserves. While we can't confront him head-on, we can keep attacking him until he runs out of chakra and then take his head. However, it'll be a very painful victory. It'll be best if they are able to kill him right here. Baki's analysis wasn't off the mark. The wind domain had a ridiculous requirement for chakra. A normal ninja wouldn't be able to sustain it. After creating the wind domain, Fujin used it to annihilate a division of Suna ninjas and a division of Oto ninjas. In addition, he lost a big chunk of chakra to Kurogaki's dark release. Along with his liberal use of the Assassin's Rush jutsu and blocking the reanimated ninjas, his wind domain was almost out of chakra. It became quite evident when Shirogani's bones ripped through Fujin's ghost palm. Baki observed it with a keen look and thought, as I suspected, the technique's power had decreased significantly. Even though he is still ridiculously strong, he won't be invincible once this technique ends. The reanimated ninjas and others around, especially the censors, also noticed the same thing. Sakumo sighed internally while thinking, I guess expecting a jutsu of this scale to be sustained for too long is too much. However, unlike the expressions of the Konoha ninjas, there wasn't even a hint of worry on Fujin's face. The wind domain began moving once again, and strong winds were blasted in the direction of all 6 ninjas once again. The sudden move from the weakening wind domain caught them off guard, and all 6 ninjas were hurled a long distance backwards. With this attack, Fujin's wind domain finally ran out of chakra as well. Without exchanging a single word, everyone in Fujin's group flickered towards the opponents they decided upon. Baki immediately realized, that technique has run out of chakra. This is our chance. He quickly glanced towards 3 Suna Junins, all of whom glanced back at him at that moment. Without the need for any orders, they nodded and flickered. The 3 Suna ninjas specialized in assassination. In a head-on battle, they knew that they didn't stand any chance against Fujin. However, with the reanimated ninjas keeping him busy, they were confident that they would get some openings. Fujin appeared in front of Juzo and Kaminari and thought, more than 300 elite ninjas for 25% of my chakra. Not a bad exchange. That said, fighting these 2 and later sealing the rest, my chakra reserves can go seriously low, and depending on the situation, I may have to fight with Orochimaru as well. Worse, he might have more dead people to summon. Kaminari looked at Fujin and chuckled. Aren't you looking down at us, boy? You want to take the 2 of us at the same time without that cloak? Juzo said, if we were still alive, I'd have warned him to not underestimate you. However, I suppose it doesn't matter now. How long has it been since you killed me? Fujin raised an eyebrow and asked, kill you? We never even met. Juzo was immediately left speechless. Kaminari looked at Fujin in confusion and wondered, why is he denying it? Juzo, who lived a few years longer than Kaminari, understood why Fujin denied it. he couldn't help but wonder, how much shit did he do to refuse his identity completely? I suppose even Konoha can't handle the backlash if he accepts it openly. Still, this is humiliating. I never imagined that someone would refuse to even accept that they killed me, a former member of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. Does my head command no value? Fujin's words made Juzo angry, but Fujin ignored him and glanced at Kaminari. He said, "For someone who's being controlled like a puppet by Orochimaru, you sure are cocky. I wonder what your old comrades in Kumo would think if they knew how proud you are to be his attack dog." Fujin's remark immediately made Kaminari lose his cool. Never had he been insulted to this degree. He immediately riled up his chakra and was about to curse and attack when his eyes widened. Taking advantage of the fraction of a second, Kaminari lost himself to rage. Fujin flickered in front of him and swung his blade at him. Unlike his usual approach, Fujin didn't target his throat. After all, it was useless against an Edo tensei, and Fujin didn't want to leave himself open for a counterattack. Instead, he attacked Kaminari's sword, which he instinctively raised. The two blades clashed. Lightning flowed through Kaminari's blade, making it far stronger than a normal sword. However, it was too weak against the Akyume core along Fujin's blade. In one smooth motion, Fujin cut Kaminari's sword into 2 and continued swinging his sword towards his chest. However, he suddenly stopped and retreated as several water bullets flew through his previous location. Juzo appeared next to Kaminari and mocked ruthlessly. What a surprise! Even death failed to tone down your arrogance. Kaminari snorted and said, "He just caught me off guard." His chakra flared once again, and lightning charges appeared on his body. Having realized how devious Fujin was, and recalling how he was played twice by Fujin's squad before his death, he no longer intended to give him any opportunities. All 3 disappeared, and an intense clash ensued. At the same time, others began their battles as well. While the most crucial battles were happening in the arena, the rest of the village was in chaos as well. Shikaku dispatched several powerful ninjas to take care of the gigantic snakes, and lead ninjas on the walls to victory against the Suna and Odo ninjas. He had already sent Jiraiya, who had already crushed one group and was moving towards the second. Inoichi, Choza, Tsume, Eagle, and a few others were also dispatched to stop the summons. However, one group managed to break through the ninjas stationed at the walls. With no one living near the walls, they rushed straight towards the village, intending to cause as much harm to Konoha as possible. In a couple of minutes, they reached the outskirts of the village. In a dark basement, a pair of eyes suddenly opened. He got up and muttered, "Seriously? You have the entire village and you come this fucking way?" In Fujin's compound, there was a bit of panic. Over 100 former Kiri orphans, who were currently Anbu trainees, watched 3 large snakes along with a couple of dozen enemy ninjas heading straight towards them. Hikari muttered fearfully, "They are heading towards us. I have never seen such gigantic snakes." Takeshi said, "Calm down. Sensei has trained us for a long time. We can't disappoint him. With our Kekkei Genkai, we can take those gigantic snakes down." Sayaka immediately said with full seriousness, "Don't get overconfident. These snakes are Orochimaru's summons. We can't take them lightly." Yuji chuckled and said, "Don't worry. When has Takeshi ever taken anyone lightly?" Sayaka looked at him and scolded, "I'm worried more about you, Yuji." She turned her gaze towards their Anbu instructors and said, "Don't worry, our instructors are still here. Even if Sensei isn't here, they can instruct us how to deal with them." Everyone nodded obediently. Unknown to them, Monkey had a worried expression behind his mask. He thought, we don't have enough manpower to face them. The only way we'd have any chance at victory is if I make the trainees fight. However, this is very risky. Even though they have a couple of years of training, they have never been on an actual mission. If I make them fight here, many would die. Considering their immense potential, this will be a painful loss for the village. However, what other choice do I have? Huh? In shock, Monkey asked, "What are you doing here?" Fujin's clone asked in return, "Why are you so agitated?" "Calm down. I'm just a shadow clone." Monkey sighed in relief and said, "Thankfully you're here. I was getting worried about sending the trainees to battle. Even though you're just a clone, our losses will be significantly lower." "What's the issue?" He suddenly felt uncomfortable as he saw Fujin's clone looking at him like he was the biggest idiot in the world. Fujin's clone turned his gaze back towards the enemy and asked, "What do you mean by losses?" "AN, if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link www.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay. Patil Sarvesh 8 at OKSB can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you Antonio, Mugen, Cody, Chatchapong, Treason Phoenix, Pervy Sage, Elias J, Miyuki, and Ibeck for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder, contact link in the description. Chapter 7 and 25, Unexpected Casualties of the War. Chapter 731 of Naruto the Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Sorry guys, fell asleep while writing last night. Was gonna upload the chapter earlier today, but had a few ideas and I kept writing. Anyway, today's chapter will be out later as well. Hope you guys been doing well. Shikaku-sama. One group of enemies have broken through and are heading towards the village. Yamanaka Shin opened his eyes and reported with a grim expression. Several Yamanaka ninjas in the room had grim expressions as well. They were responsible for sensing the position of enemy ninjas. A group entering the village meant that there would be a lot of death and destruction. Shikaku wasn't too disturbed. He had already calculated that this would happen as a couple of spots hadn't been protected that well, and had long made arrangements for both spots. He asked, "Which group is it? The 3rd or the 7th? Yamanaka Shin replied, "It's the 7th group. They are about to reach the 23rd training ground and will reach Fujin's compound soon. There are 3 giant snakes and 26 ninjas in their group." Worry could be seen on Shin's face. Even though he hadn't interacted with Fujin much, he had taught him the basics of sensing when Fujin was still in the academy. He didn't want to see his house and compound being destroyed. However, to his surprise, he saw a smile appear on Shikaku's face. He wondered, what the hell? Was it a trap prepared by Shikaku-sama? Shikaku ordered, "Dispatch 4 Anbu squads to intercept them." For a moment, Shin couldn't believe his ears. He asked to confirm. "Only 4 squads?" Shikaku plainly nodded and said, "Yeah, it should be more than enough. Now go." Shin left immediately while Shikaku thought, "I left that group as the last one to be dealt with because of what stands in that direction. To think that they would run straight to it. Poor souls." Despite being enemies, Shikaku couldn't help but feel bad for them. By now, every strong ninja in Konoha knew that Fujin's compounds were the last place to mess around. Even someone as lazy as Shikaku wanted to witness that battle. Unfortunately, he couldn't move around freely. "What do you mean by losses?" Fujin's clone asked while looking at the giant snakes. Monkey was dumbfounded. He wondered, is he saying that we can win without taking any loss? But how? Does his clone have enough chakra to deal with them? Bunjiro and Tatsuya flickered behind Fujin and said, "Fujin, we're here. What should we do?" Fujin's clone replied, "Just watch and learn what you should never do on any battlefield or mission." Both were confused. Just like Monkey, they were preparing themselves for a difficult battle. However, the way Fujin's clone spoke was very casual. It was as if he didn't consider the incoming enemy a threat. Even though they were confused, they just decided to put their trust in him. After all, if Fujin was so confident, then there was no reason for them to be worried. The giant snakes entered the training ground while the Suna and Odo ninjas followed them. Fear appeared in their eyes as they finally saw Fujin's clone standing on top of his house. Why is the spectral swordsman here? Wasn't he supposed to be in the arena? Fool. He is in the arena. This one should be his clone, or maybe someone transformed into him. Stop being cowards and crush his compounds. Hearing the Junin's words, everyone calmed down, and confidence appeared in their eyes. An Oto ninja shouted, "If he is only a clone, then we don't need to worry. Orochimaru-sama's summons will crush him." As if following his command, the 3 gigantic snakes opened their mouths wide and dived straight at the compound, wanting to swallow everyone inside it. Seeing the massive snakes, the young trainees became fearful. Thankfully, they were trained enough not to cause chaos. Even so, almost all the trainees retreated backwards. Several weaved hand seals and prepared jutsus in case the snakes weren't stopped. Sayaka and other students of Fujin glanced at him and wondered, What is he doing? Why hasn't Sensei cut them up already? Even though he's just a clone, this should be child's play for him, shouldn't it? Seeing the young kids frightened, the confidence of the Suna and Oto ninjas soared. They weaved hand seals while shouting, "Crush them! We will continue until the entire Konoha is destro." Their words got stuck in their throats and their eyes widened in shock. A massive dome-shaped transparent barrier appeared out of thin air around the entire compound. The massive, sharp teeth of the snakes failed to put even a scratch on the barrier. The Konoha ninjas were surprised as well. They wondered, "There is a barrier surrounding the compound. Since when was there a barrier here? More importantly, how did it activate suddenly when he didn't make any move?" The Anbu trainees breathed a sigh of relief, while the Suna and Oto ninjas began wondering what to do. The fact that the barrier stopped the giant snake so easily indicated how strong it truly was. It made them fall into a dilemma. Considering their situation, they immediately realized that they had two options. The first was just to avoid the compound and go around it to get deeper into the village. However, doing so left them vulnerable to being attacked from the rear. Once more, Konoha ninjas appeared to stop them. They'd be attacked from every direction. Their second option was to attack the barrier until it broke down and kill everyone in the compound before continuing forward. However, if the barrier was too strong, they would be stuck at that location and allow Konoha's reinforcements to arrive. At the same time, destroying the barrier will consume their chakra rapidly. The experienced Anbu on Fujin's side realized this as well. Monkey glanced at Fujin and wondered, does he want them to exhaust their chakra first before we launch a surprise attack? After all, even though they are trainees, everyone here is well versed in ninjutsu. If we time our attack to just when the barrier breaks, we could hit them with over 100 jutsus at the same time. Before Suna and Oto ninjas could come to a decision, the giant snakes hissed and retreated backwards. Their actions surprised everyone. The Oto ninja who had summoned them with Orochimaru's scroll wondered, why are they retreating? Didn't Orochimaru-sama say that they'll continue moving forward until they take a lot of damage? Don't tell me. Did they sense some great danger ahead? As the snakes retreated, it became very visible that they were terrified of something. Their massive bodies shuddered uncontrollably, scales rippling as if crawling with unseen horrors. They thrashed their heads from side to side, slamming into the ground in frantic desperation as if trying to shake off an invisible menace clinging to their skin. Their forked tongues flicked out rapidly as a hissing sound filled the air. However, instead of being intimidated by them, the Konoha ninjas could see dread in their eyes. The powerful serpents, who dominantly made their way to the outskirts of Konoha, were now slithering back in frantic, erratic patterns. The sudden change shocked the Suna and Oto ninjas. None of them could understand what was happening. However, it suddenly became extremely clear. Every scale on each of the giant snakes began glowing as the snakes panicked even more. Everyone first thought that this was an ability of the snakes. However, when they realized what it was, their eyes widened in horror as they shouted, "Holy crap! Take cover!" What was glowing wasn't the scales themselves. Instead, it was the explosive seals that somehow appeared on every scale of each snake. Within moments, each and every explosive tag exploded. 2 giant snakes were blown into smithereens as their blood and flesh rained into the nearby area. A part of the transparent barrier was now covered in blood as well. As for the third snake, it became too terrified and undid the summoning jutsu. It suddenly appeared in the Ryuchi cave while hissing fearfully. Its hissing attracted the attention of all the powerful snakes in the Ryuchi cave. However, before they could do anything or even understand the situation, the snake exploded. The explosion was so powerful that tremors were felt throughout the Ryuchi cave. Countless small snakes in the vicinity died due to the explosion. The ground underneath the explosions collapsed as well, crushing hundreds of snakes living underground to death. The sudden attack shocked the Ryuchi cave. Powerful snakes like Manda and their sages felt the loss of life and immediately moved in rage. And if you can, then please support me on patreon.patreon.com/devilhex. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay, pedalsarvesh8 at OKSBI. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you ASC Darks, Dardex Faris, Goo, and Zikivon for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 726, A Game of Death. Chapter 732 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. So many negative comments, criticism in the comment section in the previous chapter. Was planning to reply, but it seems like these guys have been making similar comments for quite a while. Not sure if I should be troubled or be flattered that they still keep reading for months despite Wei's complaining, lol. Anyway, not gonna bother today. Eerie low on energy. Good night, and have wonderful week, everyone. Stay safe and healthy. Happy Diwali in advance. I wasn't aware that Ryuchi Cave was shown in Boruto, and had to look it up when I came across it. I recall reading the 3 tests in some of the fanfics I read earlier. For a moment, I thought that Boruto took inspiration from the fanfics until I realized that it had come out nearly 6 years ago, lol. The entire Ryuchi Cave shook due to the powerful explosion. The strongest snakes began moving, and within a few seconds, their massive shadows covered the spot of the explosion. Garaga looked around and asked, "What was that? Are we under attack? Where is the enemy?" Manda replied, "There is no enemy. It was one of our own that exploded." Suddenly, both of them turned their heads and saw a large white serpent appearing behind them. Both respectfully said, "Sage!" The white snake sage muttered, "He was summoned by Orochimaru a few minutes earlier." When he returned, his entire body exploded. The explosion and the destruction killed 2,356 young snakes. Even though her voice was calm, both Manda and Garaga became nervous. The other powerful snakes who had appeared weren't any different either. Manda cursed, "Crap! This old hag is angry! You're on your own, Orochimaru." Unlike the toads, the snakes weren't as protective of each other. They didn't mind the deaths of their fellow snakes much. Under normal circumstances, the white snake sage didn't care about it either. However, an attack on their holy ground crossed a line. The white snake sage let out a snort. Immediately, every giant snake who was still rampaging throughout Konoha disappeared in a cloud of smoke and returned back to the Ryuchi Cave. The Suna and Odo ninjas, who were engaged in an intense battle against the Konoha ninjas, were suddenly left dumbfounded. What just happened? Where are the damned snakes? Shit, is this Orochimaru's trick? I knew that snake couldn't be trusted. Be careful, the Konoha ninjas are on the move. Just like them, the Konoha ninjas were surprised as well. However, it was a happy surprise. Without wasting any time, they launched a ruthless counterattack. Without the giant snakes to distract and block the Konoha ninjas, they gained an overwhelming upper hand. Similar scenes appeared in all 6 groups that were still alive. While they faced a severe challenge, the 26 Suna and Odo ninjas in front of Fujin's compound were in disbelief. Their greatest weapon was destroyed so easily. What horrified them was that none of them understood how that had happened. The fact that hundreds of explosive seals appeared on the giant snakes out of nowhere had shocked them to their core. In a panic, everyone began retreating. Fujin's clone waited until everyone was in the training ground before making the confrontation hand seal. Immediately, all the seals in the training ground were activated. The entire training ground was covered in barriers. The Suna and Odo ninjas shouted in panic, "Why are there barriers here?" "Shit! Are we trapped? How do we get out?" "Fuck this shit! Just attack a barrier, and let's escape!" The Anbu ninjas and trainees looked at Fujin's clone in shock. They didn't expect that Fujin would have made arrangements in the training ground as well. Fujin's clone ignored their stares and thought, "Though this isn't the occasion to have some fun, I doubt I'll get a chance to use these seals frequently. Even though my main body is in an intense battle, his chakra reserves are still at a good level. I should have some time." His eyes peered through the barriers and gazed upon the Suna and Odo ninjas. He decided, "I guess you guys can just curse your luck. Regardless, your contribution to test my seals will be remembered." The Odo and Suna ninjas began weaving hand seals. However, they stopped midway and glanced at their feet. Before any of them could realize it, chains appeared out of the ground and coiled around their feet, trapping them. Realizing the danger, they tried to concentrate chakra on their feet to break free of the chains and escape. However, their eyes widened in shock as they realized that they couldn't use their chakra. Before they could realize what was happening, more chains appeared from the ground. In the blink of an eye, all 26 ninjas were restrained by 5 chains each, 4 restraining each of their limbs and the last one tightening around their neck. Panicked sounds were immediately heard throughout the training ground. Why are so many chains here? And how did they sneak up on us so easily? Also, what are these chains? They aren't normal chains. More importantly, why is our chakra suppressed? The chains restraining everyone weren't physical chains. Instead, they were created with the help of fuinjutsu. While their shape was similar to normal metallic chains, they had a purplish glow and weren't entirely opaque. The Suna and Oto ninjas immediately realized the oddities and understood that they had fallen into a trap. Fortunately, one of the Suna ninjas had some knowledge about seals. He shouted, "Stop panicking! I have seen something like this before. These chains are a result of fuinjutsu and have effects similar to chakra suppression seals. That is why we can't use our chakra." The other ninjas quickly asked, "How do we get out of it?" The ninja answered, "There are a few ways. The easiest is to have an ally destroy these chains and free us. Unfortunately, that option isn't available for us right now. The only option we have is to break these chains with our physical might. Even if one of us succeeds, that person can free the rest of us." Hope appeared in their eyes. However, they stopped wasting time when he continued, "Be fast! I have a bad feeling about this. I still don't understand why there are so many of these sealing chains here. And we still don't know how those snakes exploded. So hurry up." Hearing his worried tone, every ninja began doing their best. When they tried to break the chains with just their physical might, they realized that the chains weren't as sturdy as metal chains. It increased their confidence and they gave it their best. Unfortunately, the chains were just strong enough not to be broken by them. Fujin's clone observed their struggle and thought, none of them have the curse seals. Otherwise, they could have successfully broken through and survived what follows. Makes sense, I guess. Orochimaru won't send his elites for just this maneuver. Regardless, I won't be able to test the few other seal combinations in the training ground. Well, whatever. I didn't expect much from them anyways. Despite their failure, the Suna and Oto ninjas didn't give up and continued giving their best. Suddenly, their eyes widened in horror as they realized the chain around their neck was continuously tightening more and more. A few cursed with terror in their voice, "At this rate, we'll be strangled to death in less than 10 minutes. We have to hurry up. Someone, please break these chains." Realizing that they were on a timer, they exploded with more strength than they ever had in their lives. A few managed to move their limbs a bit, but still couldn't break the chains. Finally, an Oto ninja let out a primal scream as he summoned every ounce of strength from deep within. He raised his right arm until it was in front of his mouth and yelled, "As if I'll let some chains strangle me to death." He opened his mouth wide and bit down upon the chain without any concern for his safety. Several of his teeth cracked, but the chain finally crumbled. He quickly grabbed a kunai and cut the remaining chains, finally freeing himself. As soon as he was free, he began laughing loudly, partially due to the relief of having made it out alive, and partially for defeating the deadly trap Konoha had set for him. The remaining Oto and Suna ninjas were relieved as well. They shouted, "Quickly, hell!" Their words stayed stuck in their throats as the freed Oto ninja exploded. His blood and flesh rained upon the ninjas still trapped by the chains. They were so shocked that for half a minute, not a single word escaped their mouth. Finally, one person said, "Hey, what is this? What does this mean? If we break the chains, we'll explode like those snakes. However, if we don't break the chains, we'll still be strangled to death. Ha ha ha! What is this hell?" Every single person hearing his voice could feel how terrified he was. Terror had taken such a hold in his mind that he laughed like a maniac. The remaining ninjas felt the same terror. The glimpse of hope that had been lit was completely doused. Instead, they were filled with endless dread and misery. Fujin's clone shook his head and finally took his eyes off the 25 enemy ninjas. He thought, "That's hopeless. They've already given up. No miracles will happen here. Anyway, he glanced towards the village and thought, of the 8 groups that attacked, only this one made it through. Humph. This is undoubtedly Shikaku's doing. That lazy ass definitely took it easy because my house is in this direction. AN, if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link www.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay, Patil Sarvish H at OKSBI. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you, Chandav, Shreyan, Jaden, Taylor, I Am Rev, and Call of Duty for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 727, Instant Revenge. Chapter 733 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity, narrated by Fabelverse Audio. AN double release, either today or tomorrow. Thought I'd clear this up right now, as it caused quite some confusion on Patreon later on, though I guess I share the blame too, as I could have shown the events in the last couple of chapters later in the story. Anyway, the battle currently happening is quite a complex one, and there are several different confrontations happening at the same time. To be more precise, Hiruzen's Orochimaru and Senju brothers, Fujin's Juzo and Kaminari, Renjiro's Shirogane, Kakashi's Sakumo, Gai's Zabuza, Hoka's Haku, Fujin's Compound S, the Unfortunate Group, Jiraiya's other groups are all happening at the same time. Unfortunately, I can't show them at the same time, and it'll feel like the events in the last chapter happened a long time ago when they are happening concurrently to the other fights. The picture will be more clear once all the fights end, as I'll add more details, especially about the previous fight, about their timing as events occur. So, keep that in mind when you don't see a particular individual not appearing in another battlefield. That lazy ass definitely took it easy because my house is in this direction. While Fujin's clone understood Shikaku's thinking, he wasn't happy that some of the defenses of his compound were leaked. Now everyone would know the existence of a strong barrier that activated once the compound was attacked. In addition, the smart people would also realize that the attackers would somehow be covered in explosive seals. As such, the effectiveness of his defenses would reduce a bit. Fujin's clone thought, while normal people won't understand the workings of the barrier, any Fuinjutsu Grandmaster can analyze it with rather ease. They'll realize that there are thousands of dormant explosive seals on the barrier that move on to the bodies of whoever comes in physical contact with it. Of course, they won't be able to replicate it. The principles behind this mechanism are based on the Flying Thunder God Mark's ability to move and my Fuin battlefields. However, they'll be able to create counters to avoid falling into the same trap as these unlucky ninjas and snakes. Fortunately, this is just my outermost defenses. The barrier followed by the dormant explosive seals are the 2 crudest defenses around my compound. My main arrangements are still a secret. However, I can't let this go so easily. Otherwise, that bastard will continue exploiting my house. Fujin's clone turned his gaze towards an Anbu ninja and said, "Pass a message to Shikaku immediately. Tell him that one of the snakes cancelled his summoning, returned to the Ryuchi cave and exploded there, likely killing hundreds of other snakes." The eyes of the surrounding ninjas popped out as Fujin continued. "The Ryuchi cave might take offense and retaliate against us, either now or when our ninjas go out for missions. The losses could be catastrophic. Ask him to take countermeasures quickly." The Anbu ninja nodded and flickered in an instant. Considering how serious the matter was, he didn't dare to be tardy. Fujin glanced at the spot from where the snake disappeared and thought, I didn't think a summon would be careless enough to endanger their sacred land. I'd have marked him if I knew. Well, I suppose I can always mark Anko's snakes to gain access there. A smile appeared on his face as he thought, a place as ancient and mystical as the Ryuchi cave should be loaded with a lot of good stuff. Considering how strong the snakes are, and the sages that exist there, ransacking that place will be fun. He broke out of his thoughts as he heard Tatsuya ask, "Fujin, what about the ninjas stuck in the training ground?" Fujin's clone answered, "They'll be dead soon. No need to worry about them. Instead, keep an eye out for any other bunch that might rush here. The village's defenses in this direction are lacking." Everyone nodded. Though no one said anything, they couldn't help but be in awe of what Fujin's clone had accomplished. Without leaving the compound, he had killed 3 gigantic snakes and eliminated 26 enemy ninjas. Instead of experiencing a brutal battle, they just had to watch the enemies explode without even stepping a foot into the compound. Even the experienced Anbu ninjas were excited by what had happened. Needless to say, the morale of the young trainees was off the roof. "That was exciting! Did you see how those snakes exploded? Even if Fujin-sensei isn't here, no one can attack this compound. Whoever attacks gets blown up. Is this what a Fuinjutsu Grandmaster can do? I want to become one too." Without any exception, everyone understood how well protected the compound was and felt fortunate to be living in such a safe space. A few also wondered why Fujin had made such arrangements, but on recalling what they just faced, they stopped guessing and were just thankful that Fujin had the foresight to do this. In the Hokage's building, Shikaku was looking outside the window. He was looking at the smoke around Fujin's compound due to the explosions. A Hyuga ninja reported, "Orochimaru's summons exploded and the remaining ninjas in the 7th group are trapped in some sort of barrier in the 23rd training ground. I'm unable to see what is happening inside." Shikaku nodded and thought, "As I expected. His house is undoubtedly the most protected building in the entire world. I didn't need to send anyone there. Still, I'm curious about the arrangements he made." Shikaku instructed, "Tell me everything that you saw happening." Before the Hyuga ninja could speak, an Anbu ninja flickered in and reported, "Shikaku-sama, I have urgent news from Suzuki Fujin. We may have a big problem." Shikaku's eyes widened in shock and a stunned expression appeared on his face as the Anbu ninja passed Fujin's message. He thought, an attack on the Ryuchi cave? And hundreds of snakes might be dead? What the hell? Shikaku immediately realized how troublesome the matter would be. If snakes sneak-attacked Konoha ninjas during the missions, then the losses would be catastrophic. While stronger ninjas like Chunins and Junins could protect themselves against such sneak attacks, if stronger snakes like Manda moved, even elite Junins could fall. In addition, the Ryuchi Cave's sage would be even stronger and wouldn't have any trouble in going up against rank S ninjas. Even though Ryuchi Cave's strength wasn't greater than Konoha's, it was a conflict Shikaku would want to avoid at all costs due to how much work it would be for him. He cursed, "Shit! I should have known. That brat will never make my work easy. To think he'd retaliate against me so quickly and increase my workload once again. Did the snake really cancel the jutsu, or did that demon forcefully cancel the summoning to make life harder?" Shikaku wanted to cry. He could see how troublesome the future weeks would be for him. He immediately regretted trying to take advantage of Fujin's compound. If he had known that it could cause such complications, he'd have made stopping the 7th group a priority instead. Unfortunately, it was too late for him to do anything about it. Just then, the Yamanaka ninja in the room reported, "Shikaku-sama, all the snake summons returned at the same time. We don't know how that happened." Shikaku immediately realized, this should be a result of that snake exploding in the Ryuchi cave. There is no doubt about it, they are definitely angry. The only question is, who will they take their anger out on? Will it be Orochimaru or us? Since Orochimaru was the summoner, he was the main person to be blamed for this mishap. As a summoner, he should have been more responsible. However, it was Konoha who performed the attack, even though they couldn't be blamed. So Shikaku wasn't entirely sure. He just hoped they focused their rage on Orochimaru so that his life would be more peaceful. Shikaku let out a sigh and muttered, "One problem at a time. Without the snake summons, the Suna and Odo ninja aren't our match. Pass a message to Lord Jiraiya to go to the arena and help out Lord Hokage. It's time to put an end to their misadventure." While Konoha dealt with the 8 groups Orochimaru sent as a distraction, the battles in the arena hadn't stopped. On the contrary, they became far more intense. With the Edo Tensei summons keeping the strongest ninjas busy, the Suna ninja breathed a sigh of relief. Without Fujin attacking them, their numbers finally stopped dropping drastically. Even though Fujin's assault had dropped their numbers drastically, giving Konoha a numerical advantage, the 400 Suna and a few Odo ninjas, who were still alive, gave their all to hold them back. The only thing that still bothered the Suna ninjas was their Kage's absence. Intense battles broke throughout the stadium and arena. Since there wasn't enough space for everyone to fight, the battles spilled outside the arena as well. Needless to say, the most intense battles were happening inside the barrier and in the arena. No other ninja dared to step anywhere close to them. A part of the arena was now covered in ice. Another part looked like a submerged skeleton of an enormous animal. The ground in one part of the arena looked burnt. However, the burns were caused by lightning instead of fire. A huge chunk of walls around the arena were missing. Instead, huge scars filled with water could be seen on the ground. Renjiro, I forced your entire army to retreat 12 kilometers the last time we met. Even though I have been dead for a while, the result of our battle wouldn't be any different, Kaguya Shirogane said in an annoyed tone. For the past few minutes, he had been doing everything he could to go past Renjiro. However, Renjiro used earth and water jutsus artfully to keep him restrained and nullify his Kekkei Genkai. Not only did he prevent Shirogane from interfering in other battles, but he did so without getting injured. And if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link, w.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI. Google Poodle Sarvesh 8 at OKSB can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you, Aldar, Death Note, Lazy Ash, Lazy Dragon, just Lazy, Corey, MG, Win, Julio, and Scotty Boy for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder. Contact link in the description. Chapter 7 and 28, Another Hyuga Genius. Chapter 734 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Renjiro chuckled and replied, The last time we faced, I managed to lead my army back unharmed from your army's attacks. This time will be no different. Even though you are faster than me, you can't move faster than my jutsus. I can keep you here all day. Shirogane snorted and said, You said it's been a decade since I died. Yet, you're still weaker than me. You should be ashamed of yourself. Since his attacks couldn't break through Renjiro's defense, he resorted to taunts to make Renjiro make a mistake. However, Renjiro just laughed and said, Oh, I'm nearly retired now. Nowadays, I focus on guiding youngsters. Considering how easily my student suppressed you a few minutes ago, I have to admit that I'm doing a damn good job. Don't you agree, Shirogane? Shirogane asked in surprise, That boy is your student? Their short clash had left quite an impression on Shirogane. While he believed that Renjiro was weaker than him, Fujin was a whole different matter. Even though his bones blocked most of the wind blades, Shirogane knew that he would have been killed by Fujin's wind domain if he was still alive. As a rank S ninja with a terrifying Kekkei Genkai, it was extremely rare for him to experience that. Under your feet, Haku warned as Hoka flickered. Moments later, several large ice spikes appeared from under the ground where Hoka was initially standing. Haku followed it up by launching hundreds of flying water needles at Hoka, who flickered repeatedly. The constant barrage forced Hoka to retreat further, and an annoyed expression could be seen on his face. His situation was the exact opposite of Renjiro's. In terms of overall strength, he was superior to Haku. However, Haku's control over his Kekkei Genkai and proficiency in ranged attacks meant that Hoka couldn't land a single attack on him. Hoka flickered once again, dodging another barrage of water needles. However, instead of retreating further, he moved towards Haku at a tremendous speed and suddenly appeared a few steps in front of Haku. Haku analyzed, He is good. He first backed away, giving the impression that he was being overwhelmed by my attacks, when in reality, he was just looking for a way to maneuver through my attacks. However, this puts him at risk. Several water needles formed between Hoka and Haku and shot towards Hoka. However, Hoka was even quicker. The moment the needles started forming, he thrust his left palm forward and launched Accium Palm. The Accium Palm moved through the water needles, dispersing them, before landing on Haku's chest and sending him flying backwards for a few meters. Hoka flickered again to reduce the distance between them. Before Haku could gather himself, Hoka appeared in front of him and attacked with the gentle fist technique. Haku tried dodging, but Hoka landed 2 hits on him. The first was on his right arm and the second on his abdomen, before Haku could retreat. Hoka thought, Finally, I got him! His fighting style is nearly as annoying as Fujin's. Huh? Hoka's attacks blocked a few critical chakra points on Haku's body. Under normal circumstances, it would have been enough to end the battle. However, his Byakugan saw that the closed chakra points opened by themselves. Haku said, "It looks like the Hyuga's Gentle Fist technique doesn't work against this body." He weaved hand seals while warning, "Get away. If you are trapped in the formation of ice mirrors, you'll die." Ice Release, Crystal Ice Mirrors Jutsu. Thanks to Haku's warning, Hoka retreated before he could be surrounded by the ice mirrors. He carefully observed the technique and asked, "What's so special about this technique?" His eyes widened as Haku moved from one mirror to another before appearing outside the dome. He answered, "I can travel between the mirrors at a near instantaneous speed. Even though you are strong, you won't be able to keep up with my speed if you are trapped inside it. Even if you want to escape, my speed won't allow you to leave alive." Hoka quickly analyzed, "He's fast. In terms of movement speed, he's far above me. However..." A smile appeared on Hoka's face as he took his fighting stance and said, "Bring it on." Haku, who was already weaving hand seals, was surprised. He thought, "Didn't his eyes see how fast I am? Why is he challenging me in this aspect? As long as he doesn't get surrounded by ice mirrors, I won't have any chance to defeat him." As he was being surrounded by the ice mirrors, Hoka thought, "For nearly a couple of years, I've been training to counter Fujin's speed. Even though he is fast compared to Fujin, his speed lags far behind. Besides," Hoka chuckled as he thought, "how is this a trap? If I can't keep up, I can always escape underground. There are no ice mirrors under the ground to allow him to chase me there. Even if they were, I doubt he can move at this speed under the ground, considering that he hasn't used a single earth jutsu." While Hoka was confident in himself, he wouldn't take such huge risks needlessly. The only reason why he let Haku surround him with ice mirrors was due to having such an easy escape route. "Here I come!" Haku warned as he moved rapidly between the ice mirrors. However, Hoka didn't move. While his body wasn't as fast as Haku's, he had no trouble following Haku's movements with his Byakugan. He could see that all the attacks were fake. Finally, a real attack came at Hoka from behind him. He quickly turned around and launched a Akyum Palm at Haku, who stopped his attack and escaped into another mirror. For the next couple of minutes, Haku tried attacking Hoka, but Hoka countered every attack precisely. He didn't make a single unnecessary movement. Despite his overwhelming speed advantage, Haku couldn't get the upper hand and instead had several close calls. Hoka's clash with Haku attracted a few eyes as well. That said, nearly all of these eyes were special. The Hyuga clan ninjas quickly took note of Hoka's prowess. Even though Haku was warning Hoka during their battle, his attacks were ruthless. Except for Hiyashi, no other Hyuga in the arena could survive against Haku for so long. Not to mention, Hoka wasn't just surviving, but instead held the upper hand throughout their battle. Hiyashi analyzed, "We misjudged Hoka's strength." No, it'd be more appropriate to say that he kept it hidden until now. The Junin rank is incorrect for him. His prowess is completely at the elite Junin rank. Even though he is still some distance from me, he is only 16 years old. Hiyashi's eyes moved towards Fujin, who was single-handedly fighting both Juzo and Kaminari. And unlike the other fights, he was completely dominating the fight. Even without his wind domain, both Juzo and Kaminari were barely managing to hang on with incredible teamwork. Hiyashi thought, "For the past 6 months or so, Hoka has been spending a lot of time near Fujin's compound. From what I heard, he even guided some of the orphans that were put under Fujin's command. Initially, I thought that it was just due to their friendship. However, now it seems like he did so to hide his strength and be closer to a ninja that the Hyuga clan can't afford to offend." Hiyashi's fingers landed on the chest of a Suna ninja, killing him on the spot. A smile appeared on his face as he continued thinking. As expected of a hot-blooded youngster, they tend to overthink everything. However, I can't blame him entirely. The conditions of today are no longer like those of the Warring Era. Even though there are still many who'd want to get their hands on the Byakugan, the danger is minuscule today compared to those days. Hence, with every generation, the discontent towards the caged bird seal grows. Unlike what Hoka and many other branch ninjas thought, Hiashi had no intention of using the caged bird seal to eliminate Hoka. Even if the threat of Fujin didn't exist, Hiashi would still feel the same. The only instance when he'd use it is if Hoka attacked the main family or displayed the intention to do so. As long as Hoka stayed peacefully with the main family, Hiashi didn't mind even if Hoka exceeded him and became a rank S ninja. As the leader of the Hyuga clan, having a rank S ninja among his ranks would only increase his influence. Seeing that his attacks didn't work, Haku suddenly launched Senbon needles from every direction at Hoka. The Hyuga ninjas immediately became worried about seeing that. They didn't see any way for Hoka to dodge the attack. However, their eyes widened. Hiashi was surprised too, as Hoka released chakra from all his chakra points and used rotation. The Senbon needles hit the rotating chakra and bounced off harmlessly. Latest chapter, Chaos in the Ninja World. And if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link www.patreon.com/devilhex. No space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay, Patil Sarvesh 8 at OKSB. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you Lazy Taoist, Ray, Kabir, Fernando, Mohammed, Andre, and Zikivan for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder, contact link in the description. Chapter 729, Unfulfilled Desires. Chapter 735 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. A small note. Orochimaru's Edo Tensei isn't as good as what Kabuto's was during the Fourth War. The fact that old Hiruzen was able to fight Hashirama and Tobirama should say it all. While I have taken some liberties with the jutsu, this aspect isn't changed. Hashirama, Tobirama, and Sakumo are still rank S, but they are barely at that rank. In addition, Sakumo is resisting Orochimaru's control to an extent. That should answer the doubts about Kakashi Sakumo. The rumors don't do your strength any justice, might Guy. Zabuza claimed after getting kicked yet again. Even though Guy didn't open any of his inner gates, he was still strong enough to easily keep Zabuza at bay. It didn't matter what Zabuza threw at him, Guy just brushed everything off. The thick mist proved to be utterly ineffective. His water jutsus failed to hit Guy. Any water clones he created would be dispelled by one punch or kick. Luckily, his body could heal automatically, or several of his bones would have been broken as well. Of course, since Guy didn't open the inner gates, he didn't have any means to completely destroy Zabuza's body either. Another powerful punch landed on Zabuza's sword as Guy asked, "Oh, there are rumors about me in the land of water? I wonder what they say about Konoha's blue beast." Zabuza grinned and replied, "You've no idea, do you? Tell me, did you ever fight against an elite Junin from Kirigakure?" Guy was surprised. He couldn't recall ever fighting against any strong ninja from Kirigakure. What Zabuza didn't know was that Guy was terrible at remembering faces. As they battled, Zabuza thought, if there is one ninja who the entire Kirigakure, no matter the faction, is afraid of, it's this monster. After the end of the Third Great Ninja War, he was the highest priority target for all Kiri ninjas. We were ordered to kill him if we came across him, even if it cost our lives. From what I heard, elaborate plans were also created to eliminate him. Kirigakure didn't want to see another ninja like Might Dewey appear in Konoha. However, before any of the plans could be implemented, the Civil War began, and all plans were put on hold. By the time the Mizukage faction could focus on him again, he had already become a Junin, and all plans were shelved. Instead of killing him, all top ninjas in the village were ordered to avoid confrontation with him at all costs. As he got pummeled once again, Zabuza muttered to himself, "He doesn't even need to use that forbidden technique anymore." No matter what the end result was, you did your best, Father. I can now see and understand why you violated the rules to save the lives of your comrades. I'm proud to be your son. Surprise appeared on Sakumo's face as he heard Kakashi. Soon, a smile broke out on his face, displaying his relief. Having received an opportunity to communicate nearly 4 years before they would have without Fujin's interference, Kakashi and Sakumo had a nice chat while battling. While Sakumo, despite not being at his strongest, was undoubtedly stronger. He was able to resist Orochimaru's control enough so that Kakashi didn't have any trouble keeping up with him. Fujin, who was in the middle of an intense battle, glanced in their direction. He had long anticipated that they'd have such a discussion. In fact, it was what he was counting on. A major weakness of the Edo Tensei Jutsu was that it'd be undone if the summoned ninja attained peace and decided to pass on. As such, he expected Sakumo to simply pass on and undo the Edo Tensei Jutsu. However, a frown appeared on his face as that didn't happen. "Brat, you dare to take your eyes off us?" Kaminari shouted as he charged towards Fujin while preparing another lightning jutsu. Without even glancing at him, Fujin slashed his sword and released a strong wind slash. He slashed it once again at Juzo's water jutsu. Despite being angered by Fujin's attitude, Kaminari was no longer careless. Lightning sparks always surrounded his body. Even though it didn't enhance his defenses and didn't make him as fast as the Raikage, it still allowed him to move ridiculously fast. He sidestepped to dodge the wind blade and continued moving forward at an incredible speed. However, his eyes widened as the wind blade suddenly changed its direction. Due to his incredible speed and the fact that he had only barely sidestepped it, he had very little time to react. He barely managed to dodge, but the wind blade took his left arm with it and left a huge cut on his abdomen as it passed him. On the other side, the wind slash and the accompanying winds blocked another water jutsu from Juzo. However, Juzo launched another water jutsu, cutting off Fujin's path to Kaminari and ensuring that he could regenerate. Fujin wondered with a frown, shouldn't his unfulfilled issues be resolved? Why is he still here? Sakumo smiled and said, "While I hate the fact that I'm being used against my village and forced to fight my son, I'm glad I got to talk to you. Thank you for forgiving me. Growing up without a father or a mother must have been tough on you. Even though I wasn't there with you, let me guide you one last time." Even though Sakumo's words weren't very loud, Fujin could hear them. His eyes widened as he realized, no wonder he couldn't move on. When he was alive, he was known to be stronger than even the Sanins, making him the strongest ninja in the village after Hiruzen. And his young son displayed talent that overshadowed the legendary Sanins by a significant degree. Any father would regret not being there to raise his son. Let alone in a case like this one. No wonder he didn't pass on. I guess he'll only pass on if Kakashi perfectly copies his technique. Fujin glanced through the arena once before his eyes landed on Juzo and Kaminari. No one realized what Fujin was looking at. Most suspected that he was only checking the state of the battlefield. However, what Fujin actually did was look at his shadow clone, who was keeping an eye on Hiruzen's battle. Instead of one shadow clone, there were two shadow clones there. The original clone was still keeping an eye on Hiruzen and the Senju brothers, while the second clone was keeping an eye on Sakumo. Ever since Sakumo appeared, the shadow clone had created another clone to keep an eye on Sakumo. Seeing that one of his clones was observing Sakumo, Fujin didn't need to do so himself. He decided, it looks like Kakashi wouldn't be getting the breakthrough we need, so I'll have to be the one to do it. I've wasted enough time with these two. Time to go all out. In the past few minutes, Fujin had gone up against two ninjas who were extremely close to being rank S, yet he didn't have any trouble suppressing the two of them. He even injured them seriously on several occasions. However, the other ninja always interfered whenever he tried to seal the injured ninja, successfully creating a deadlock. A new arm formed as Kaminari looked at Fujin with a grim expression. He realized, he got a hang of my movements so quickly. If this continues, we'll be sealed before long. Huh? What the fuck? He can still use this technique? Fujin released another 20% of his chakra into the air. Against ninjas who were as fast and cunning as Kaminari and Juzo, the wind domain was more or less useless. Neither of them would ever set foot inside it. Hence, Fujin directly transformed it into the wind cloak. Both Juzo and Kaminari became tense on seeing that jutsu resurface. Both had seen how ridiculously fast Fujin was with the wind cloak. Even someone as strong and fast as Sakumo had failed to keep up with Fujin's movements when Fujin beheaded Guren. There were quite a few who were even more tense than Juzo and Kaminari despite not facing Fujin. They were the Suna ninjas, who were unnerved and freaking out. Holy crap! Why can he still use that technique? Wasn't he unable to use that technique again, which is why he didn't use it despite facing two strong ninjas? No! How can that technique be used repeatedly? What are we supposed to do? Calm down. The fact that he didn't use that technique until now shows that it has some shortcomings. A technique of this scale must be extremely straining on his chakra reserves. Even though he used it again, this should be the last time he can use it. Hopefully, those two can exhaust it once again. Even the 3 ninjas who wanted to assassinate Fujin were disturbed. With the wind cloak, they didn't stand a chance. Panicked discussions broke out among the Suna ranks. However, they all quickly came to the conclusion that this would be the last time Fujin could use that technique. Of course, several among them understood that their reasoning had several flaws. However, they had no choice but to hope that their speculations were true. After all, the alternative meant that not a single one of them would survive. AN. If you can, then please support me on Patreon. link.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay, Patilsarvesh8 at OKSB, can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you, Frederick, Clone of Clone and Serban, for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 730, Guidance by the Expert. Chapter 736 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Among all the elements, lightning is the most destructive and has the highest penetrative power. Hence, lightning jutsus are extremely difficult to defend against. Neither earth nor water jutsus can stop it. Only wind jutsus can counter it, but there aren't many defensive wind jutsus. Ignoring the reappearance of Wind Cloak around Fujin, Sakumo explained while Kakashi continuously dodged and defended against his assault. He continued, "This is common knowledge. However, the advantage that this destructiveness provides is rather minimal. Even though lightning jutsus are fast, any good ninja wouldn't have any difficulty dodging them. That said, there are ways you can use lightning manipulation to take your skills to the next level. More specifically, there are 2 ways. The first is using lighting to enhance your physical abilities. Even here, there are 2 aspects, though both are closely related to each other. I'm sure you know how the 3rd Raikage and his son fight, right, Kakashi?" Kakashi blocked another attack and replied, "Yes, father. Both create a lightning armor that enhances their speed, strength, and defense by a huge degree." Sakumo replied, "Yes. The first aspect is using lightning to enhance your physical attributes temporarily. When I was younger, I found the 3rd Raikage's technique quite fascinating. With 3rd Hokage's assistance, I researched his technique for several years. Unfortunately, we weren't able to replicate it. It's still a mystery to us how he was able to create such a technique. However, the research bore some fruits. We were able to replicate certain aspects of the technique, like improving speed momentarily. Granted, none were good enough to be used at the highest level independently. What we succeeded in was the second aspect. Unlike the first aspect, where you have to actively use lightning to enhance yourself, the second aspect focuses on permanently improving your strength." A smile appeared on Sakumo's face as he said, "I can see that you have already had some success in this aspect." Kakashi was surprised, but immediately understood what Sakumo was referring to. He asked, "You mean my Chidori?" Sakumo replied, "So that jutsu is called Chidori? That's an appropriate name. Your Chidori is quite similar to the Raikage's lightning chakra mode, just that it is limited to a very small part of your body. However, due to using Chidori with your right hand, I can feel that your right hand is far stronger than the rest of your body. This is the second aspect. You have to use lightning to temper your body and make it stronger. This is why the 3rd Raikage's body was so much stronger than a normal ninja. Of course, while it sounds easy, it isn't that straightforward. Tempering your limbs is easy, and so is tempering your flesh. However, in order to completely master this aspect, you need to temper your entire body, including your internal organs, with lightning. Needless to say, this is very dangerous and can result in death. That is why I didn't leave any scrolls regarding this to you. The 3rd Hokage should still have those scrolls, though. Once this war is over, you should ask him or the elders for it. It'll increase your strength considerably and make it easier for you to explore the second way." In an inconspicuous corner of the arena, one of Fujin's clones was staring at Sakumo. Considering the distance between them, he shouldn't be able to hear Sakumo's words. Thankfully, the encounter with the Odo ninjas had provided him with some inspiration to use winds to control and manipulate sound. While he still wasn't an expert at it, he could control the winds enough to be able to hear Sakumo's words clearly. Due to the war and how little chakra he needed to do this, no one noticed him using winds to eavesdrop on Sakumo's conversation. Under normal circumstances, Sakumo and Kakashi would have instinctively felt that they were being spied upon, but there were already too many eyes on them, so neither focused on such instincts. The clone thought, tempering the body with lightning? Not bad. Sakumo's thinking is on point. From the third Raikage's scroll, tempering the body is a requirement to master the lightning chakra mode. Without it, mastering it is impossible. Luckily, even though the scroll doesn't have all the details about the lightning chakra mode, it has a very detailed explanation about how to temper your body with lightning. I've already verified that it is safe to practice, thanks to the weeks I spent learning medical ninjutsu. I don't need the scroll. However, there will be an issue. Sakumo had been dead for a couple of decades. Yet, he identified that Kakashi's arm was far stronger than the rest of his body. If Fujin tempered his body with lightning, other strong ninjas would be able to see the changes in his physique. Even if he somehow found a way to hide it, Guy will easily realize it when they spar. Fujin's clone thought for a bit before giving up and deciding, screw it! I'll just tell whoever asks that I achieved a similar effect by tempering my body with sharp winds. If Hiruzen lives and asks me for it, I'll just say that it is too dangerous to ever be taught to anyone. If he pushes for it, I'll ask for all the forbidden jutsus in the Scroll of Sealing in return. Kakashi asked, "What is the second way?" Lightning flowed through Sakumo's white tanto and began emitting a white light. He moved towards Kakashi while swinging his tanto at Kakashi, launching countless sparks of white lightning at Kakashi. Due to their density and the bright light they were emitting, it looked like Sakumo unleashed light at Kakashi instead of lightning. Kakashi immediately flickered away, and the white light landed on the ground, burning the top layer of the soil in the blink of an eye. Sakumo continued unleashing more such attacks, forcing Kakashi to dodge continuously, and increasing the burnt surface further. Suddenly, sparks appeared around Sakumo's body, increasing his speed considerably. He appeared in front of Kakashi and jabbed the tanto at his heart. Realizing that he couldn't keep dodging, Kakashi used Chidori to block the tanto. In terms of chakra, both jutsus were equally matched. However, Kakashi immediately felt a burning sensation in his right hand. Despite being tempered by lightning countless times and covered by his Chidori, the white lightning moved through his Chidori and burned his hand. Sakumo quickly began resisting and stopped using lightning to enhance his speed. He said, "The second way is to use yin and yang manipulation to improve the strength of your lightning jutsus." Kumogakure managed to successfully fuse yang chakra into lightning chakra and created black lightning. Merging yang chakra into it made it much stronger than normal lightning. I couldn't fuse yang chakra into lightning, but managed to fuse yin chakra instead. Hence, the form of my lightning is very different from yours and my control over lightning is very high. This is also why my lightning could move through your lightning. Sakumo paused for a few seconds before letting out a sigh. He continued, "I wanted to teach you this technique when you became a Junin. Unfortunately." Sakumo didn't complete his sentence. He was just thankful that he received an opportunity to interact with Kakashi even after his death. He said, "With your Sharingan, you can see the secrets of my technique very easily, but merely looking at it with Sharingan won't allow anyone to copy a technique this complicated. You'll have to train to infuse yin chakra into lightning chakra. However," a smile appeared again on Sakumo's face as he said with pride, "I have no doubt that you'll master it, Kakashi." As Sakumo said, Kakashi had memorized the technique with his Sharingan. Even though he couldn't copy it on the spot, he could use it as a reference while training. For a ninja of his caliber, it was more than enough. Not to mention, he also received several other paths to explore. For Kakashi, who had started to take his training seriously after his clash with Kabuto, this was a timely and godly assistance. It was something that didn't miss the eyes of Fujin's clone, who immediately fell into thoughts. Strange. Since when did Kakashi become this serious about becoming stronger? He analyzed it for some time. It shouldn't be me. The fact that I'm rank S has been propagated for a while. While others could have been doubtful, he should have known the truth through Guy. Similarly, it can't be Guy either. Was it just because of Sakumo? Fujin's clone wasn't sure, and felt that it might not be the case, but he didn't dare to overlook this small detail. At that time, Fujin's strength was considerably higher than Kakashi's strength. In fact, the difference was so huge that Kakashi didn't even have a chance of competing against Fujin. However, Fujin didn't dare underestimate Kakashi's talent. If someone like him was to train seriously for several years, it'd result in a change that couldn't be ignored by anyone. A smirk appeared on Fujin's clone's face as he muttered to himself, "Interesting. Next chapter, the momentum of a cog. If you can, then please support me on Patreon, link.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay. Paddlesarvesh8 at OKSB can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you Tiger, Eddie, Roger, Robert, Jacob, and Peter John for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 731, The Momentum of a Kage. Chapter 737 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Fujin's clone could easily see Kakashi becoming in existence at the same level as the Sanins, if not surpass them in a few years. He thought, in the original story, though Kakashi was a lot stronger after the time skip, he still lacked considerably compared to the Sanins. It was only during the Fourth War that his strength, chakra, and stamina somehow increased dramatically. If he gains that strength before Akatsuki makes a move against Gaara, then all the future events involving Akatsuki will drastically change too. Sigh. To think that the one thing I was a bit confident about having avoided will be affected as well. I guess it is time to dig a grave and bury my knowledge of the future. Even though Fujin had the realization before the finals began, he still clung to the hope that some events, especially the ones related to Akatsuki, might still play out similarly up to a certain point. However, Kakashi's determination buried that last hope in him. Fujin's clone stopped thinking about the depressing stuff and analyzed the good stuff. That said, I never expected that Sakumo's main attacking method would be a near-perfect fusion of yin and lightning natures. As expected, every powerhouse's main method of attacking is peculiar. Fujin's clone had observed their clash very carefully. The reason why Kakashi's Chidori lost wasn't due to the strength of their lightning, but their forms. A typical lightning jutsu would have the form of a bolt or a current. However, Sakumo's white lightning was akin to a bombardment of tiny needles. When Kakashi jabbed towards Sakumo, his hand was bombarded with thousands of small, independent lightning sparks in an instant. It made Fujin recall the Rasen Shuriken, though Sakumo's attack wasn't that dense. The bombardment pierced through the lightning covering Kakashi's hand before hitting it. Had Sakumo been at his full strength, he could have easily won the battle with this one exchange. Fujin's clone concluded, "That technique is at the same level as the black flame Hin exhaled. In terms of destructiveness, it even surpasses the black flame. To think yin chakra could affect lightning in this manner. Darui's black lightning was nowhere near this level. Otherwise, I would have been injured in Kumogakure. No. I'd have died 5 years ago. Back then I had caught his black lightning with my palm. Had it been Sakumo's attack, that'd be no different than committing suicide. Other than my wind domain and the Raikaji's body, I doubt any defenses can stop this attack. Even Rashomon would collapse due to the constant bombardment. I guess a barrier might have a chance. Regardless, this opens up a whole new door of possibilities for me." He took a deep breath and thought, several years ago, I had used yin-yang manipulation to enhance my jutsus to the next level. However, during our battle, Orochimaru displayed phenomenal skill in fusing yang chakra into elemental jutsus that went far beyond what I had done. Just when I started getting a hang of it, Hiruzen and Sakumo displayed jutsus that are far superior to even that. To think that it had so much potential. It looks like my win still has a lot of scope to improve. Fujin's clone continued watching their battle while calculating how he could infuse more yang and yin chakra in his wind jutsus. Of course, he also thought of doing so with lightning jutsus. He had a feeling that if he succeeded, he could take on A for some time with his Akuro identity without having to resort to the flying thunder god jutsu. While Sakumo passed his jutsus to Kakashi, Fujin finally decided to end the battle. Juzo, Kaminari, and hundreds of Suna ninjas became tense on seeing the wind cloak reappear around Fujin. Along with his previous wind domain and his battle against Juzo and Kaminari, Fujin's chakra reserves finally dropped below half. Kaminari snorted and said, "Impressive. I didn't think you could use it again. However, I wonder if you can sustain it for as long as you did earlier. Unlike us, your chakra is limited." A smirk appeared on his face as he taunted Fujin. Juzo grabbed his sword as well, and became completely serious. While he wasn't a fan of being controlled in this manner, Fujin's display had riled him up. He wanted to see how strong the person who killed him truly was. Fujin didn't reply and directly made his move. Seeing his figure disappear, Kaminari immediately unleashed a deadly lightning jutsu. Lightning snakes appeared from his fingertips and moved forward to intercept Fujin, who was moving towards them at blinding speed. Fujin merely slashed his sword forward, releasing a wind slash that easily cut through all the lightning snakes and moved towards Kaminari. However, Juzo intervened once again, spitting out a vast amount of water to intercept his wind slash. The water absorbed the destroyed lightning snakes and became electrified, before rushing towards Fujin. Kaminari said, "Good. We just need to stall for time again until that cloak runs out of chak." His eyes widened as Fujin didn't bother dodging or attacking the electrified water. Instead, he just moved straight through it. While Juzo's use of water jutsu was perfect once again, the combination jutsu wasn't really focused on attack. It lacked the power to harm Fujin's wind cloak. "Shit! Be careful!" Kaminari shouted as he moved backwards. Juzo retreated as well, but not before forming 4 water clones to stop Fujin. Behind him, Kaminari created 4 lightning clones to slow Fujin down and buy them some time. However, several air bullets were created and fired spontaneously from the wind cloak. Just one hit took out the elemental clones, and Fujin appeared in front of Juzo while swinging his sword down vertically on him. Juzo didn't bother trying to defend and just swung his sword at Fujin's waist, aiming to cut Fujin into 2. Since he could heal from any injuries, a double blow would be advantageous for Juzo. In fact, one of the reasons why Fujin hadn't been able to seal them until now was the reckless nature of their fighting due to their immortality. However, with the wind cloak, Fujin was significantly faster than Juzo. Before Juzo could complete even half a swing, Fujin had cut him open vertically. Kaminari already knew this would happen, and hence he attacked Juzo from behind by launching a supercharged false darkness jutsu on him. Needless to say, his real target was Fujin, who was in the line of attack as well. The moment Fujin's blade cut through Juzo's body, Kaminari's attack arrived. Without flinching, Fujin exhaled infinite breakthrough jutsu at the incoming lightning spears. The wind jutsu blasted through the lightning spears, hit the retreating Kaminari, and sent him flying into the forest outside the arena. The wind blades in the jutsu mutilated Kaminari, but he didn't mind the damage and thought, "I barely made it." His jutsu dispersed the remains of Juzo's body, so he can't be sealed before he reforms. However, his pupils dilated as Fujin appeared right above him and swung his blade at Kaminari. Lightning sparks appeared all over Kaminari's body as he escaped by the thinnest of the margins. As he flickered constantly through the forest, he wondered, how the hell did this brat grow this strong? Even with Juzo's help, I'm barely able to keep up with him. A frown appeared on his face as Fujin appeared in front of him, easily keeping up with his ridiculous speed. However, Kaminari had expected it. Several explosive tags appeared between him and Fujin and exploded in an instant. The explosions forced Fujin to move away, while Kaminari flew backwards due to the force of the explosion. He flipped in the air to regain his balance, and used the trees as footholds to constantly retreat at a high speed. As Fujin appeared next to him once again, a face appeared in Kaminari's mind. Kaminari thought, "This is just like that time. No matter what we do, we are unable to even faze him." None of our techniques can harm him, while he easily toys with us. It's as if we're nothing but pests." Hatred appeared in Kaminari's eyes as he fiercely clashed with Fujin. Once again, he barely clung onto his body at the cost of getting trashed around. A grim expression appeared on his face as he thought, "This is just like that accursed Raikage." The face that appeared in his mind was of none other than the third Raikage. Due to the talent he showed, Kaminari was an important part of Kumo's forces. As such, the third Raikage had taken an interest in him and guided him a bit. As any hot-blooded and ambitious youngster, Kaminari wanted to become stronger than his Kage. However, no matter what he did, he was never able to close the distance between the two of them. Even when he became an elite Junin, who was just a step away from becoming a rank S ninja, it was still the same. Against the third Raikage, he was always as helpless as an academy student. The feeling Kaminari got from Fujin was the same. No matter what he and Juzo tried, nothing worked against Fujin. He just brushed off all attacks like they were nothing but dust while they were continuously trashed by him. It caused Kaminari to recall some unpleasant memories. Kaminari hatefully muttered, "There is no doubt about it. If he's left alive, this brat will reach that level. He already has the momentum of a cage. AN, if you can, then please support me on Patreon, link www.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI Google Pay, pedalsarsh@OKSBuy, can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you. The Reaper's Shadow, Noctisy, Kvintus, Yaye, Alex, Kaido Allen, Thomas, Aditya, Harsha, Luiki, Sanjay, Yuyo, and Igor for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder, contact link in the description. Chapter 732, Blitzing Through the Battlefield. Chapter 738 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. He has the momentum of a Kage. Kaminari muttered solemnly. As someone who lived through 2 great wars and fought countless ninjas, Kaminari had experienced nearly everything he could on the battlefield. However, the moments that created the highest impact on him were when he saw certain ninjas fighting with an unstoppable momentum. When they battled, even the rank S ninjas in the enemy camp would be fearful. As a high-level Kumo ninja, the one who he watched the most was the third Raikage. With his absurdly powerful physique and the invincible lightning chakra mode, he was a force to reckon with on the battlefield. Kaminari was also fortunate enough to witness Hiruzen, Onoki, and Sakumo on the battlefield and make it out alive. None of them were ninjas Kaminari could take on. And now, as he fought Fujin, he got the same glimpses as those ninjas. The fact that Fujin did so with a technique that had never appeared before reinforced that feeling. While he could see that there was still some distance between Fujin and them, that distance was inconsequential for him. As he continued getting trashed, the hatred in Kaminari's heart grew. After seeing what the third Raikage could do, he longed to reach that level. After years of unsuccessful efforts, he gave up on creating new techniques and put all his hopes into the lightning chakra mode. Unfortunately, the third Raikage realized how troublesome his personality was. To ensure stability in Kumogakure, he didn't teach Kaminari the lightning chakra mode, dooming his hope of ever reaching that stage. It was why he hated Kumo and left the village. Of course, he only dared to do so after the third Raikage was dead. Wind blades continued ripping through his body. He had already lost both of his arms, and several chunks in his chest and abdomen were missing. A deep cut could also be seen in his neck. However, Kaminari continued moving while looking at the location where Juzo's body was reforming from the corner of his eyes. He thought, "I just have to hang on for a few sec. What the hell?" As Juzo's body was reforming, a gentle breeze appeared and engulfed him in the blink of an eye. The winds took the shape of a palm, with Juzo's body at the center of the palm. A seal appeared on the palm, stopping Juzo from being revived. Kaminari immediately saw who was doing so and spotted a person. He thought, "A shadow clone? When did he create a shadow clone?" Kaminari immediately recalled his battle against Fujin and realized, "It was when I was launched into the forest. Shit!" He quickly stepped to his left to avoid the sword Fujin was thrusting towards his abdomen. However, a mini hurricane appeared around Fujin's sword and expanded in the blink of an eye, engulfing Kaminari and dismembering his body into several more pieces. Kaminari cursed hatefully, "Bastar!" Even before he could finish a single word, Fujin grabbed his floating head with his left hand, applying a seal at the same time. Kaminari's eyes widened as his body stopped regenerating. In such a poor state, Kaminari had no way to resist Fujin's seal, which not only immobilized him but also sealed his soul. Under Fujin's control, the earth moved and boxed his head and other body parts in, before Fujin applied more seals to ensure that the job was done. Some distance away, his clone did the same to Juzo. In under a minute after using his wind cloak again, Fujin had sealed Juzo and Kaminari. Haku's Senbon needles bounced harmlessly off Hoka's rotation as the Hyuga ninjas watched in surprise. Haku, who was moving to launch the finishing blow, was surprised. After blocking the needles, Hoka suddenly flickered without bothering to properly end his jutsu. He appeared next to Haku, who was still midair. As Haku looked at him, he could see the chakra Hoka released to create the rotation was still around him. Without giving Haku any opportunity, Hoka launched a deadly assault. His palms repeatedly hit Haku's chakra points. However, it was different this time. Hoka didn't limit himself to the traditional gentle fist style. Instead, he used the remaining chakra from his jutsu to blast Haku's chakra points and destroy them from within. Hoka concentrated all the chakra around him on his right palm before he landed the final hit on Haku's chest. Haku coughed before a hole was blown up in his chest. Every Hyuga who watched Hoka's counterattack was shocked. A few gulped their saliva and wondered aloud, "Did Hoka improve the rotation jutsu?" I have never seen anyone use rotation in this manner. He is incredible. Not only has he learnt the jutsu of the main family, but he also improved it further. Not only can he defend with the jutsu, but he can also use it to create a terrifying counterattack. This changes the jutsu fundamentally. An old Hyuga Junin said. Hiashi was no exception either. He thought, this is a rather ingenious way of using the chakra that is used during rotation. However, using it in this manner isn't very useful in normal circumstances. After all, the basic gentle fist style works on nearly every ninja. He must have created these modifications keeping the Akyum palm jutsu in mind. If he can use that chakra to fire far stronger Akyum palm jutsu, then it'd give a real bite to the jutsu. Considering that the opponents would momentarily be tired from using a jutsu strong enough to force him to use rotation, they wouldn't anticipate such a quick counterattack and could be taken down with surprise. The more Hiashi analyzed, the more impressed he became with Hoka's ingenuity. Needless to say, he intended to copy every single bit of it. Due to the excess chakra Hoka used, the hole in Haku's chest continued growing larger for a second before the regenerative ability of the Edo Tensei Jutsu kicked in. However, a smirk appeared on Hoka's face. Instead of focusing on his opponent, Haku glanced behind. His eyes widened as he thought, incredible. Did he seal Juzo and Kaminari in such a short while? Having sealed Juzo and Kaminari, Fujin left clones behind to watch over them and returned to the arena. Hoka had noticed Fujin's return with his Byakugan, which is why he went all out to finish his battle. Within moments, Haku was sealed up as well. Hiashi glanced at Fujin and thought, come to think of it, Hoka's modifications have some similarities with his wind jutsu. I wonder if he took inspiration from that wind dome or if Fujin guided him. Fujin left another shadow clone to watch over Haku before he and Hoka flickered. Noticing that Fujin and Hoka sealed Haku, Guy grinned and said, I enjoyed battling with you. Unfortunately, the time isn't appropriate to indulge. Suddenly, Guy opened the first 5 inner gates. Zabuza muttered, So, this is the forbidden technique that killed 4 of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. A grin appeared on his face as he swung his sword to intercept Guy and shouted, Let me see what they had to go through. Zabuza fiercely counterattacked Guy, who appeared in front of him at an insane speed. However, Guy easily diverted his attacks before landing several powerful hits on Zabuza, deforming his body and creating a couple of holes. Just like he did with Haku, Fujin appeared behind Zabuza and sealed him within a few seconds. While Fujin joined forces with Guy, Hoka moved to assist Renjiro. Unlike Renjiro, he didn't intend to fight Shirogane from a distance. He ran on the water bodies Renjiro had created and faced off Shirogane. A grin appeared on Shirogane's face. For the past few minutes, Renjiro had left him completely frustrated. All his attacks were absorbed by near endless amounts of water and earth. The insults he hurled at Renjiro had no effect either. Instead, Renjiro engaged in a playful banter to waste more time. He was a few moments away from losing his cool when Hoka moved towards him. Several bones popped out of his body as Shirogane laughed and claimed, "Finally, someone in Konoha has balls." Hoka knew that Shirogane was just saying so to prevent him from doing the same thing that Renjiro had been doing. He snorted and took a battle stance. 8 trigrams, 64 palms. Instead of attacking chakra points as usual, Hoka used the jutsu defensively to block all of Shirogane's attacks. Shirogane attacked maniacally, but his grin slowly faded away. He realized, what the fuck? Even though he is close, his tactic is the same as Renjiro's. But why did he come close to me if he didn't intend to attack? His eyes suddenly widened as he felt a presence behind him. And if you can, then please support me on Patreon, link.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Alternatively, you can support me on Google Pay, paddlesarvish8 at OKSBuy, can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you Ruben, Alan, Luco, Snoop, Earth General, and Tara for supporting me on Patreon. Thank you Parthiban for supporting me through UPI. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder, contact link in the description. Chapter 733, Turning the Tides in the Blink of an Eye. Chapter 739 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Under normal circumstances, Shirogane would have easily sensed anyone sneaking up on him and countered before that happened. However, Hoka's frontal assault kept him occupied. He immediately realized, so that's why this bastard is fighting this way. He isn't here to seal me, but only wants to distract me when the real attack arrives. Shirogane could have still spared some attention towards the new attacker, but Renjiro continued distracting him by launching water shurikens from weird angles. These two factors, combined with Fujin's ridiculous speed, meant that Shirogane couldn't divide his attention to focus on the new opponent. Hence, he simply decided to launch several sharp bone projectiles from his back to force Fujin away. However, his bones had barely appeared out of his back, and hadn't even been launched when several Acuum blades cut through his body and ruthlessly sliced him into several pieces. No matter how strong his bones were, they couldn't resist the sharp Acuum blades. Realizing the danger, Shirogane twisted his head at a very odd angle to ensure that his brain wasn't sliced through. Even though his neck was sliced through, his head remained intact. He looked at Fujin and scoffed internally, as if I'd let myself be sealed without getting a taste of blood. He immediately controlled all the bones in the pieces of his body and was about to launch every single one of them in all directions. He thought, Renjiro is too far away to be hit, and this guy has weird defenses, but the Hyuga won't stand a chance against my. Suddenly, his eyes widened as several Acuum palms landed on crucial chakra points on Shirogane's floating head. Hoka thought, even though I don't like studying much, there was no way I wouldn't research the Kaguya clan. They were the only clan who could defeat a Hyuga in taijutsu. Even though Fujin cut him, he won't lose his vitality so easily. A fraction of a second after Hoka's attacks landed on Shirogane, a fist landed on his head. The water under their feet retreated and exposed the hard ground as Guy's punch pulverized Shirogane's head along with the remaining pieces of his body. Renjiro chuckled. He had noticed Guy's movements and immediately withdrew the water around the area while hardening the ground at the same time. As a result, the bones that had previously been slashed by Fujin were almost entirely pulverized by Guy, and Shirogane lost consciousness. Before the Edo Tensei Jutsu's regeneration could kick in, Fujin sealed him up as well. The battlefield came to a standstill once again as the Suna and Konoha ninjas looked at the arena in shock. Just a couple of minutes ago, the entire battlefield was in a deadlock. The reanimated ninjas kept the strongest Konoha ninjas busy, while the Suna elites held off the remaining Konoha ninjas. However, the situation changed in the blink of an eye. Before they could realize it, Fujin suddenly sealed 5 of the 6 reanimated ninjas. And now, Fujin, Guy, Renjiro, and Hoka were glancing at Sakumo. The morale of the Konoha ninjas rose once again, and several ninjas exclaimed loudly, "That's incredible! They defeated those reanimated ninjas just like that! Now only the White Fang is left." As expected of Councilman Fujin, They didn't stand a chance against him. Ha! This is incredible. We can't lag behind. Kill these Suna scums. Make them pay for trying to invade our home. On the other hand, the Suna ninjas were horrified. How can that be? This is impossible. How could strong ninjas like Shirogane, Kaminari, Juzo, and Zabuza be sealed so easily? Fuck Orochimaru. Why did we ally with such an incompetent fellow? Forget Orochimaru. Where is Lord Fourth? If that monster turns his blade towards us, we're dead. The thought of Fujin turning his attention on them terrified the Suna ninjas. The feet of the 3 Junins who wanted to assassinate Fujin froze too. Unlike others, they had watched all of his actions. Any thoughts they had of killing Fujin evaporated away. They could only pray that Sakumo could stall Fujin. The Konoha ninjas launched a spirited assault on the demoralized Suna ninjas. They still gave their best, but the number of Suna ninjas falling kept rising at an alarming rate. Baki's expression became very ugly as he realized, if Orochimaru doesn't have any more hidden cards and Lord Kazekage doesn't show up, this battlefield is doomed. The only way things could turn around is if the Hokage falls. However, helplessness appeared in his eyes. After the first and second Hokage appeared inside the barrier, he expected Hiruzen to fall very easily. However, the reality was the exact opposite. Forget dying, Hiruzen held the upper hand throughout the battle. From Baki's observation, the only way Hiruzen could lose is if he ran out of chakra. However, it was extremely clear that every Suna ninja would be long dead before Hiruzen ran out of chakra. Once Sakumo was sealed and Fujin turned his attention to them, the war would be over. However, Baki still held some hope. He thought, since Lord Kazekage hasn't appeared yet, he must be doing something very important. That could be a way for us to turn this around. In addition, Orochimaru should be aware of the situation too. Once we are wiped out, every Konoha ninja will attack the barrier. Surrounded by hundreds of ninjas, Orochimaru might fall as well. Since he is still only focusing on the Hokage, he must have some plans as well. As Baki suspected, Orochimaru did have a few plans. Even so, his expression was ugly. He thought, Guren's death messed up my arrangements badly. The battle outside is a complete loss. If Sakumo had gone all out, he could have tied Fujin down. However, with him resisting my commands, his strength weakened to a point where even Kakashi could handle him. That said, confusion appeared in his eyes as he wondered, what game is Kakashi playing? Shouldn't his strength be much higher? Why is he still hiding his strength even after seeing Kabuto? Orochimaru was genuinely confused. When Kakashi appeared in the arena along with Sasuke, Orochimaru looked at Kakashi with a whole new gaze. The fact that someone like him kept his true power hidden for so long increased Orochimaru's respect for him. However, his actions on the battlefield confused Orochimaru. Orochimaru couldn't help but wonder, could it be that he has kept his power hidden from even the top brass of Konoha? That's interesting. I wonder what his true motives are, considering that he doesn't go all out, even at such a critical time. Sakumo was barely done explaining and displaying his critical techniques to Kakashi when Fujin and others arrived. Sakumo smiled and said, "It seems I'm the last one. You guys did a good job. I'll continue resisting Orochimaru's command. Seal me quick." He suddenly stopped talking as his eyes went completely black. Sparks appeared around his body as his speed increased tremendously. Winds blasted behind Fujin as he moved forward to intercept Sakumo. In the blink of an eye, their blades clashed hundreds of times as the two engaged in a terrifying battle. Guy asked in confusion, "What happened? Why did your father suddenly go all out?" Kakashi answered grimly, "It looks like Orochimaru has taken control of his mind completely." Renjiro agreed and added, "Orochimaru was likely struggling to control all 6 of them at the same time. However, since Sakumo-sama is left now, Orochimaru must be focusing entirely on him." It was exactly as Kakashi and Renjiro analyzed. Once Fujin sealed 5 reanimated ninjas, the only ones left were Kabuto and Sakumo. Unlike the others, Orochimaru did not need to control Kabuto. Due to his loyalty, Kabuto followed Orochimaru's plans without the need for any control. Hence, Orochimaru focused entirely on Sakumo, which increased his control drastically. He completely suppressed Sakumo's will and made him go all out, at least to the extent to which his body allowed. As such, Sakumo fought just like how Hashirama and Tobirama were fighting. Hoka asked with a frown, "What do we do now?" Sealing him will be extremely difficult. Should we assist Fujin, or should we leave him to Fujin and focus on others? Guy immediately answered, "Let's assist Fujin. I can open my inner gates once again for a short while without tiring myself." Kakashi nodded too. However, Renjiro glanced in the direction of the barrier and looked at Hiruzen and his opponents. Looking at the state of the battle, he quickly analyzed the situation. Before Kakashi, Guy, and Hoka could join the battle, he softly said, "Wait!" Kakashi, Guy, and Hoka glanced at Renjiro, wondering what he was planning. "And, if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay. Paddlesarvesh8 at OKSB can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you, Ike, Dark, Shazab, Hokmutig, Derek, Rodrigo, Jack, Ismail, Michelle, Benjamin, Kenny, Samuel, Rick, Name Jeff Alive, Earth General, and Tara for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 74, Spectre Swordsman vs. White Fang. Chapter 740 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. A reminder for iOS users on Patreon, if you plan on supporting me or other creators there, schedule update notice on Patreon. I'll be taking Saturdays off here onwards since I'm unable to maintain a proper schedule right now. We'll be going back to 6 chapters per week. Lightning release, White Death Jutsu. Fujin frowned as nearly every chakra point on Sakumo's body released white lightning and moved in all directions. However, the majority of it was moving towards Fujin. Fujin immediately waved his left arm, transforming a part of the wind cloak back into winds, which formed a sphere around him. The white light engulfed the wind sphere, making the Konoha ninjas worried as they could no longer see him. Renjiro and others retreated as well. In the middle of the lightning storm, Fujin saw several lightning sparks continuously entering the wind sphere before being discharged harmlessly. Even so, he couldn't help but think, the amount of yin chakra concentrated in his lightning is beyond ridiculous. I have a very strong resistance to lightning, but if I try to endure this attack with just my body, I'll be seriously injured. During his fight against the Kumo ninjas, Fujin frequently stopped powerful lightning jutsus with just his palm. However, he didn't dare to test out Sakumo's jutsus despite having his wind cloak. Damn, such an intense jutsu. What is happening inside? Due to the lightning chakra, I can't sense anything inside it. A sensor from the Yamanaka clan exclaimed. The Hyuga ninja beside him replied, I can't see anything inside either. The white lightning blinds even my Byakugan. They weren't the only ones. Even Fujin's chakra field didn't work inside the range of Sakumo's attack. Fortunately, he still had other means to sense. A vacuum layer formed around the edge of his blade as he swung his sword forward. Taking advantage of the blindness his jutsu would cause, Sakumo attacked Fujin. His white tanto pierced through the wind sphere before he noticed Fujin swinging his blade to intercept his attack. At the same time, the wind sphere around Fujin suddenly expanded, neutralizing the intense lightning around him. Noticing the vacuum layer along Fujin's blade and fearing being trapped inside the wind domain, Sakumo retreated immediately. However, strong winds blasted behind Fujin as he used the Assassin's Rush Jutsu to take Sakumo head-on. Realizing that he wouldn't be able to outrun Fujin, white lightning appeared around his right fist as he punched forward. The lightning was unleashed from his fist and transformed into a white dragon as it moved towards Fujin. Fujin immediately countered by swinging his sword. A massive vacuum slash, along with accompanying winds, was launched in the arena. Sakumo immediately dodged the vacuum slash, while using lightning to defend against the accompanying winds. However, Fujin's attack cleared the battlefield of the white lightning while leaving hundreds of new scars on the ground. The Konoha and Suna ninjas were finally able to see what was happening inside. The fear in the eyes of the Suna ninjas increased, while relief appeared in the eyes of Konoha ninjas on seeing Fujin unharmed. However, these feelings immediately disappeared from a few ninjas as their eyes widened in shock. Fujin's vacuum slash cut through whatever was remaining off the wall, and continued forward. Every ninja who was in its way, irrespective of which village they belonged to, stopped fighting and scurried to dodge the incoming vacuum slash. In a moment, The war happening at that side of the arena paused entirely. The ninjas fighting in the stadium gulped and thought, fortunately, that attack wasn't fired in this direction. Otherwise, the death toll would have been ridiculous. The stadium still had a lot of civilians and genins who had been knocked unconscious by Kabuto's genjutsu. In fact, they were the main reason why the Suna and Oto ninjas were able to last for so long. Whenever the Konoha ninjas got overbearing, they would attack the unconscious Konoha citizens, forcing Konoha ninjas to go on the defensive. Of course, the Suna and Oto ninjas didn't dare to overdo it. In fact, only a couple dozen civilians had died due to this tactic. The reason for such low losses was that Suna and Oto ninjas knew that they'd be annihilated in no time if Konoha ninjas didn't have to defend them and focused entirely on eliminating the enemy. Outside the arena, a Senju Junin crawled out of the ground and muttered fearfully, "Fortunately, we were very far away from their battle. Otherwise, there was no way we could have dodged the sharp wind blades around that Acume slash." He saw a glimpse of Fujin and Sakumo engaging in another intense clash. The entire area around them was being bombarded in lightning strikes, wind blades, and Acume bullets. He muttered, "These two are nuts," as expected of the White Fang and the Spectral Swordsman. A battle between the two of them would be legendary. Similar thoughts ran through the minds of everyone who was forced to dodge Fujin's attack. The Suna and Konoha ninjas began fighting again, but they continued moving away from the arena as they battled. None of them wanted to be in the way of another of Fujin's attacks. As they fought, Fujin felt like the battle was becoming a deadlock. He realized, ever since I used the Acume slash, his fighting style changed. He is no longer trying to kill me, but seems content in just tying me down. Fujin immediately understood that this was Orochimaru's doing. He analyzed, "Even though I'm stronger and faster, sealing him will be very difficult. He uses terrifying ranged lightning jutsus whenever I'm about to close in on him. If I attack from a range, he just dodges everything, and he escapes whenever I turn my cloak into the domain. Under normal circumstances, I could have engaged in a battle of chakra reserves. However, I can't do that against an Edo Tensei." A frown appeared on his face as he concluded, "The only way I can force him is with my Fuin battlefield. However, it won't be enough either. He'll still keep me occupied for a long time. The only technique with which I can win quickly is the Flying Thunder God Jutsu." However, Flying Thunder God Jutsu was one of Fujin's most important secrets. While he could turn the tides of the battlefield easily with it, it posed a great risk. Fujin didn't dare to underestimate the intelligence of Hiruzen and Shikaku. Once they know that Fujin knew this technique, then several questions would arise about what he did in the Land of Lightning. While they still wouldn't have any proof to conclude that Fujin was Akuro, they would begin linking the two. Considering the fact that Akuro had attacked Root when Danzo was creating trouble for Fujin, it was even riskier. As such, Fujin didn't want to show this card just yet. Combined with the fact that changing the tide of the battlefield wasn't necessarily advantageous for Fujin, he decided against using the technique. Noticing that Fujin had slowed down, Sakumo riled his chakra, causing several heads to turn. His right hand began glowing white due to highly concentrated white lightning, while his left hand was covered in dark winds. Fujin carefully observed, Yin lightning and Yang wind? Will this be another combination jutsu? Sakumo slammed the two palms together, almost as if he were praying. The highly concentrated chakra around both his palms merged as a hurricane began forming around him. In the blink of an eye, a strong hurricane formed with Sakumo at the center. However, it wasn't an ordinary hurricane. The hurricane oscillated between flashing a bright white light which blinded anyone who looked at it to immediately becoming completely dark. It signified the contrasting elements inside it, which were somehow perfectly balanced to allow such a jutsu to exist. As it expanded towards Fujin, he chuckled and thought, "Hey, this bastard! He is even better at merging Yang chakra with wind than me." Not to mention, he just used a jutsu containing lightning, wind, yin, and yang chakra at the same time. Now I wish even more that I could have fought him at his prime. Fujin weaved a hand seal as a mini hurricane began forming around his left forearm. He analyzed, It looks like the battle intelligence of a reanimated ninja decreases considerably once his will is suppressed. As impressive as this jutsu is, Sakumo should have understood that large-scale wind jutsus don't work against me. Fujin punched the ground with his full strength. Deep cracks appeared in the ground. As they continued expanding, the ground began transforming into a swamp. The hurricane around Fujin's left forearm entered the swamp, and soon a second hurricane appeared. Unlike Sakumo's hurricane, this one was made of winds and dirt. It was a combination jutsu using Fujin's hurricane fist and the swamp of the underground jutsu. Fujin called it the swamp hurricane jutsu. The battlefield came to a standstill once again as everyone looked at the two hurricanes in shock. One was flashing continuously while the other was brown in color due to the swamp. What the hell? How did such gigantic hurricanes appear out of nowhere? That's Flashing Hurricane, the cursed jutsu of the White Fang. Hundreds of Suna ninjas died to that technique. Will Councilman Fujin be fine? Why did he use an earth jutsu? Suna ninjas watched hatefully while the Konoha ninjas became worried. The Flashing Hurricane and the Swamp Hurricane finally met. The eyes of the Konoha ninjas widened as the Flashing Hurricane easily overpowered the Swamp Hurricane. And if you can, then please support me on Patreon, link.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay, Paddle Sarvesh 8 at OKS Buy. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you, Corey, Meligant, and Aristides for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 735, Battles Within a Battle. Chapter 741 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. In the arena, which was supposed to be the battlefield for deciding which genin was good enough to be promoted, two massive hurricanes, created by two rank S ninjas, clashed. In the blink of an eye, it became obvious that Sakumo's attack had a huge advantage over Fujin's counterattack. The Konoha ninjas became worried, but there wasn't a hint of emotion on Fujin's face. In fact, he had pretty much expected it. His jutsu paled in comparison to Sakumo's attack. Not only had he not strengthened his elements with yin and yang chakras, he hadn't even poured a quarter of the chakra Sakumo poured into his jutsu. While ordinary ninjas couldn't see the difference, the stronger ones and sensors immediately noticed this anomaly and wondered what he was up to. As the Flashing Hurricane entered into the Swamp Hurricane, the lightning sparks began eroding the swamp. However, even though the swamp was being eroded, it started consuming the electrical energy within the Flashing Hurricane. At the same time, the winds in the Swamp Hurricane infiltrated into the Flashing Hurricane. Even though Sakumo's winds were enhanced by Yang Chakra and he was better than Fujin in this aspect, Sakumo couldn't compare with Fujin in terms of control over the winds. Sakumo immediately resisted Fujin's attempt to wrestle control over the Flashing Hurricane. This created a peculiar situation. On the surface, it looked like Sakumo's jutsu was overwhelming Fujin. However, the real battle was being fought over the control of Sakumo's jutsu. And the more electrical energy was consumed by the swamp, the bigger Fujin's advantage got. Along with this clash, there was another aspect that almost everyone missed. While everyone's attention was focused on the hurricanes, the ground underneath continued converting into swamps and expanding continuously. Had he been conscious, Sakumo would have spotted it very easily. Unfortunately, that wasn't the case. By the time he realized, the swamp had expanded up to just a few meters away from him. Fujin chuckled and thought, finally, he noticed it. Unfortunately, it's too late. Suddenly, a large muddy dragon appeared from the swamp and lunged at Sakumo. Sakumo immediately bombarded it with lightning, neutralizing it instantly. However, behind the swamp dragon was another smaller hurricane that rose from the swamp. This move caught Sakumo off guard. Fujin smirked while thinking, even though my combination jutsu isn't as strong as yours, this is the true essence of my jutsu. Due to the high amount of wind chakra I poured into it, I can spontaneously start hurricanes from the swamp. While it has its limits, it is plenty to deal with most ninjas. Now then, how will you defend from this? Sakumo's position became extremely vulnerable. Despite facing just one opponent, he was fighting 3 battles simultaneously. The first, and the most apparent was the clash of the two hurricanes, where Fujin had successfully slowed down Sakumo's offensive. The second was the battle to maintain control of the flashing hurricane, which was the most decisive battle. And now he had to deal with the new hurricane, which flowed in the opposite direction of his flashing hurricane and continuously reduced its strength while posing a danger to Sakumo. Despite seemingly losing the initial clash, Fujin gained an overwhelming advantage over Sakumo. Instead of defeating Fujin, Sakumo's terrifying jutsu provided Fujin with a chance to break the deadlock and win the battle. A wide grin appeared on Fujin's face as the three factors continued increasing his advantage. In just half a minute, Sakumo seemed unable to hold on. Fujin extended his arm forward and muttered to himself, "It's over. Once I gain control of his winds, I can create a new wind domain with it. Sakumo won't be able to escape." His eyes suddenly widened. He quickly dispersed his wind cloak, which transformed into winds and moved very quickly as he cursed. Shit. Is he aiming to kill everyone here? When he realized that he had lost the exchange and was about to be trapped inside his own jutsu, Sakumo simply exploded all the lightning chakra that was still in the flashing hurricane. Even though the explosion wouldn't harm Fujin much, it would harm most of the unconscious people, and even the ninjas in and around the stadium. In the worst-case scenario, thousands of civilians and over 100 ninjas might die. Both Konoha and Suna ninjas became fearful of sensing the massive explosion. The flashing hurricane collapsed due to the explosion, and so did Fujin's swamp hurricane, which couldn't withstand the explosion. Even the swamp in the ground was ruined to a great extent. To everyone's horror, the explosion spread towards the stadium. Thankfully, winds appeared between the explosion and the stadium, intercepting the lightning charges and shockwaves. As they passed through the winds absorbed the shockwaves and neutralized most of the lightning charges. In the end, the people in the stadium only felt a breeze and harmless static currents. While the ninjas were relieved, Fujin's expression let out a sigh and muttered, "To fall prey to this tactic, that's humiliating." Even though he was unharmed, it was ironic that he was at the receiving end of a tactic that he loved using. Sakumo held the civilians in the stadium hostage to force Fujin to give up his advantage. While Fujin didn't particularly care about their lives and focusing on sealing thine, Sakumo might have been better for the war. He couldn't just stand and let thousands die. It would allow the ones who find him as an eyesore to target him politically. Not knowing whether Hiruzen would die or change his fate, Fujin didn't want to deal with such a headache. Fujin analyzed. Along with holding the people hostage, it was also a suicidal attack. Had he been alive, he would have been gravely injured. However, he'll just heal up now. As Fujin predicted, Sakumo took heavy damage from the explosions too. However, he regenerated even before Fujin could take any advantage of his injuries. The battlefield was reset as it was earlier, with one major change. Sakumo's chakra reserves were still full, while Fujin had expended his wind cloak. In another case of irony, it was Fujin who was being limited by his chakra reserves. Orochimaru quickly caught on to this detail. He chuckled and asked, "Are you still counting on external help, Sensei? Even if that kid defeats Sakumo, he'll be all out of chakra. And, if you recall Jiraiya, my summons will destroy Konoha. Ha-ha." Hiruzen had a serious expression but became confused when Orochimaru suddenly stopped laughing and a dumbfounded expression appeared on his face. He couldn't help but wonder, what happened for his expression to change so drastically? He wasn't the only confused person. Orochimaru was even more confused as he wondered, what the hell? Why did all my summons suddenly go back? The time that Sakumo blew up his jutsu matched with the time when the giant snake blew up in the Ryuchi cave. As such, Orochimaru received bad news right after he received good news. He realized, without my summons, Jiraiya will come here. Even though this stadium is far from the village, he'll come here in around 5 minutes. This will be tricky. He quickly analyzed, on second thought, it may not be a bad thing. Though I won't be able to give Sensei the ending I want him to get, I can kill both Jiraiya and Fujin along with Sensei. Konoha would truly be finished then. Orochimaru immediately intensified his attack and joined up forces with the two former Hokage to kill Hiruzen. Hiruzen noticed the change and analyzed, Something must have happened to force him to attack so fiercely. Even though I don't know what it is, it should be advantageous for me. I'll continue stalling for time. Even if Fujin gets exhausted, the Suna ninjas won't be able to last for long. As long as I don't fall, Konoha will win the war. Hiruzen changed his fighting style and became completely defensive. He blocked and dodged any attacks his former student and teachers threw at him while spending his chakra minimally. Even though the arena was covered in dust, Fujin and Sakumo were looking in each other's direction. Fujin thought, "It looks like I won't be able to reinforce Hiruzen after all." In the end, Orochimaru's arrangements were enough to ensure that I'll be tied down. Fujin was about to go on the offensive once again, but suddenly stopped. Lightning release, lightning hound jutsu. Water release, great waterfall jutsu. Fujin turned his head and saw Kakashi's lightning jutsu merging with Renjiro's water jutsu and moving towards Sakumo at a great speed. Sakumo immediately retreated, but was engaged by Guy in an intense taijutsu battle. Renjiro flickered in front of Fujin and said without taking his eyes off Sakumo, "Dealing with him will take a long time. Unfortunately, time is not a luxury we have for now. I'm not sure how long the old man can hang on. We'll hold him back. You reinforce the old man. If you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link www.patreon.com/devilhex. No space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay, piddlesarvesh8@OKSB. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you Nick, Stan, Gerald Zorro, Sahith James, Q4X, and some random person for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 736, Typing Up the Loose Ends. Chapter 742 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. We'll hold him back. You reinforce the old man. Renjiro said without taking his eyes off Sakumo. Fujin asked unsurely, "Are you sure? He might not be at his peak, but his strength is extremely terrifying." Kakashi answered, "Don't worry. Even though Orochimaru is controlling him, my father is still restraining a considerable amount of strength. Though I'm not confident in sealing him, we'll be able to hold him back." Renjiro added, "Besides, don't forget we still have Guy with us. If needed, he can settle the situation. So, leave him to us. You and Hoka deal with the barrier and Orochimaru." Kakashi and Renjiro's reasoning was completely sound. Fujin didn't have anything to say against it. He replied, "All right, be careful." Renjiro replied, "You two stay careful as well. Who knows what else that snake is hiding?" Renjiro's initial idea was to let Fujin deal with Sakumo while they go to help Hiruzen. However, Renjiro wasn't sure whether they'd be able to deal with any more hidden cards that Orochimaru might have. Hence, he decided to do the opposite. Even though Fujin's chakra was running low, he still had the best chance to deal with Orochimaru's schemes. Fujin and Hoka nodded and both flickered away. Orochimaru noticed it and had Sakumo go all out, but Guy, Kakashi, and Renjiro managed to hold him back while Fujin and Hoka moved towards the barrier. In a matter of moments, the situation changed drastically. Hiruzen, who had been fighting a lone battle, now had 2 Rank S ninjas coming to his aid. Even though Fujin had been through several battles and Jiraiya was still a bit away, the situation had become extremely favorable for Konoha. Yet, Orochimaru continued battling without showing any signs of retreat. As he moved, Fujin thought, "It looks like I'll be reinforcing the old fox after all." Tsk. He is really strong, though, undoubtedly far stronger than what he was shown to be in the original story. Even though Hashirama and Tobirama are nowhere near their full strength, being able to block the two of them along with Orochimaru for so long without taking a single injury is remarkable. I wonder how strong he was in his prime. "What's the plan, Fujin?" Hoka asked. Fujin replied, "I'll just bombard the barrier and go for Orochimaru's head. You take out those 4 ninjas maintaining the barrier and then act according to the situation. But first..." The wind cloak reappeared around Fujin's body as he disappeared from Hoka's side. In the stadium, an intense battle was taking place. A special feature of this particular battle was that none of the unconscious audience was harmed. Instead, the bodies of more than a dozen dead Konoha Junins lay around. One of the Konoha ninjas frowned and said, "Shit, he's too strong. How do we deal with him?" Needless to say, they were facing the reanimated Kabuto. As strong as they were, they didn't stand a chance against Kabuto. They were about to attack again when they suddenly stopped. Kabuto's eyes widened, and he launched several shurikens behind him instinctively. Unfortunately, all of them missed, and he saw a fist covered in a mini hurricane heading straight for him. Fujin thought, as expected, Orochimaru had DNA samples of this troublesome fellow. Oh well, let me see whether your healing can keep up with my hurricane fist. Kabuto immediately cursed as he retreated. Shit! Why is he focusing on me? Unfortunately for him, winds blasted behind Fujin as he appeared right on top of Kabuto and punched his head. The hurricane around his forearm quickly engulfed Kabuto and began slicing him up. Kabuto tried to heal the damage, but neither his healing nor the regeneration factor of the Edo Tensei Jutsu could keep up with the barrage of wind blades cutting him up. Kabuto grimly thought, I can't keep up. What the hell is this jutsu? Shit, if I lose my consciousness. Within a few seconds, his body lost all features and instead looked like an artwork of scars. Ibiki, who watched the scene, thought, though it is gruesome, that jutsu will be very good at torturing if its power is controlled. For a moment, he felt that Fujin could be a perfect fit for his department. However, he threw that thought out of his mind on recalling how troublesome he was. Fujin's left palm landed on whatever remained of Kabuto's chest, and a seal appeared on his chest. It continued expanding throughout his body, and in the blink of an eye, both his body and his soul were immobilized. Kabuto realized that even if he healed, he wouldn't be able to move. He looked at Fujin with the last bit of his consciousness and thought, I didn't stand a chance. So this is Suzuki Fujin? No wonder he could force Orochimaru-sama to retreat. The Kana ninjas around saw Fujin using the binding cloth seal to mummify Kabuto and muttered, It's over. Just like that? This is terrifying. Yeah, we couldn't do anything against him, but Fujin sealed him in a matter of seconds. What none of them saw was the innumerable amount of seals Fujin kept placing on the cloth while he sealed Kabuto. He even placed a few flying thunder god marks while thinking, Let me see how you come back to life again. Now that he had the sealed Kabuto, Fujin immediately decided to ensure that no one would ever remove the seals to revive him. Even though it was highly unlikely for Kabuto to improve as a reanimated ninja, Fujin had no reason to test it out. Hence, he applied a ridiculous amount of seals before sealing him in a coffin, which also had a ridiculous amount of seals. Fujin glanced at his work and thought, this should be enough. Any more, and it'll raise suspicions. Unless a Fuinjutsu Grandmaster makes a move or someone uses an extremely destructive jutsu to blow the coffin and him up, there's no way he can be freed. Fujin glanced at the Junins he had instructed earlier to stall Kabuto and instructed, Watch over the coffin. If they free him, he'll recover his strength in the blink of an eye. They immediately nodded and were about to reply affirmatively, but Fujin disappeared from the stadium without waiting for their response. While several intense battles happened in and around the arena and the village, another intense battle broke out a considerable distance outside the village. Naruto's squad finally caught up with Sasuke, who had just been trashed by a semi-transformed Gaara. Standing some distance away was Fujin's shadow clone, who had masked his scent completely to ensure that Pakun wasn't alerted of his presence. He glanced at the group and thought, so many things have changed, but it seems like their battle will still happen. While he followed them, Fujin's clone noticed several changes, many of which were direct consequences of his actions. The first was Lee's presence, which only happened because Fujin saved Lee during the preliminaries. The second was that no Odo ninjas chased after them. This was a direct consequence of what Fujin did when the battle began. Due to his indiscriminate massacre, the majority of the Odo ninjas were dead, causing them and the Suna ninjas to be under extreme pressure. They no longer had any manpower to chase after a bunch of Genins. While a couple of squads still tried to chase after Sasuke due to Orochimaru's instructions, they were quickly intercepted by Konoha ninjas who assumed that they were escaping due to Fujin's deadly assault. Kankuro stayed behind just to stall Sasuke, but was confronted by Shino just like in the original story. As such, the entire squad reached Gaara and Temari together. Fujin's clone continued looking at them and analyzed, Shikamaru and Lee? Shikamaru isn't strong, but his brain could result in some changes. On the contrary, Lee has the might required to force a change. Though he isn't allowed to open the inner gates, he is quite suicidal. I wonder how the battle will play out now. Back in the arena, Hoka asked, was he that important to be taken care of? Fujin withdrew a scroll while replying, yeah, he's a troublesome fellow. If he interfered in the fight against Sakumo-san, Sensei and others would have been in trouble. Hoka understood his thoughts and nodded. Opening the scroll, Fujin weaved the confrontation hand seal. At the next moment, thousands of explosive tags appeared in front of him. The Anbu ninjas, standing outside the barrier, rejoiced to see Fujin come near the barrier. They were about to greet him and inform him about the barrier when they saw a sight that horrified them. All of them scattered immediately. At the same time, the Sound Four looked at the insane number of explosive tags with grim faces. They immediately activated the second stage of their curse seals to provide more chakra to the barrier. Fujin glanced at them and muttered, I have always been curious about how many explosive tags it'll take to break a barrier of this level. Any guesses, Hoka? And if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link, www.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay, Patil Sarvesh 8 at OKSBuy, can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you Killbot and Zogio for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 737, The Biggest Joke. Chapter 743 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. I have always been curious about how many explosive tags it'll take to break a barrier of this level. Any guesses, Hoka? Hoka just chuckled as 8,000 explosive tags flew towards the barrier. He replied, Does it matter? No matter how many it takes, it won't even leave a dent in your storage of explosive tags, will it? Hoka fully expected Fujin to have at least a dozen more such scrolls on him. As for how many might be in his house, Hoka didn't even bother to make a guess. He just knew that it would be some unbelievable number. Tayuya shouted, Don't hold back. The sight unnerved the Sound Four, who wondered, why does he carry so many explosive seals on him? The same thoughts ran through the minds of the Suna ninjas who were relieved that they weren't heading towards them. Baki wondered, was he planning on blowing up an entire village or something? Inside the barrier, Hiruzen chuckled and said, It's over, Orochimaru. I hope you have already secured an escape route. If not, I'll fix the mistake I made a decade ago. To Hiruzen's surprise, Orochimaru chuckled and asked, Are you so sure that it's over, Sensei? As he said that, a large amount of gold dust appeared in the path of the tags. Relief and hope appeared in the eyes of the Suna ninjas keeping an eye on the barrier. Baki muttered to himself, Finally, Kazekage-sama has arrived. However, defeating Fujin will be difficult. Everything will depend on why he was so late. This will be the crucial moment of the war. Whoever wins will win the war. A massive explosion attracted the attention of every ninja in the vicinity as the tags exploded after coming in contact with the gold dust. Most of the ninjas stopped fighting and glanced in its direction. The explosion was so massive that even Jiraiya, who was several minutes away, heard the explosion. He looked worriedly in the direction of the arena and muttered, What is happening there? Hang on, old man. Smoke had covered an entire side of the barrier, which was bombarded by high-speed gold particles. Several shockwaves hit the barrier as well. Both Konoha and Suna ninjas wondered whether the barrier had been broken. At the same time, the few remaining Odo ninjas became worried. As the smoke cleared, the Odo ninjas sighed in relief, seeing that the barrier was still up. Even though it was bombarded by gold dust and shockwaves, it was nowhere near enough to create a crack in the barrier, let alone destroy it. The Sound Four sighed in relief. While they had the confidence to weather the barrage of explosive tags, none of them had any confidence against Fujin. Tayuya thought, that was close. Fortunately, Orochimaru-sama made arrangements for all possibilities. Though Rasa isn't strong enough to defeat that monster, stalling him shouldn't be an issue. With him, the barrier won't fall. Fujin looked at the gold dust and analyzed. So Rasa was here too? However, he didn't make any move when I was cutting down the Suna ninjas. I even slowed down to see whether he'd make a move. In addition, he's waiting here and obediently protecting the barrier, a task unfitting of a Kaj. That means... While Oto ninjas were relieved when the smoke scattered, the Suna ninjas were ecstatic. They couldn't care less about the barrier. Instead, their eyes were glued to the massive amount of gold dust floating around the barrier. Yes! Kazekage-sama is finally here. He'll take revenge on our fallen comrades and kill that bastard swordsman. Enough defending. It's time for our counterattack. Kill Konoha scums. The morale of the Suna ninjas immediately soared on seeing their leader. The Konoha ninjas weren't deterred either, as facing Rasa was Fujin, who had been dominating the entire battlefield with an unstoppable force. If someone like Tsukumo couldn't hold him, they were confident that Rasa wouldn't be able to stop him either. They too replied to Suna's ferocious counterattack with even more ferocity. As the gold dust cleared, Rasa's appearance became visible. He looked just like he did when he was alive. There was no sign of anyone having used the Edo Tensei Jutsu on him. However, Fujin didn't buy it. Standing next to Fujin, Hoka had a worried expression. He thought, even though Fujin still looks strong, he has been going all out since the... what the hell? For a moment, Hoka doubted his eyes and observed Rasa properly. He wondered, that's weird. Why do I get the same feeling from him as the reanimated ninjas? No, something is definitely off with his body. Even though I can't see it with my Byakugan, it's unquestionable. However, how can that be? Isn't the fourth Kazekage still alive? Hoka's thoughts were cut off by an extremely loud laughter emitting from next to him. He immediately looked at Fujin, who seemed to be laughing as if he had seen the biggest joke in the world. He wasn't the only one. Fujin had used winds to amplify his sound considerably and let it travel for longer distances. Everyone in the arena heard his laughter clearly and glanced at him. Even the ninjas who were fighting just outside the arena heard his voice clearly. Baki immediately had a bad feeling. The remaining ninjas were confused as well when Fujin suddenly stopped laughing and they heard his words. The fourth Kazekage is dead. He is now Orochimaru's puppet and is defending him like a slave. Meanwhile, Sunagakure ninjas are sacrificing their lives for Orochimaru, the person who killed their leader. This is fucking hilarious. Ha ha ha! Shock. Horror. Disbelief and a myriad of other horrible emotions appeared on the face of every Suna ninja. Their morale, which had just recovered, shattered into a million pieces once again. Irrespective of whether they believed Fujin or not, everyone stopped attacking and glanced in the direction of the barrier. Needless to say, both Konoha and Oto ninjas were shocked as well. Kazekage-sama is dead? And he is controlled by Orochimaru? How can that be? No, he is lying. How can our Kazekage be killed? Yes, that brat is fooling us. He is trying to drive a wedge between us and Orochimaru. I was almost fooled by that demon. But what if he is telling the truth? Wouldn't it mean that we're sacrificing ourselves for Orochimaru's cause? Yes, don't forget that the Kazekage-sama didn't show up when the spectral swordsman was butchering our comrades. Why did he only appear when the barrier was attacked? Don't fall for the enemy's trick. Kazekage-sama would have his reasons. He might be following a strategy. What strategy is worth the lives of 200 of our comrades? Confusion immediately spread among the ranks of Suna ninjas. Instead of attacking Konoha ninjas, they shifted their focus back to defending and tried to get closer to the barrier to understand the truth. Baki stopped fighting Genma and Hayate and flickered towards Fujin. Needless to say, he wouldn't take the word of his enemy at face value. However, the bad feeling he had intensified several times when he heard Fujin's words. He appeared some distance away from Fujin and shouted, "Bastard! Stop lying!" From a close distance, Baki could see that Rasa didn't have the features of a reanimated ninja. However, he could see that something was off. Be it Rasa's absence when Fujin was slaughtering Suna ninjas, or the fact that he hadn't refuted Fujin's words. Yet, he shouted to ensure that the Suna ninjas didn't lose their morale entirely. Fujin merely chuckled and taunted, "Why don't you talk with your dear leader, then?" Hehe. Baki immediately followed his advice. "Kazekage-sama, please reply." Inside the barrier, Orochimaru frowned and wondered, when did he learn sound-based jutsus? Tsk, this is annoying. Hiruzen heard Fujin's words and was shocked as well. He stared at Orochimaru while analyzing, so he killed Rasa first? The main question is when this was. Even I was fooled by his impersonation of the Kazekage. Was Suna the one who wanted to make a move against Konoha, or were they manipulated by Orochimaru? Regardless, Hiruzen immediately went on the offensive, directly targeting Orochimaru. He was aware that the caster could speak through the Edo Tensei. He didn't want to give that opportunity to Orochimaru. As Orochimaru became busy dealing with Hiruzen's assault, Hiruzen thought, "Good thinking, Fujin. This war is over." Unknown to Hiruzen, Orochimaru didn't intend to attempt fooling Suna ninjas again. He knew that the Suna ninjas weren't all fools. Now that Fujin had planted a seed of doubt in their minds, they would suspect Rasa. Any act Orochimaru put up would be seen through. So, Orochimaru didn't see any point in doing something like that. Hence Rasa, whose will had been completely suppressed, didn't reply to Baki. Baki just stood there with a stunned expression and disbelief on his face. For a moment, he had let his guard down completely. AN, if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link w.rion.com/devilhex space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay. Paddle Sarvesh 8 at OKSBI can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you Kaiden, Edward, Garrett, Christian, Landlord, and Tharius for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening, narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder, contact link in the description. Chapter 738, Hidden Cards. Chapter 744 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity, narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Looking at his unresponsive leader, Baki stood with a stunned expression. He was in such disbelief that he let his guard down completely, a fact that didn't miss Fujin's watchful gaze. However, Fujin didn't make a move. Baki was going through an intense internal turmoil. Just a few months ago, Sunagakure's top leadership were high in morale after having made a deal with Orochimaru to deal Konoha a massive blow. Their preparations progressed smoothly. However, ever since the second round of the Chunin exams, nothing seemed to be going their way. The slaughter Fujin unleashed just a minute into their attack made him realize the severity of the situation. And now, their leader, their last hope, the man who was supposed to turn things around in their favor, was already dead. And his killer was none other than their ally. Baki muttered in shock and disbelief, "How did this happen? When was Lord Rasa killed? No way. Did Orochi..." Baki was no fool. He connected the dots very easily and understood. He knew that Rasa had gone to meet Orochimaru a few days ago. According to the discussion in their council, the war should have been postponed unless Orochimaru had made some excellent arrangements. Yet Rasa suddenly acted in a very different manner after meeting with Orochimaru. He went from caution to going all out to crushing Konoha. The council was baffled and wanted a proper explanation, but they didn't get any as Rasa never returned to Suna. Ultimately, the council had no choice but to follow their leader's orders. None of them imagined that he'd be killed by Orochimaru so secretly. They didn't even have that thought. Yet, Baki was seeing the worst-case scenario happening for his village. A scenario that no ninja in Suna imagined. Seeing Baki standing in shock, the remaining Suna ninjas understood that Fujin wasn't lying. Their morale dropped immediately. Genma flickered behind Baki and asked with a chuckle, "Do you still want to fight?" Baki didn't reply. He retrieved a kunai and launched it into the sky. The kunai exploded, releasing red smoke and a strange noise. In an instant, every Suna ninja in and around the arena heard the voice and looked in the direction of the explosion. Their pupils dilated as soon as they saw the smoke. Without a single word, every Suna ninja stopped fighting and retreated. They only kept an eye on possible attacks from Konoha ninjas while they left the battlefield. Leading them was none other than Baki. The Konoha ninjas chased for a few seconds, but stopped, realizing that Suna ninjas had no intention of stopping. For a moment, most of the battles ceased. Of course, that didn't mean that the Suna ninjas were happy. Instead, terrified questions were heard throughout their forces. "Why are we retreating? Don't tell me, is what he said true? Is Lord Rasa dead?" "No, how can that be?" "Baki, what happened? Didn't you get a close look at Kazekage-sama?" With a grim expression on his face, Baki answered, "Kazekage-sama is dead." Orochimaru reanimated him like the White Fang and others. That bloody snake betrayed us. Silence spread among the ranks of Suna ninjas. None of them could believe what they heard. Nearly every Suna ninja turned their heads to glance towards the barrier one last time. As soon as they did, their eyes widened and pupils dilated. Standing facing Rasa, Hoka glanced at Fujin and thought, he's even more incredible now. He has always been strong, smart, and cunning, but I never imagined that his ability to scheme is so strong. I now understand why Lord Hokage got him on the council. Even though he looks unstoppable, his chakra reserves must have taken a big hit. He killed over 300 Suna and Oto ninjas before eliminating the Kekkei Genkai users and dealing with the reanimated ninjas. In addition, he also left shadow clones to watch over the sealed ninjas. Even though he does a great job at hiding his chakra reserves, they must have taken a massive hit. According to my estimates, he should only have around a quarter of his chakra left. Fighting against the 4th Kazekage in this state would have been extremely difficult, especially considering that he seems content with just defending the barrier. We wouldn't have been able to help Lord Hokage. However, with just a few words, he forced nearly 300 Suna ninjas to retreat. Without them here, our forces are freed up. Everyone can gang up on the barrier and destroy it. This war is of... What the... Hoka's analysis was on point. Fujin's chakra reserves had dropped seriously low. It was why he used such a tactic to force the Suna ninjas to retreat. Instead of killing Baki, he made Baki withdraw the hundreds of Suna ninjas. Of course, there was one other factor as well. Along with Rasa, Fujin sensed one more disturbance with his space-time sensing technique. Just at the moment when the Suna ninjas turned their heads to see their fallen Kage, black particles appeared around the barrier, along with the gold particles. Standing next to Rasa was the 3rd Kazekage. Orochimaru had initially held him back, hoping that the Suna ninjas keep fighting, but there was no longer any need to do that. Fujin saw a massive amount of gold and iron dust rush towards him and Hoka. Hoka immediately concentrated chakra on his feet, while Fujin thought, it looks like I'll have to use that trick after all. Sigh, this is disappointing. I hope that I can resolve this issue soon. Fujin bit his right thumb. At the same time, the shadow clone in his compounds dispelled, sending back all chakra to Fujin. Fujin, who barely had over 25% of his chakra remaining, suddenly recovered his chakra reserves to 80% of its maximum capacity. Before the war began, Fujin had thought a lot as to what arrangements Orochimaru would make for him. While he couldn't guess who Orochimaru would recruit to deal with him, he expected an intense conflict. As such, he left no stone unturned in ensuring that he was as prepared as a ninja could be. A day before the finals began, he ate a soldier pill and immediately created a shadow clone containing 85% of his chakra. As the day progressed, he created a couple more as soon as his chakra reserves recovered. While there were several reasons to do so, which was evident by the roles played by his clone in the war, one of Fujin's main intentions was to have chakra batteries in case he ran low. Of course, even if a shadow clone didn't fight, the mere act of maintaining it consumed the clone's chakra. Hence, his clones stayed inside the meditation room, meditating to slow down the rate at which they consumed their chakra. A few hours before the finals began, 2 of them left for the arena, while his first clone stayed back, and eventually ended up killing the giant snakes and the ninjas who followed them. Even though he didn't consume any chakra in that battle, sustaining himself for over a day cost him nearly 1/3 of his chakra. Even so, the chakra he provided to Fujin was more than enough to turn around any battle. Summoning Jutsu. Smoke clouds appeared around Fujin as he slammed his hand on the ground. It didn't remain for long, as a 20-meter-tall behemoth appeared from the smoke. A loud, jagged roar echoed through the arena as intense winds hit the gold and iron dust, sending it back at an even faster speed. Once again, everyone's eyes turned towards Fujin. To everyone's surprise, he was standing on the head of a gigantic and menacing saber-tooth. Hoka, who retreated right before Fujin slammed his hand on the ground, thought, "Such a massive and powerful summon. Since when did Fujin have such a summon?" Similar questions ran through the minds of the Konoha ninjas. Konoha was famous for having ninjas with strong summons. Be it Hiruzen or the Sanins, all of their summons were extremely famous throughout the world. And now, they saw another summon who didn't lose to any of them. Of course, none of them questioned where he had got the summon from. Instead, they were just pleased. Incredible. I didn't even know he had a summon. As expected of Councilman Fujin, only someone like him can have such a strong summon. The retreating Suna ninjas noticed the massive summon as well, and their mood dropped further. Baki thought, even if Gaara had stuck to the plan, I don't think it'd have made much of a difference. Even if Orochimaru hadn't backstabbed us, this entire campaign was destined to be a disaster. Fujin ignored everyone's gazes and said, Ryu, it's time for a rampage. AN, next chapter in 6 to 8 hours. Latest chapter on Patreon, Sandslayer. If you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link www.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay, pedalsarvesh8 at OKSBI. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you, Daniel, Tariq, Helios, Cesar, Cordy1, Frederick, Kyle, and Luri for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder. Contact link in the description. Chapter 739, Setting the Skies Ablaze. Chapter 745 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. What an odd sight, Ryu muttered softly in his jagged voice. The situation in front of him truly puzzled him. Having lived for several centuries, Ryu had seen several odd things that seemed far beyond common sense. However, he had never seen so many weird people simultaneously. He observed, these two don't have the aura of the living. They're undoubtedly dead, but seem to be completely fine. Those two inside the barrier have similar auras. Since when could the dead rise in such a manner? Also, what's with this barrier? It seems sturdy enough to endure my strongest attacks. Not to mention, those four powering the barrier are harnessing nature energy. However, it feels off too. It's almost as if they're using some artificial means. For over a century, the winged saber-tooths didn't have a summoner. Even though a few of them liked to travel, they couldn't learn about the advancements in ninjutsu. As such, Ryu was quite surprised to see so many oddities when he was finally summoned. Of course, he couldn't be entirely blamed. Orochimaru's forbidden techniques had even surprised Hiruzen, the person publicly acknowledged as having the greatest ninjutsu knowledge. The other Kages would have been even more surprised, as they weren't even aware of Orochimaru's forbidden experiments. So it was natural for Ryu to be surprised. However, since it was the first thing he saw when he was summoned, he couldn't help but feel like the human world had changed a lot. Fujin sensed his feelings, chuckled, and said, What you're seeing is odd for us too. I'll explain the details later. For now, we need to smash the barrier, seal those dead ninjas, and kill that snake. Ryu replied, All right. To the shock of nearly every ninja, Ryu's fur began moving and 2 large wings appeared on his back. With a single flap, the massive saber-tooth got off the ground and flew above the barrier, one of the most difficult spots for ninjas to defend. Of course, facing him were 2 extremely strong ninjas. Fujin said, Aerial attacks might not work much. Both of them have mastered the magnet release. Don't be engulfed by the gold or iron, they might be poisoned. Also, be careful of suicidal attacks. They can't be killed, and I'll have to seal them after we destroy them. While Fujin spoke, a large amount of gold and iron floated towards them. The gold dust spread through the entire area instead of targeting Ryu directly. As for the iron, it transformed into several sharp weapons, all of which were launched towards Ryu. Ryu sighed and replied, I forgot how complicated humans were. Wind chakra suddenly flowed through his wings, giving them a green glow. Intense winds were released downwards as he flapped them, which transformed into several mini hurricanes. They engulfed the iron weapon projectiles and the gold dust, stopping their movement before sending them back at the enemy. The 2 former Kazekage had to defend against their own attacks. However, that was just the first part of the attack. They noticed that following them were extremely sharp winds. Within moments, they controlled a large amount of gold and iron to form a protective wall mid-air. Hoka looked at Ryu's counterattack with a helpless smile on his face. He thought, even him, Summon is stronger than me. He just sent back the attacks of 2 Kazekages like it was nothing. Not to mention, those winds could annihilate ordinary ninjas. How many more cards does Fujin have hidden? Inside the barrier, Orochimaru frowned while analyzing. Troublesome. I knew he had a summon, but I didn't know it'd be this strong. This one might be able to go up against Manda. Interesting. I wonder how many more surprises you'll give me, Suzuki Fujin. The Konoha ninjas were impressed as well. However, they stopped watching and ganged up on the few remaining Oto ninjas in the stadium. Without the Suna ninjas, the Oto ninjas were heavily outnumbered. Under the ruthless assault of Konoha ninjas, they began dropping like flies. The Kazekage's iron gold wall stopped their own attacks before weathering the sharp winds. Even though several scars appeared on the wall and it broke in several spots, none of the attacks reached the barrier. However, Ryu had expected it. In fact, even if they didn't block the attack, it wouldn't have done much harm to the barrier. It was merely a distraction so that his real attack would hit the barrier. Ryu opened his mouth wide while concentrating chakra in his throat. Breath of wind. Ryu fired a massive beam, made purely of wind, at the iron gold wall. For the ninjas who watched from far away, they thought that it was a normal wind jutsu. However, the ones who could pay closer attention, like Hoka, noticed that it was made up entirely of extremely small but sharp wind blades. They were so dense that they couldn't help but shiver at the thought of that beam even glancing past them. The wind breath hit exactly the spot in the iron gold wall that had been severely weakened by Ryu's previous attack. As a result, it pierced through it as if it didn't even exist. Due to how quick the follow-up attack was, neither of the Kazekages could counterattack in time. They sent iron and gold dust to stop the beam, but it had already hit the barrier. The Sound Four immediately coughed blood as the barrier shook due to the intense attack and the massive impact. Luckily for them, the barrier was strong enough to endure such an attack. They quickly injected more of their chakra into the barrier, ensuring that it kept standing. However, their eyes suddenly widened as they realized something extremely odd. If a normal jutsu hit the barrier, it damaged the barrier in an instant, before its effect is over. However, Ryu's attack was a continuous beam. The barrier was bombarded by innumerable small blades without a moment's break. Orochimaru noticed it as well and analyzed. I was wrong. Even though he seemed slightly weaker than Manda at first glance, his senjutsu is to be at a higher level than Manda's. In the Ryuchi cave, only the White Snake Sage is better at senjutsu than him. Realizing the danger, the Sound Four continuously kept injecting more chakra into the barrier. Every one of them had a grim expression as they understood. Shit! We can't maintain the barrier if this continues. Fortunately for them, the two former Kazekage had made a move immediately. In just a couple of seconds, they flooded a massive amount of iron and gold into the wind breath, neutralizing some wind blades. In a few more seconds, they managed to create a thick layer of iron and gold that blocked the entire beam. Ryu finally stopped his attack as it couldn't pierce through the dense layer of gold and iron. The Sound Four sighed in relief and thought, fortunately, these two are here. Still, we can't endure more of these attacks. We may stop another, but if there's a third, the barrier will fall. Hurry up, Orochimaru-sama. Up in the sky, Ryu observed. As expected, the way they harness nature chakra is flawed. They lost nearly half of their chakra. Still, he said, Fujin, my attacks can't pierce through that thick layer of metal. Usually, I would have just entered a physical combat, but it doesn't seem like a good option. Fujin replied, Yeah, we have to keep our distance. Anyway, it's fine. We aren't the ones who are on a time limit. Say, can you merge Yang Chakra with Wind Chakra? Ryu replied, Yes, do you have a plan? Fujin smirked. Yes, let's give them a big one. Like Fujin said, the one who was under the pressure of time was Orochimaru and not Fujin. When Renjiro asked Fujin to help Hiruzen, it was the opposite. However, the situation had changed entirely once the Suna ninjas withdrew. In just a minute, every Oto ninja in the arena, other than Orochimaru and the Sound Four, was killed. Hundreds of Konoha ninjas turned their gaze towards the barrier and started moving towards it. The eyes of the Sound Four ninjas widened as they realized what was about to happen. The two Kazekage also turned their attention from Fujin to the other Konoha ninjas. However, they were forced to turn their heads up immediately. They weren't the only ones. Every ninja in the arena, including Hiruzen and Orochimaru, turned their gaze to the sky. Following Fujin's suggestion, Ryu had unleashed a massive wind jutsu. Its scale far exceeded Fujin's supercharged infinite breakthrough jutsu. Not only did it have more chakra, but it also had a perfect balance of wind chakra, yang chakra, and nature chakra. That attack in itself would have been extremely strong. However, Fujin shot the majestic destroyer flame jutsu right into those intense winds. The two jutsus merged perfectly, resulting in an even more devastating combination jutsu than the one Fujin created with the help of Orochimaru's flames. Everyone looked in shock as the sky above the arena was set ablaze. It seemed like the sun itself had come down to the planet. Break tomorrow. And if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link www.patreon.com/devilhex. No space. Alternatively, you can support me on UP Google Pay. Patil Sarvesh 8 at OKSBI can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you, Aman and Alan, for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 740, A Peculiar Expression. Chapter 746 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. What in the world is that? Is this what the hell looks like? That fire is nowhere near us, and yet it feels so hot. It's almost like my skin is burning. Fire? That's no fire. That's scorch release. No doubt. The rumors were true. Fujin defeated Orochimaru with scorch release in the Forest of Death. The Konoha ninjas discussed among themselves. Fujin had merged his flames perfectly with Ryu's winds, and created scorch jutsu once again. Due to the scale of Ryu's jutsu, the attack covered the entire sky, making it seem like it was raining fire. Even for the experienced ninjas, it was a hellish sight. Orochimaru and Hiruzen looked at it in surprise as well. Orochimaru thought, this is even stronger than what he did earlier. The addition of nature chakra takes it to an entirely new level. At the same time, Hiruzen wondered, has he really not mastered Scorch Release yet? Enma said, so this is the boy you told me about? His summon is strong. That winged saber-tooth has very good control over nature chakra. Fujin's attack forced the Konoha ninjas to stop. They didn't want to be caught in its range. A few veteran Junins shouted, retreat! Take Cove! Huh? Instead of continuing to spread, the attack suddenly converged towards the barrier. Once again, the Konoha ninjas marveled at Fujin's control over the winds. Rasa and the third Kazekage immediately unleashed all the gold and iron Orochimaru had arranged for them. It began floating on top of the barrier, forming a dome around it to protect it from the attack. However, several Konoha ninjas immediately noticed something. They observed, Fujin's attack is only concentrated at top. Even though it is extremely strong, defeating the two Kazekage will be difficult. So this is why he... Immediately, several Konoha ninjas shouted loudly, attack the barrier from the sides. The iron gold dome is very weak in that direction. Destroy the barrier. But be careful with your jutsus. Don't destroy the stadium. Immediately, a few dozen Konoha ninjas moved forward while weaving hand seals. While Fujin attacked from the top, they attacked with fire jutsus supported by a few wind jutsus from all sides of the barrier. The two Kazekage noticed it and quickly reinforced the sides as well, weakening the top part a bit. At the same time, the Sound Four prepared themselves to put their entire chakra into the barrier. They weren't sure how long they could last under such an assault, but decided to buy every second they could buy for Orochimaru. A massive explosion took place once Fujin's and Ryu's combination attack landed on the iron gold. It was so intense that the entire dome shook and its top layer began melting. The explosion also sent a few shockwaves at Ryu and Fujin, but they were a sufficient distance away to be threatened by it. Moments after their attack landed, the combination attack of Konoha ninjas landed on the dome. A string of explosions occurred again on the dome. The Konoha ninjas stayed back to see the effect of their attack. They were very high in morale and had hope in their eyes. They wanted to see the barrier destroyed so that they could reinforce their Kaj. As the smoke and dust cleared, a look of disbelief appeared on their faces. They muttered, impossible! How is it still standing? To the surprise of the Konoha ninjas, the dome still stood. Of course, it was in terrible shape. A good portion at the top was missing. Signs of the metals melting and solidifying again could be seen all across the dome. Several large cracks and a few holes were visible in it. However, the dome had endured the deadly attacks. The barrier behind it was still intact. The Sound Four sighed in relief. As expected of the Kazekages, even under such an intense assault, they can still stop it. In the sky, Fujin glanced at the dome while thinking, as expected of the Kazekages, even under such an intense assault, they can still protect the barrier. Oh well, I wonder how many rounds they can last. Unlike the remaining Konoha ninjas, Fujin knew that the two Kazekage wouldn't fall so easily. At the end of the day, they were still rank S ninjas. In addition, their abilities were very good for defending and stalling. Of course, considering how outnumbered they were, it was just a matter of time before they fell. Since Hiruzen was holding his own, the Konoha ninjas had no reason to panic. Fujin glanced inside the barrier and thought, this war should be over. Someone like Orochimaru should understand this easily, and should have retreated by now. However, why is he still fighting Hiruzen? While he was confident in defeating the two Kazekage, Orochimaru's illogical actions confused Fujin and made him raise his guard a bit. He glanced towards a spot in the stadium. Fujin's clone, who had been keeping an eye on Hiruzen and Orochimaru's battle, noticed his gaze and glanced at him. The clone understood Fujin's intentions in a heartbeat. He made another shadow clone that had a minuscule amount of chakra to continue keeping an eye on Hiruzen and dispelled himself, returning the majority of the chakra to Fujin. In an instant, Fujin's chakra reserves were almost completely full. The chakra from the clone made up his missing chakra as well as the chakra he consumed while summoning Ryu and using the combination jutsu. However, this was also the last time Fujin could use this trick. He still had 3 shadow clones, but the ones watching Hiruzen's and Sakumo's battles barely had any chakra. The shadow clone following Naruto's group had a lot of chakra, but Fujin didn't want to dispel him. That clone had an important mission and was also responsible for ensuring that Naruto's group lived. Ryu and Fujin built up their chakra once again, as Fujin thought, alright, let me see what your scheme is, Orochimaru. The Konoha ninjas on the ground sensed their chakra built up and immediately prepared for the second round of attack. Inside the barrier, Hiruzen had the same thoughts as Fujin. He decided to probe and said, this battle is over, Orochimaru. You've lost. Your forces have been annihilated, and very soon, you'll be as well. Hiruzen was interrupted as Orochimaru started laughing. To his surprise, Orochimaru replied, I admit I underestimated Konoha greatly. I didn't anticipate you'd counterattack so fiercely. I was wrong about you having gone completely soft and senile. Hiruzen immediately had a bad feeling. He thought, this is weird. Since when did he start accepting a loss gracefully? No, he is definitely planning something. As Hiruzen calculated, Orochimaru began weaving hand seals while saying, I wanted to give you a poetic ending. To die at the hands of your predecessors, how ironic would that have been? Unfortunately, I have completely failed to do it. But no matter, the end result will still be the same. Some distance away from Konoha, the Genins were in a fierce battle. Fujin's clone didn't interfere, but a peculiar look was visible on his face. Of course, no one saw it. The reason for having such an expression was due to how the battle had played so far. Due to the presence of Shikamaru and Lee, Fujin's clone expected a lot of changes. While it seemed so initially, the situation became extremely familiar once again. Shikamaru tried using his shadow possession on Gaara, but it was pretty much useless against a partially transformed Gaara, who not only had a tremendous amount of chakra, but also moved quite quickly. Even Shikamaru's brain wasn't a big factor due to how absurd his opponent was and how limited his information and knowledge were about the Jinchurikis. Sasuke was down due to the curse and could barely move, while Naruto wasn't giving his all either, as he wondered whether he could deal with Gaara. Someone who had found a different answer to deal with loneliness, and appeared to have overcome it through his own strength. As a result, the only one who could fight was Lee. Unfortunately, he hadn't completely recovered. Even if he had, there wasn't much he could do against a normal Gaara, let alone a partially transformed one. He too took a bit of beating before Gaara trapped Sakura, just like in the original story. Wanting to save Sakura, Lee decided to open his inner gates. Unfortunately for the boy, it immediately opened up his previous internal injuries and the boy collapsed on the spot. His condition became worse than Sasuke's. In the end, it all came down to Naruto, though he had Shikamaru's support. Fujin's clone couldn't help but think with a serious expression, this is weird. Despite my interference creating so many changes, how can this battle unfold exactly like how it did in the original story? If you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link www.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay, Patilsarvesh8 at OKSB. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you Gilberto, Alan, Tanav, Michael, Sacred Lone Wolf, Extra Small, and Z for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 741, The Inevitable Fate. Chapter 747 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Despite my interference creating so many changes, how can this battle unfold exactly like how it did in the original story? A deep frown appeared on the face of Fujin's clone. Ever since he stepped into this world, Fujin had been careful not to mess with the story too much. Unfortunately, things hadn't been as he had wished, and his presence inevitably caused several changes. Things had gone so out of hand that Fujin had mentally prepared himself to discard most of his future knowledge. As such, seeing something happen similar to the original story should have been good news to Fujin. However, his clone wasn't happy. On the contrary, his mood was grave. He analyzed. The circumstances here and in the original story were completely different. In the original story, Konoha was shown to be ignorant to the fact that Gaara was a Jinchuriki. Even if I assume that Hiruzen knew, he hadn't made any arrangements to take care of him. Suna's betrayal had come as a shock to Konoha. However, due to my interference, Konoha was well aware of Suna's treachery and prepared for the war. The higher-ups have long known that Gaara is a Jinchuriki. Hiruzen and Shikaku even assigned Kakashi to take care of him. Yet, despite all the preparations and arrangements, despite the changes caused due to my actions, why have things reached exactly this stage? Fujin's clone saw Naruto creating a dozen shadow clones and using them very creatively to maneuver around Gaara. He used the 1,000 years of death jutsu with one small change. Instead of sticking an explosive tag to his kunai, Naruto used the kunai that was given to him by Fujin when he left his training to Jiraiya. As a result, the explosion was much stronger. Had the circumstances been different, Fujin's clone would have been amused. However, his mind was in a different place. Just a month ago, Fujin had dismissed Neiji's thoughts about fate and put his own perspective. However, there was one major difference between Neiji and Fujin. Neiji's perspective was a result of his traumatic childhood and the arrogance of a genius. Fujin, on the other hand, knew what the future held. He knew that fate played a major role in this world, especially with events involving Naruto and Sasuke. Even so, he hadn't given much importance to it. Fujin believed that once he gained sufficient strength, he could change the future to be extremely advantageous for him. However, what he was witnessing shook his confidence. For the first time, since coming into this world, Fujin was forced to take fate seriously. Fujin's clone couldn't help but wonder if fate truly exists, and if things will eventually happen just like they did in the original story, then what's the meaning of my existence? Once I make those moves, it should change the future entirely, just like when I killed Kabuto. Even the Fourth Great Ninja War will be completely different if it happens at all. However, if fate exists, does it mean that I wouldn't be able to do that? Or could it be that all my actions will prove futile and the end result will be similar to it was this time? Needless to say, Fujin's clone didn't want to believe it. He could gain strength and fight against stronger foes. With Flying Thunder God Jutsu, he wasn't afraid even of beings like Madara, as he could always run away. However, what could he do against something as intangible as fate? If he didn't know the future, he wouldn't have cared about it, as it would have been pointless. But that wasn't the case. Fujin's clone quickly concluded, I guess I can still chalk this up to a freakish chain of coincidences. Directly blaming fate wouldn't do me any good. I need more information. Apart from Naruto changing Gaara, there is another critical event that is supposed to happen. Hiruzen is supposed to die in this war. If he doesn't, then the changes will be too huge. However, from the memories I just received, the battle is nearly over. Hiruzen should end up living. If fate truly exists, then it means that something strange will happen and he'll die. If that truly happens, then I'll need to reevaluate my situation entirely. Multi-Shadow Clone Jutsu. Infinite Breakthrough Jutsu. After Sasuke softened Naruto's fall and displayed his resolve to die while Naruto and Shikamaru rescue Sakura and leave, Naruto regained his confidence. He immediately created hundreds of shadow clones, which completely surrounded Gaara, who was still in a bad shape due to the explosion. In the blink of an eye, Gaara was bombarded by intense winds from every direction. Orochimaru slammed his hands on the branch he was standing on and said, "I didn't want it to end this way, but this is the end. You will die here, Sensei. And Fujin, Jiraiya, and every Konoha ninja here will follow you into the afterlife." Hiruzen's eyes widened in shock as 10 boxes appeared from the branch. Each of them opened and the faces of the ninjas inside became visible. Hiruzen muttered, "Impossible." Up in the sky, Fujin noticed them through the holes in the iron-gold dome. His pupils dilated and his eyes widened as he muttered in disbelief. This. He still had such a card left. While the dome blocked the view of most Konoha ninjas, the Hyuga ninjas were able to see what was happening inside the barrier clearly. Without an exception, shock appeared on everyone's face. The 10 reanimated ninjas walked out of the boxes. Some of them muttered, "This is weird. How am I alive again? The first Hokage?" Their eyes widened as they saw Hashirama and Tobirama attacking Hiruzen. Seeing Hashirama, each one of them panicked without any exception. However, in less than a second they recalled that they were already dead, and so was Hashirama. One of them said, "So, this is the second Hokage's Edo Tensei. Ha ha ha, it looks like someone used it to attack Konoha. That's hilarious." Another replied, "You sure are calm for someone who's being controlled. It looks like this young man is the caster of this jutsu." Most of them didn't recognize Orochimaru, but a few did and were surprised. One of them chuckled and said, "So the snake turned on his village in the end." In the arena, a few ninjas asked, "Hiyashi-sama, what's the issue? What is happening inside the barrier? Is Hokage-sama safe?" Despite his vast experience, Hiyashi was too stunned to speak. Several others asked similar questions to other Hyuga ninjas, but none of them answered. In the skies, Ryu muttered, 10 new chakras, similar to those 4 dead ones, have appeared. Fujin, do you recognize them?" Fujin replied, "Yeah, each one of them is terrifying. We won't be their match. Each one of them led one of the major hidden villages in their prime." Hiruzen muttered, "First Raikage, second Raikage, third Raikage, first Tsuchikage, second Tsuchikage, first Kazekage, second Kazekage, first Mizukage, second Mizukage, and third Mizukage. You reanimated all of them?" Disbelief could be heard in Hiruzen's voice. He never expected to see such a sight in his old age. Fujin thought, "Except Minato, every dead Kage is here. This crazy bastard collected everyone's DNA in the month-long break. That's why he was so confident. However, can he control them all?" Fujin's mind immediately went into overdrive, analyzing every information he had so far. He immediately concluded, no, he definitely must have some limits. Otherwise, he'd have revived way more ninjas and sent them after me. That said, he must have some means to keep some degree of control. Regardless, how do I tackle this? Even Fujin felt a bit overwhelmed and helpless. Had it been a few, he could have dealt with them. However, there were 14 reanimated Kage in and around the barrier. Not to mention, Sakuma was keeping Guy, Kakashi, and Renjiro occupied in the arena. Fujin realized, this is impossible to deal with. If we break the barrier now and try to use our numerical advantage, hundreds of elite ninjas will be slaughtered. There is a good chance that the entire army would be wiped out. Even when Jiraiya reaches here, we won't have the forces to eliminate them. Even if I go all out and use my Flying Thunder God Jutsu and all my other hidden cards, I can't change the battle much. All of them are strong, even among the S rank. Some of them stood at the peak of S rank when they were alive. They won't be caught off guard that easily. The best I can do is touch them and teleport them hundreds of kilometers away from here. However, Tobirama can easily counter this tactic. Even if I assume that they aren't marked yet and send 3 away before Tobirama reacts and marks everyone, that's still too much. Fujin glanced at Hiruzen and thought, the only way is the Death Reaper seal. However, just like his clone, Fujin too felt extremely uncomfortable at the way the events suddenly changed. He couldn't help but think about fate as well and have the same thoughts as his clone. And, P.S., please keep the author notes of CHP 704 in mind. A.N. If you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link patreon.com/devilhexspace. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay. Patil Sarvesh 8 at OKSBE can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you, Inisius, Zalaf, Slothy, Foret, Anima, Dip, Umaid, Calvin, Madian, and Shrek for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 742, A Second of Hesitation. Chapter 748 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Ayan predicted the outrage on web novel over 3 months ago. Lol. Now you guys know why I made that author's note. Enjoyed the comments, though kinda hurts by how quick some people are to insult the story, as well as me as the author, in spite of being nearly 750 chapters into the story. Anyway, that is out of my control. I guess I need to clarify some things based on the comments made in the earlier chapter. 1. The limits I had mentioned earlier on how many reanimated ninjas Orochimaru can control was based on range. Away from himself, he's limited to 2 rank S, 3 elite Junins, and some Junins. As for when they're closer to him, his control is far better. Whether he can control 15 Kage-level ninjas at the same time, you'll see soon. 2. The strength of the reanimated Kages isn't at the same level as when they were alive. They are barely at the rank S level. This includes Hashirama, Sakumo, and Tobirama. Otherwise, Hiruzen would have long been dead and Fujin would be tied down by Sakumo. I guess I should write something about why I increased the number of people Orochimaru could control, but I'm pretty sure there'll be another author note addressing that once this battle ends. That should clear things up. All said and done, enjoy. Not sure if this chapter will be more controversial or less spoiler. Heh! To think that the mighty Konoha would one day have to see such a day. Hozuki Gengetsu, the second Mizukage, taunted Hiruzen. He found the situation quite amusing. He wasn't the only one. The rest of the reanimated Kages were quite surprised too. Irrespective of who it was, all of them had tried to destroy Konoha and failed miserably. No matter how many villages attacked Konoha, it remained a behemoth that couldn't be destroyed. Even though they weren't pleased that someone was controlling them, seeing the destruction of Konoha was quite a pleasant surprise for them. Hiruzen snorted and replied, I wonder if you'll be this amused when he reanimates all of you to attack your villages next. If Konoha falls, do you think your villages could stop him when he turns his eyes towards them? Immediately, the faces of all the Kages became dark. Needless to say, that was their first thought. Even though none of them were at their full strength, their power was more than sufficient to destroy any great village. Since Hashirama and Tobirama had stopped their attacks momentarily, Hiruzen immediately decided to strike with his words. The third Mizukage thought, Hiruzen is correct. Unless the strength of our villages has immensely increased somehow, they won't be able to stop us. The best hope for their survival is if Hiruzen stops us. Of course, that is unless we can regain control of our bodies. If we do so, we can just kill Orochimaru first, and then kill Hiruzen and destroy Konoha. His eyes quickly scanned through the situation outside the barrier as he analyzed. There are only Konoha ninjas. There must have been a war, and Konoha won overwhelmingly, forcing Orochimaru to summon us. In this case, we could have a chance to break free of his control. The third Mizukage's scheming mind immediately calculated all the scenarios. The other Kages had similar thoughts. The first Kazekage suddenly chuckled and said, As expected of the schemer's student. Even without lifting a finger, you're making us want to eliminate your enemy first. Haha, Tobirama selected a good successor. Without skipping a beat, Hiruzen asked, Do you see the fourth Kazekage outside the barrier? He was killed not too long ago by the very person who summoned you. Right now, your village doesn't have a single rank S ninja. The eyes of the first and second Kazekage widened in shock. Instinctively, both tried to break free of Orochimaru's control, making his job much more difficult. Orochimaru cursed, Shit! If I allow him to keep speaking. Without showing his real emotions, Orochimaru chuckled and said, It looks like age failed to tone down your scheming nature, Sensei. You allied with Suna and killed the Kazekage under the pretense of a meeting, forcing the Sunagakure to attack Konoha recklessly and fall into your trap. The bodies of Suna ninjas are still littered in the arena. Without wasting any time, Orochimaru tried to confuse the two Kazakages. Needless to say, they didn't believe his words. However, they knew that they couldn't trust Hiruzen either. Orochimaru continued, "You can give up trying to break my control. The only thing that will be broken is the village you hold so dear to yourself." "Ha ha!" Hiruzen interrupted his laughter and claimed, "You can stop acting tough, Orochimaru. You were already having a difficult time controlling Lord First and Lord Second, along with Sakumo and the two Kazakages. You have a lot of courage to keep reanimating more ninjas even in that condition. Tell me, how much of your strength can you exert?" In an instant, Orochimaru fell under a lot of pressure. The wills of 10 rank S ninjas attempted to break free of his control. In addition, his previous 5 summons were also passively resisting him. Even for someone as strong as Orochimaru, it was an extremely difficult thing to maintain control. Even though Orochimaru had improved Tobirama's Edo Tensei considerably, he was still a long distance away from the level to which Kabuto would have improved it in the future. He could still fight when he hadn't summoned 10 more Kages. However, after summoning them, he was forced to focus entirely on maintaining control. In a way, his situation was similar to that of a puppet master. Even so, he laughed and said, "Hey, as expected of you, Sensei. You're right, I won't be able to fight you much. However, do I really need to? Can you break through all the former Kage and attack me? That'll be an amusing sight." Immediately, the reanimated Kage began moving against their will. Hiruzen was about to face 12 former Kage by himself. In the skies, Fujin continuously calculated several possibilities. He quickly eliminated most of them, but one remained in his mind. He thought, since teleporting the Kages away won't help much, what if I directly eliminated Orochimaru? I can just prepare the Rasen Shuriken and hit him by teleporting close to him. Once he is taken out, Sakumo, Hashirama, and Tobirama won't be under his control. Even though none of them are at their peak, their strength is equivalent to the others. Along with me, Jiraiya, and Hiruzen, we could fight with them despite having just half the numbers. Not to mention, Guy and Kakashi would be freed up as well. However, Fujin hesitated. There were several flaws in his strategy. The very first flaw was that he wasn't certain if the Rasen Shuriken would kill Orochimaru. If Orochimaru survived and healed with his skin-shedding technique, Fujin would have exposed his Flying Thunder God Jutsu without gaining anything. The second flaw was that even if he killed Orochimaru, the odds were strongly against Konoha. Hashirama, Tobirama, and Sakumo could take on one opponent each. That would leave Fujin, Jiraiya, and Hiruzen to deal with 3 each. They were terrible odds, even if Fujin went all out. Even if Guy took out one by opening the 7th inner gate, it wouldn't make much of a difference. While Kakashi and Renjiro were strong, their battle against Sakumo had shown that neither could battle at such a level. Fujin concluded, "The only way we could turn things around is if weaker Konoha ninjas take some of the Kages on and stall them. However, this will result in extremely heavy casualties. Knowing Hiruzen, he might use the Death Reaper seal anyway to prevent those casualties, which again makes my attempt pointless." Fujin's calculations made him hesitate. As someone who loved keeping his cards hidden, it was against his nature to expose them without any certainty of results. Ironically, his biggest motivation to act out had nothing to do with Konoha or even Hiruzen. The main reason why he was tempted to stop being as careful as he always was to see whether he can force a major change to the future. It was his way of proving to himself that fate didn't exist, or at least his existence could impact major events. While Fujin hesitated, there was one person who didn't. Fujin extended his right arm and began forming the Rasengan in his right hand. However, even before he could completely form the basic Rasengan, Hiruzen created 12 shadow clones, and all 13 weaved hand seals rapidly. They first weaved the snake seal and followed it with the boar, ram, rabbit, dog, bird, horse, and snake seals in that order before clapping their hands together. Unma shouted, "Don't tell me you're..." In the sky, Fujin sensed the change in Hiruzen's chakra and stopped creating the Rasengan. He let out a sigh and thought, in the end, this still happened. That order of hand seals, Sarutobi, you are performing that jutsu, Enma thought in disbelief. Hiruzen glanced behind him and thought, so this is the god of death that Minato was saying only the caster of this jutsu can see. Sigh, I hope this works. Orochimaru noticed Hiruzen's odd actions and said, No matter what you try, it's too late. I've won. Konoha will fall. Hiruzen didn't reply as he saw all 12 reanimated Kages moving towards him. Without wasting any time, all of his shadow clones immediately moved towards them. In the forest, Gaara couldn't resist the bombardment of Naruto's supercharged wind jutsus. The explosion of Fujin's kunai had damaged the sand armor around him considerably, and before he could fix it, he was attacked by Naruto. To his horror, several sharp wind blades cut straight through the sand around his body. Several long cuts opened up on his body, injuring Gaara like he never was in his entire life. Even Fujin's clone was surprised. As Gaara's screams echoed through the forest, Fujin's clone couldn't help but wonder, could this attack kill Gaara or will he? Even before he could complete his thoughts, Gaara transformed entirely into Shukaku. AN, if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link w.patreon.com/devilhex. No space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay, Patil Sarvesh 8 at OKSBuy. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you Cybermonk, Suraz, Ume, Delu, Divichan, Troten, Draz, Bram, Ismail, and Connor for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 743, The Indomitable Third Hokage. Chapter 749 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Fujin's clone saw with a deadpan expression as Gaara transformed, and Naruto used Kurama's chakra and summoned Gamabunta to stop him. He let out a sigh and muttered, Fuck it. This is still beneficial for me. Time to do what I have to do. The chakra signature of Fujin's clone suddenly changed, and so did his appearance and physique. The change was so drastic that no one would be able to associate him with Fujin. At the same time, a seal imprint lit up on his right palm as he slammed it on the ground. Hundreds of flying thunder god marks spread throughout the area as a new seal imprint appeared on his left palm. He didn't make any other move, and instead watched Shukaku and Gamabunta like a hawk. Inside the barrier, Orochimaru watched in amusement as Hiruzen's shadow clones moved to intercept the 12 former Kage. The ones leading the charge were none other than Hashirama and Tobirama. Hiruzen's clone immediately noticed the changes in Hashirama's chakra and realized, so he's using that technique. Bringer of Darkness Jutsu. In an instant, Hashirama placed a hallucinatory darkness on Hiruzen and all his clone eyesight, causing them to see nothing but black. However, Hiruzen and all his clones disrupted their chakra flow and released a large amount of Yang chakra. Yang release, Annihilator of Darkness Jutsu. Hashirama and Tobirama were surprised. Not even half a second had passed, and Hiruzen and his clones had broken Hashirama's genjutsu. Hiruzen thought, I may not have reached the raw power of Lord First or the speed of Lord Second, but I have lived long enough to surpass them in ninjutsu and genjutsu. Two of his shadow clones flickered in front of Hashirama and Tobirama. Both attacked his clones immediately, but his clones grabbed their arms. The arm of the god of death appeared from the chests of Hiruzen's clones, pierced the bodies of the former Hokages, and began extracting their souls. Hashirama muttered, So sorry, Sarutobi. Tobirama smirked and said, Forgive us for troubling you. Hiruzen's clones replied remorsefully, Please forgive me, Lord First, Lord Second. While Hiruzen's clones dealt with Hashirama and Tobirama, the other Kages didn't stand still. They had already begun clashing with Hiruzen's clones. Lightning armor appeared on the third Raikage's body as he said, Even though I'm not at my full strength, do you think that a mere clone can stop me? I never imagined that Konoha would be so desperate, that too against your own student. A shame that this didn't happen when I was alive. The clone facing him didn't reply. Instead, he wondered, how would he react if I informed him of the mess Fujin and Akuro created in the Land of Lightning? Hellstab. One finger assault. The third Raikage concentrated an extremely high amount of chakra into a single finger and moved towards Hiruzen's clone at an extremely high speed. However, Hiruzen's clone immediately counterattacked with Akyum bullets while moving backwards. The third Raikage quickly dodged them while reducing the distance between the two of them. Due to his far superior speed, he appeared in front of Hiruzen's clone in just a second. Unknown to him, this was also the moment Hiruzen's clone was waiting for. wind release, serial Acum wave jutsu. At such a close range, Hiruzen's clone fired extremely fast and sharp Acum blades. Had he been alive, the third Raikage would have retreated. But due to Orochimaru's control and the immortal nature of the Edo Tensei body, he continued his attack. The Acum blades hit him and sliced straight through the armor of his lightning chakra mode before hitting him. Several massive cuts opened up on his body, with the largest extending from his neck to his abdomen. Yet, none of the Acum blades managed to pierce through his body or enter deeper within his body, even though his body was considerably weaker than when he was alive. That's how strong his body was. Ignoring the injuries, he continued his attack, but was shocked when Hiruzen's clone suddenly grabbed his wrist. The third Raikage's invincible spear was stopped. He turned his gaze towards his wrist and saw that Hiruzen's left hand was covered in wind chakra. The third Raikage immediately realized, "Now I see. The previous attack wasn't to kill or dismember me. Instead, he wanted to damage my lightning armor. Since the Acum blade had cut my wrist, that part was momentarily without protection of my lightning armor, and that's why he could stop me. However, what's the use of doing this?" He was confused. Even though Hiruzen's clone outplayed him, there wasn't any actual loss for him, as he could still continue to attack. Suddenly, his eyes widened as the lightning around his body disappeared. Instead, he saw the god of death behind Hiruzen's clone, extracting his soul. Hiruzen's clone chuckled and said, "Death seems to have clouded your memories. Let me remind you why you never dared to duel against me." As his soul was extracted, the third Raikage recalled some of his memories. During the First Great Ninja War, Hiruzen had built up a terrifying reputation. Tobirama's death at the end of that war had been a huge blow to Konoha. In order to compensate for it, Hiruzen had trained so much that his strength had become extremely terrifying, to the extent that even the other Kages didn't want to face him in battle. Over the next couple of great wars, the third Raikage had clashed with Hiruzen several times. However, those clashes convinced him to never confront Hiruzen by himself for a long time. Needless to say, he hadn't forgotten it. However, he was already dead, so he didn't particularly care if Hiruzen killed him. Yet seeing the god of death shocked him. Some distance away, intense winds were flowing around Shaman, the second Kazekage, as he confronted another one of Hiruzen's clones. He said, "I don't know whether you killed the fourth Kazekage or your student did. However, the winds are telling me that hundreds of my villagers were murdered here. I can only make you pay for their deaths." Hundreds of wind blades formed around him and bombarded Hiruzen's clone. Hiruzen's clone spat out a large amount of mud, which transformed into several walls and absorbed the wind blades. As soon as the barrage of wind blades ended, several mud bullets were launched from the mud. Shaman immediately dodged, but several mud tentacles suddenly burst out of the mud and tried to grab him. Before they could reach him, wolves made of wind appeared around him and shot wind explosion spheres at the tentacles and destroyed them. Shaman was about to turn his attention back to Hiruzen's shadow clone when several mud clones appeared out of the mud he had spit earlier and attacked Shaman. Shaman glanced at them and thought, the same jutsu for defending, attacking, and reinforcing him. His expertise in ninjutsu is at a whole different level from what I remember. The mud clones attacked him from one side, keeping Shaman busy. Hiruzen's clone used the opening to flicker behind him. However, even before Hiruzen's clone completed the body flicker jutsu, Shaman turned around and pointed both his palms towards Hiruzen's clone. Two large Acum spheres were forming in each of his hands as he said, "I'm impressed. To think that fire-spitting youngster from back then has come so far. I wouldn't have imagined. Unfortunately, this isn't enough to stop me." Dozens of Acum bullets, cannons, arrows, and Acum blades were launched at Hiruzen's clone continuously from the large Acum spheres. What made it even more complicated was that each of them acted in a different manner, making defending extremely difficult. However, Hiruzen's clone shot multiple Acum bullets at him. For a moment, Shaman was confused as Hiruzen's clone had attacked instead of dodging. After all, piercing wounds were useless against an Edo Tensei, but the clone would be dispelled if gravely injured. As the first Acum bullet shot by Hiruzen's clone reached close to the incoming barrage, It exploded. The winds released from the explosion were strong enough to divert the incoming attacks just enough to miss Hiruzen's clone. All of his other bullets exploded in the same manner, creating a path for Hiruzen's clone to move forward. Shaman's eyes widened as he thought, "Incredible! To think that he can even use my Akyum bullet jutsu in such a manner. It'll shut down most of the wind jutsus. Of course, it isn't completely safe, but he has managed to avoid all my attacks." As a wind user, Shaman liked to fight from a distance. He was about to retreat when the mud clones behind him launched suicidal attacks, cutting his retreat paths. Without being able to retreat and having very little time to react, he coated his fists and legs in wind chakra and attacked Hiruzen's clone. However, Hiruzen's clone very easily gained the upper hand in taijutsu and quickly grabbed both of his hands. Shaman said, "You've grown very skillful. I don't recall ever seeing anyone as skillful as you." As the god of death's arm entered Shaman's body, Hiruzen's clone replied, "I've had time to train. To be honest, your mastery of wind manipulation was one of the few things I couldn't get a hang of. Fortunately, I've had some inspiration lately." Hiruzen's clone chuckled, offending Shaman slightly, who retorted, "If I was at my full power and not inside a small barrier, even your main body wouldn't have been able to stop me." Hiruzen's clone chuckled once again and said, "The times have changed. In your time, your talent in wind and manipulation was the best. For decades, no one came close to your level. Until a few years ago, when a young ninja showing even greater talent than yours appeared in Konoha." AN, I know this will be asked a lot, so clarifying once again. These battles are very fast-paced and are happening at the same time. So the battles against Hashirama, Tobirama, 3rd Raikage, and 2nd Kazekage, along with the battles in the next chapter, are happening simultaneously. The time difference in between their souls being is just a few seconds, so very little time has passed. AN, if you can, then please support me on Patreon, link www.patreon.com/devilspakes. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay. Paddle Sarvesh 8 at OKSB can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you Sevensons, Sarah, Zimablu, Swimming Potato, Hamel, G21, Thilo, Jan, Killer Squad, Sade, Eternal Happiness, Elmer, Arkite, and Rye for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 744, The Indomitable Third Hokage. Chapter 750 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. The most talented ninja in wind manipulation is from Konoha? Shaman, the 2nd Kazekage, was shocked while being disappointed at the same time that no one in Sunagakure reached the same heights he did. He turned his head up and observed another intense bombardment on the defenses raised by his two successors. His eyes immediately fell on Ryu and widened. He observed, "Such a pure wind chakra. No, it is enhanced by nature chakra. How is his wind chakra still so pure then? And the boy on his back? His control over the winds is..." He turned his attention towards Hiruzen's clone and asked, "Is it that boy?" Shaman was truly surprised by Fujin's control over the winds. He never expected a teenager to reach such a level. Hiruzen's clone nodded. Shaman chuckled and said, "A shame that he was born so late. I'd have enjoyed fighting him far more than Tobirama." A peculiar expression appeared on the face of Hiruzen's clone as he recalled the shit Fujin had pulled in the Land of Wind. He thought, "I honestly doubt you would. Sensei did a lot of things, but he never shook the foundation of any country for a mere promotion mission. I can't even imagine what this boy would do in the next great war." Sigh, I should have warned Jiraiya. Luckily, Shikaku also knows about it. "The last time I saw you, you were a hot-blooded fellow. I didn't think I'd see you in your old age. Tell me, is Onoki still the Tsuchikage?" Mu asked. Hiruzen's clone replied, "Yes, he has developed quite a reputation as well." Mu chuckled and began floating in the sky and began forming a cube in his hands. With a grin, he said, "You can thank me later. If you're quick enough, you could seal some of them before they regenerate. I'm afraid you won't have the chance to do that, Master Mu." Mu was surprised to hear a familiar voice. He looked behind him to see old Onoki floating and preparing the atomic dismantling jutsu even faster than him. Mu immediately realized, a genjutsu? He quickly disrupted his chakra and broke the genjutsu. Onoki disappeared, but Hiruzen's clone appeared in front of him. He realized he delayed me just enough that he could reach me before I completed my jutsu. Mu immediately flew backwards, but before he could get away, sparks appeared around the hands of Hiruzen's clone. Lightning Release, Hell Prison Jutsu. He launched hundreds of lightning chains from his fingertips. None of them directly attacked Mu. Instead, they moved around him, making it impossible for him to fly away before attacking him from every direction. However, even that was a distraction. The lightning itself wasn't strong enough to cause much damage. Its real purpose was just to slow down Mu. The real attack was Hiruzen's shadow clone using the opportunity to get closer to Mu. However, since the clone didn't manipulate his chakra, Mu became confused and wondered, does he want to engage in a taijutsu battle against me so high up? The clone's palm struck Mu's abdomen, and the god of death's arm entered his body. Mu's eyes widened in shock as he finally saw the god of death behind the clone. He realized, so this is why he acted in such a manner. Still. He turned his gaze towards Hiruzen's clone while thinking, he anticipated my every move and acted before I could attack. Some distance away, similar thoughts ran through the mind of Hozuki Gengetsu as he was helpless against Hiruzen's clone. He thought, this brat. He knows all my abilities, but I have no idea about his. The last time I saw him, he specialized just in fire release. However, he hasn't used a single fire jutsu yet. Instead, his lightning release is stronger than his fire release was back in the day. The most surprising thing is that his proficiency in genjutsu is almost as high as my own. I can't place him under a genjutsu at all. Is he a secret Uchiha or something? Suddenly, several wind shurikens appeared out of thin air and cut straight through the water balloons floating around Gengetsu before changing their direction and moving towards Gengetsu from all directions. Gengetsu immediately turned his body into water with a smirk on his face. With his hydrification technique, most physical attacks were useless against him. However, Gengetsu's smirk immediately vanished as several lightning currents coursed through his liquefied body. He turned his gaze towards the wind shurikens that had entered his body and realized he hid small amounts of lightning chakra at the center of each of those wind shurikens. Due to the wind chakra, the lightning chakra was completely hidden. Even someone like me couldn't sense it because of how little lightning chakra was in each shuriken. Individually, it wouldn't have been an issue for me. However, with all of them together, the attack still didn't hurt Gengetsu much. Even if he were made of flesh and blood, the attack wouldn't have left any wounds on his body, let alone when he had an immortal body. However, the short moment for which he was stunned was all Hiruzen's clone needed to let the god of death start the process of extracting his soul. Even after dying, your habit of staying in the background hasn't changed, third Mizukage. Hiruzen's clone teased as he confronted him. The third Mizukage snorted and said, you should be the last person criticizing others for acting from the background. Others may not have understood the degree to which Root operated, but it is obvious to me. The expression of Hiruzen's clone dulled a bit after hearing Root. Despite Konoha being attacked to such a degree, he hadn't heard anything about Danzo's movements. While it was true that he and Shikaku didn't include Danzo in their plans, Hiruzen still expected his old friend to act. Even though Hiruzen couldn't sense what was happening inside the village, he had a feeling that his old comrade hadn't made any moves to help Konoha and reduce the casualties. The third Mizukage launched several long-range water jutsus while taunting. Did I hit a sore spot? Hiruzen's clone snorted and replied, you didn't dare to fight me when you were alive. Do you think the result will be any different after you've been dead for over a decade? Hiruzen's clone immediately dodged the attack while counterattacking and decreasing the distance between them. Both moved at an incredible speed, flickering non-stop. Yet Hiruzen's clone was just a few steps away from him in a matter of seconds. A sword appeared in the hands of the third Mizukage. His chakra flowed through it as he swung it at Hiruzen's clone. Hiruzen's clone grabbed a kunai and flowed lightning chakra through it. However, instead of attacking, he suddenly gave up his momentum and instead blocked the third Mizukage's blade with his kunai. The sudden change of momentum surprised the third Mizukage. His blade pushed the kunai down as Hiruzen's clone crouched behind. Suddenly, his eyes widened as he felt something entering his body. Before he realized it, his soul was being sucked out of his body, and he saw the god of death behind Hiruzen's clone. He realized, so that's why he has been acting in such a way. This is why others suddenly stopped moving after Hiruzen's clones touched them. He wasn't aiming to fight and defeat us. Instead, he just wants to have that thing extract our souls. However, what jutsu is this? How can such a jutsu even exist? Why didn't he just kill everyone with this jutsu during the previous wars? Several questions arose in his mind. Unfortunately, his soul would be sealed inside the god of death before he could receive any answers. Hiruzen's remaining clones dealt with their opponents as well. The first and second Raikage, first Mizukage, first Tsuchikage, and first Kazekage had their souls extracted by the god of death. Hiruzen, the third Hokage, had taken on 12 former Kage while being trapped inside a barrier. Even though the former Kage were nowhere near their full strength and could barely be considered rank S ninjas, they still had immortal bodies. Yet in just 30 seconds, Hiruzen's shadow clones had started extracting everyone's souls and sealing them inside the god of death. The first one to be sealed was Hashirama, followed by Tobirama. Neither of them resisted the process. The third Mizukage was the last one to have his soul getting extracted, but even that was a mere 10 seconds after Hashirama was sealed. Unlike the previous Hokages, the other Kages tried to resist, just like how Orochimaru did in the original story. Unfortunately for them, the immortal Edo Tensei body didn't help them much in this regard, and everyone's souls were extracted within a span of a few seconds with little struggle, leaving Orochimaru with wide eyes. And if you can, then please support me on www.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay, Patilsarvshate OKB. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. iOS users sign up from website and not through iOS app to avoid paying extra due to Apple's policies. Thank you Taylor, Katie4S, Proyar Thatmanef, Dissa, Borgino, AR3S, 4K Kike, and Haynes Kevin for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening, narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder, contact link in the description.